Hello everybody, we're live a little bit early today, probably by about like 20 minutes or so, but there is a reason for that, and that is because I am going to try to catch the grand final in MENA for RLCS. I've been watching the games all this morning while I was getting ready and getting my workout in and everything like that, so we are going to be watching yet another grand final between the Falcons, Team Falcons, and Rule 1, which are considered the best two teams in the region and are the two teams that are going to be making it to the Copenhagen Major at the end of this month. I guess it's March now. I forgot that it's March now. So it's at the end of this month. I think on the 30th and the 31st, something like that, is when it is supposed to be streamed. And don't worry, we'll be watch partying that when it comes around, but we've got a ways to get there. We still have to watch 2 more days of North America, so today and tomorrow, and then we have another weekend of EU RLCS to determine all the teams that are going to be going to the major come the end of this month. But yeah, how did we get here? Well, let's take a look. Let's take a look, chat. I hope everybody's doing good on this Saturday, by the way. I'm a little bit under the weather, so I'm going to be lower energy, maybe try to save my voice a little bit. Like, I'm definitely just a tiny bit sick. But how we got here was basically that Rule 1 and Falcons had some good competition, especially this Rule 1 Twisted Minds game. Rule 1 barely pulled it out in Game 7. I think they came back 2 games down, I want to say. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, so basically they won the first 2 games with the 4-0s. They were very dominant in these first 2 games. And then Twisted Minds just turned it around after the timeout buff, doing good for them, getting 3 games in a row, threatening Rule 1 with a match point. But then they came back and won this series, so that was very interesting. That was a great entertainment value for that one. And also we just finished up with the other semifinal between Falcons and Bravado, which Bravado, they only took 2 games on paper here, but they looked good against Falcons. They were doing pretty good. The last game was a stomp. They completely fell apart, but yeah, I think they looked pretty decent, probably like close to what Rule 1 has done in the past, challenging them. So big ups to Bravado. If anybody doesn't know their team, I'm not going to pronounce their names correctly because I haven't heard them that much from their traditional broadcasts. But I'm gonna say it in my English accent. The team is Venom, Natter, and O'Vampire. So yeah, they were pretty solid against Falcons, but they did eventually reign victorious. It looked close for a second there, but we got the same grand final that we have had in the other 2 events, which is Falcons versus Rule 1, and I think it's going to be a great matchup. I'm really excited about it. But while we just wait for that to get underway, I have the broadcast on my other screen here so we don't miss anything. Let's go ahead and let's run through Twitter as much as we can, going over general news in the scene, and possibly even a recap of tomorrow. We'll see when they get started. I'll be able to switch over right when that happens. But yeah, if anybody doesn't know, the season is ending in a couple days. It ends Wednesday morning for me. So yeah, but be sure to get your games in, get all of your rewards that you want, because I think these decals are pretty fire. Oh, looks like the game just started, so let's switch over here. We'll put that on pause and we'll hit it before we start the North American matchup, or North American watch party. But here we go. This is Falcons versus Rule 1. So anybody who hasn't watched MENA since last season, basically the most important thing to know here is that Rule 1 used to be comprised of the twins, Ruas and Killers, and then Mawson, who has moved over to a different team, Twisted Minds. And Falcons was TRK or Truk, if you say it in the Arabic accent. That's how they pronounce TRK's name, is Truk. And then Ahmad and O'Khalid, and it was Nupo for a little bit there. They got rid of, I think it was O'Khalid first. They dropped O'Khalid and picked up Nupo for Gamers 8, I want to say. But yeah, then shortly after that, they basically, Falcons kept TRK, and then they poached Killers and Ruwas from Rule 1, and then Rule 1 picked up everybody who has been dropped in the last season by Falcons. So Ahmad, O'Khalid, and Nupo, which I am going to mess up their pronunciations, but I think I've heard them well enough to maybe say how they're pronounced in Arabic, which is for Falcons. They do say Killers, not Clears, like some English-speaking casters do. Killers, Ruwas, and Truk. And then Rule 1 is Ahmad, Nobo. They don't say the P, it's more like a B. Noble, and then Khalid. So yeah, we're tuning in here. This is gonna be a great match. The first event, it was a 4-1, I think. Yo, how you feeling? I'm a little bit sick. It's like the kind of sickness where you could taste it when you wake up, and I'm like, oh yeah, that's really nice. So you could probably hear it in my voice. But I want to watch the games today. I'm not gonna take another day off. So I already took Thursday off this week. We're pushing through. Yeah, it's not very gross, but I mean, I'm being honest. That's the point I'm at. I just did like a very easy workout, and then I spent some time, like a little bit of time outside to get some fresh air, which helped a little bit. But yeah, I'm still stuffy. I can you know, feel that my throat is a little bit sore, but yeah, we're gonna keep going. Guess who got back to C3 in 2s and 3s? Did you, Jose? You're not baiting me this time, because you've done this with the guess who actually went to bed on time, or like those types of questions. So I am burned from the past baits, but hopefully you, and if so, congratulations. That's exciting. Are you gonna try to make the push to GC to get the rewards? Because I still need to do that. Me this time? Awesome. I'm glad to hear it. The regain is always so satisfying. Oh! Good goal. Let's see. Oh, see? The Killer's pass to Ruwas on the wall, and he gets the ceiling double. That's just, it's a different level. It is really like, every single time I watch Falcons and they're clicking, it really reminds me of Carmine Core, and I can't stop saying that because it's uncanny sometimes. Like, they each individually have such mechanical prowess, but then at the same time, like, they use each other. And they do go ahead, and then they get the bumps and, you know, the outplays. It's very team-based for the Falcons. Around this time, most people queue with their Smurf friends. They're just giving up. I'm still gonna try for it. I think I could get it. I just have to, like, really focus. Oh, that was an insane 50. Ooh. Oh, and he got bumped out of the way. My gosh. Hey, Nobo's rocking the Rule 1 preset. I like it. Next season for sure. Let me know if you ever want to run some. Okay, Jose. Yeah, I practiced with my team last night, and it was so much fun. I, you know, remembered why I enjoyed being on the 3v3 team. It was great. Like, we might have even ended negative in terms of our 3v3 grind, but yeah, just like calming and having that satisfaction of saying, like, oh, I'm mid, and then they actually pass it to you. Oh my gosh, it's nice. Versus like being mid with randoms in ranks, and you're like, I hope they pass it, but do you have a full squad now? We do. Yep, we have a full team. We're looking for a sub, trying people out, so seeing how that's gonna go. But yeah, it's great. It's great. Couldn't ask for a better team. I'm happy, and I'm ready to get back onto the practice grind. What placement by Taruk right there. That was nuts. Hold on. See, like, Rawas could have tried to go for the double, but he just did the outplay, and then Taruk placed it perfectly behind Ahmad. It's crazy. When's the announcement? I don't know. I'm assuming sometime soon. But yeah, until then, I'm going to very sneakily not say anything specific, because that is what I was told. But yeah. I'm glad that everybody's excited about it. Like, Sheb trying to flex their investigative skills and figure out what it is. I mean, you can kind of tell if you watch me in game. The few times that I played in game, there are clues. Drew kind of plays like me, not gonna lie. Does he? Does he? I haven't watched his gameplay specifically, but like as a defensive goal line master, I kind of relate to Rawas. I'm not even close to Rawas' skill, but I've been told on my teams before, whenever I play with people that I'm more defensive than offensive. But I did get a great double last night. And the great thing about it was that it wasn't just like happenstance. I actually read the bounce and I was like, okay, I need to be here. And then I hit it. It wasn't crazy impressive, but it was great for me. I could probably figure it out, but I'm waiting for the announcement. Yeah, it's pretty easy to figure out. I mean, I hope we get an announcement this time, unlike last time when we added Tina Pina Colada to our X13 squad and picked up a sub. The org was falling apart, so they never got an announcement, which I just think is such a bummer. Like, I think maybe Tina had been on a team before, so it's not like it was her first org experience. Don't quote me on that though. It might have been, but yeah, just like it's never fun when you're like, oh yeah, I'm added to a team and we're officially signed to an org, and you never get announced because of things outside of your control. So yeah. Yeah, I don't think that's going to be the case this time, though. We'll see. Time will tell. Oh, close. Rule 1 already have a lot more pressure in this game. The thing, though, the main difference between Rule 1 and Falcons, I think, is that Rule 1 kind of based their play around Nobo and Ahmad. Well, Khaled sits back. I'm really trying to say their names properly, but I'm probably still butchering them. But you know, you gotta respect what they're actually supposed to be pronounced as. And like so much of their play is based off of Nobo popping off, and then like Ahmad capitalizing on, you know, clears and stuff like that, and then Khaled being like all the way back. Oh, they got a Rule 1 and they're sticking in it. Hey, that's nice. That's nice though. They conceded, but they stuck in the Rule 1. Respect. I don't know if their teammates mad at Nobo. We'll see. We'll see if they're mad. I don't know, I like watching Mina, even though, like, you know, it's like Sam, I don't understand what they're casting. I think the gameplay just, it needs to be seen. It's good enough. It's on the level, if not a little bit better than NA sometimes. EU, some matches is better than those. It's just they shouldn't be called minor regions anymore. They have less major spots, but they definitely bring the heat in terms of the competition. And I'm really excited to see how they perform on the major. I just want to see how they match up against other teams. Nice. Yeah, I remember when Tina joined, I would always go into her stream and ask when the announcement was going to be. She would always say soon, but oh well. Yeah, it was just, it was out of our control, and kind of like, it was a moot point after we competed in a regional with her on X13. It's like, well, you kind of don't even need an announcement anymore. It's just, it's obvious she's on the team. But still, you like to see that. I don't even know, is she, do you tune into her streams a lot? Is she planning to compete again? Or is she taking a break from that? Because she was on another team that wasn't necessarily like a full women's team, it was just competitive, playing in weeklies and stuff. But I haven't caught up with her for a bit. I think I popped into her stream once. And that might have been it. I don't know, I haven't been in her stream in months. Ah, gotcha. Yeah, because didn't she take a break again? Because when she joined the team, she talked about how she took like a big break right at the peak of her growth just because she was burned out and she couldn't do it anymore. It was either Rocket League specifically or like streaming just burned her out. It's socially taxing, because it is a socially taxing endeavor. But yeah, I thought I didn't see her stream for a while, and it looked like maybe she took another break, which I hope she's feeling better. It seems like she is sometimes. I still follow her on Twitter, but you know, I only catch so much between all of the RLCS news, like filters. For one thing, for one post that I see of, you know, like the people in the scene that I'm personally connected to, like they were my teammates or I know them from the women's scene, that sort of stuff. I see like one of their posts for every 20 RLCS posts. Could have been Rocket League. It's usually always Rocket League. Yeah. I don't know. I've been playing this game for so long now. It's like some days, like I feel like I don't want to play it, but then I log on anyway. So it's like, do I really not want to play it? And I think maybe that would be true. Oh, what a save. That was a great save. If I ever launch up another game, I think I would feel that more so, where it's like, okay, yeah, I actually am a little bit burnt out on Rocket League. But until I take that first step and launch up another game, I think, you know, the laziness of just continuing with what I know will mean that I'm not truly burnt out on Rocket League if I still want to play it, you know? Like, it's possibly right on the border, but RLCS kind of reinvigorates me. Watching, even though I know that it would take probably an unrealistic amount of work for me personally to get to any sort of level like this, sometimes I see them do flip resets on stream or you know, crazy tight angle double taps, and I'm like, if I trained, I could do that. Whoa! Oh, they're gonna capitulate. There's no way. Here we go. Paper. Hi FCB, how you doing? I'm here. Welcome. Welcome here. Nice to see you. How you doing today? Don't lie to me, be honest. I'll be honest in return. I had a nasty redirect from the corner yesterday. Did you clip it? Did you clip it, or is it just in the memory bank? I mean, it's okay if it's just in the memory bank, but like, you know, would have been nice if you clipped it. Alright. Yeah, for anybody who's just tuning in, we started a little bit early so that we could catch the grand finals of MENA. These are the two teams that are going to be going to the major, so I figured, like, might as well get you guys to watch some of their play so that we can look forward to what kind of performance they can give us at Copenhagen, you know? I got a replay and the streamer's POV. Oh no, that's not the way you want to concede. He ran out of boost, didn't he? It was Ahmad. Yeah, you just see ran out of boost. I think that's hard to tell whether he could have got that. That's tough. So the first event, this is the same grand finals that we've seen in every single MENA event so far. It's always been Falcons Rule 1 that reign supreme and run into each other. The first event, it was 4-1 in favors of Falcons. They won the finals. The second event, it was a Game 7 loss, but Falcons were still the winners. And now we're seeing. I hope they don't start the streams too early during the major. My body can't take it. I mean, they already announced the starting time for all of the broadcasts. I think it's like in the Copenhagen announcement. What time is NRG? Unfortunately, let me look at my watch. Hold on. Like multiple weeks from now. I can't be bothered to do the specific math, but it is a while, halfway through April. There you go. That's a more accurate estimation. And there's no guarantee that it's going to be the energy that we know from yesterday. I mean, they'd be crazy not to make a change, right? They did not get the results that they wanted, so obviously they should make a change. But who are they going to change is the question. Do you think they will do it? Do you guys, can you guess what I'm referring to? Do you think they will do it? Is it time? Kick that player that doesn't want to play? Oh, so you don't think they're going to get rid of Captain America? Because, like, I think Garrett is still tip-top, and I think he could be, but he needs some very specific players around him to be able to make that team get top 4, you know? I knew he wasn't the pick. Dries, you mean? Or are you talking about Miss? Oh, yay, they almost got that save. I talked to Garrett yesterday. He said he's bringing back Justin and Squishy to be top 4. Nah. Imagine. Bring some EU players like they did years ago. Miss, aka I only play 10 hours a week. Yeah, I think it's hard. It's less about having a player that doesn't put in the hours, and it's more about not having the same grinds. You know, like if you had a full team of people that didn't put in as many hours, say they only put in like 40 hours a week rather than like an abject 110 the past 2. You know, I think that sort of team could still work. I think there are some people that can get away with practicing less, and it keeps them fresh, but I don't know. It's hard to argue against hard work and the grind. As long as you don't get burnt out, I don't. More practice can't hurt you if it's the right practice. I never liked Miss, even when everyone praised his defense. Yeah, because Miss was phase, right? Yeah, wasn't it? I always get Miss and Atomic mixed up because I feel like for some reason they have the same sort of slot on teams. They became like the defensive masterclasses that could also pop off on offense when they get the space. So I don't know, I always get them confused. But yeah, I mean, Miss was wild during that series, and that does deserve praise, but it doesn't mean that I like his work ethic, you know? 40 hours a week should be in the contract, doesn't even have to be ranked, at least free play. Yeah, I don't know, there's lots of things that maybe could be refined. I mean, like Rocket League in general, not even just like player contracts or oh my gosh, that would have been nuts. Holy cow. I don't know, Rule 1 don't look like they have a foot in this series. They just don't look like they've brought it to the finals. It's not good, not good. Can they get it down the pitch? Oh no, it's too slow. Farouk is back. But yeah, I think it's hard. Personally, being a part of a couple teams now, it's hard to continue to even, like outside of the game, to vibe and connect with your players when you have vastly different ideas of what it takes to win, like what you need to put in on a regular basis to win. Like, I'm not going to say anything specific about the teammates that I've had, but there's certainly been some teammates that I've already had in the women's scene where it's like, okay, we just need to have a similar mindset, and I think we would work well together. Like, it doesn't even need to, like, the gameplay aside, without having that same mindset, it's hard to have a long-term chance of success. Like, maybe you pop off some series and it's all right, and you gel certain tournaments, but like if you can't get on the same page, practice and training, and you know, like mindset wise, when a coach talks to you, that sort of thing, I don't know, I don't think long term that team is gonna last, and that's the sort of thing that you're running into, because like Jorius had that same sort of, wasn't it Jorius? I'm pretty sure it was Jorius had that same sort of reputation in EU, and I think maybe he grinds more now, I'm not sure, but yeah, you just, like, you can't have an Appjack and a Jorius on the same team and expect for them to get along, like, no matter how generous or, you know, how guilt-free you know, each teammate feels about their certain position. Like, on a base level, that starts to grind your gears. Like, Appjack putting in 110 past 2 could be the most generous teammate say, yeah, you do you, bro. Like, that's what, you know, if you can get away with not grinding, don't grind. But like, oh no. I mean, that was kind of coming for a while now. It's gonna come to a breaking point. I believe Jorius was fine for not having enough hours past 2 when he was in a past org. I don't know what the org was called. It wasn't Dignitas, was it? With Scrub and Jack? I can't remember his other teams. Wasn't he also on Oxygen? I feel like Jorius was on Oxygen. That's kind of crazy. Oh, this guy sounds like he's losing his voice even worse than I am. Well, this might be a quick series. 3-0. Not gonna lie, that Dignitas team with Evo and Dries was the worst. Both of them have the worst mental. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know enough about players. You kind of get vibes when you see them on streams, and it takes a strong hand to steer the ship if you have somebody who struggles with their mental. Because if you get any sort of, like, it totally kills team vibes. It was almost 2 years ago? Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure then. But yeah, I don't know, there's so many things that go into a team. That's why having personal experience myself with a couple women's team iterations now, it's like, I've said this before, maybe Erica and I are not like the tip-top level in terms of rank of the women's teams, but we work most of the time because of our vibes. Any updates on the women's league? Not that I've heard of, but I've seen a couple teams like recently make announcements, like there's multiple women in the scene posting LFT's announcements, and Tallybird getting picked up by G2, so I think there's rumblings. There's rumblings that possibly events are going to be announced soon or beginning. I don't know what it's going to be. I don't have any I don't have any insider information. I'm just as clueless as any of you guys, but yeah. Yeah, I think it could be soon-ish, and by soon-ish I mean within the next 2 months. Which, I mean, if you're wanting to start a team and you're wanting to be up to the level where you can consistently compete, then you should probably, yeah, be starting your team now. Give yourself a couple months of preparation. Do you think you could go through some? If not, it's cool. Go through some what? What did I say? What was that in response to? I can't remember. The announcements? Like the LFTs and stuff? Yeah, the biggest one that comes to mind is Talibird getting picked up by G2. They dropped Kia and they picked up Talibird, which in my opinion, Talibird is the best women's player in the North American region. Like, I'd probably say somebody like Steven is the first one that comes to mind, but outside of that, I can't remember EU. Steven, Ravena individually, but I don't think she's been on teams that work well with her. Announcements, LFTs, orgs. I could someday, I could try to pull them together. I'm not prepared for it today. Because usually, usually when I pull that sort of stuff up at the beginning of these streams, I've already bookmarked it, and then I just have to like open it. I'm not trolling Twitter 10 minutes before I start stream, you know? I don't follow anybody or everybody anymore. I unfollowed some people because they post about other things, and I'm like, that's not my vibe. Oh, yeah. Uh-oh. Nubo's on an Octane. I don't think I've ever seen that yet in all the time that Rule 1 has been competing. I've seen it when he plays like 1v1s, I'm pretty sure, but not in the 3v3 setting. Yikes, they are falling apart. This is even worse than the first events. It's okay, they got time before the major. They got time. Ah, my voice is a little bit rough. This sickness, it will not go away. I cannot for the life of me watch Ravena's stream. She's always talking about her PC and always lagging, having latency and so forth. I haven't watched her stream in forever. I watched her. She was one of the first people that I followed in the Rocket League scene forever ago on Twitch, because I played Rocket League, and then I watched a couple of people on Twitch that played it very, very casually, because I've never been like a huge Twitch viewer. And then I took a break from Rocket League, went back to Destiny, and when I returned, I watched YouTube instead. So like when I looked at like my followers list, and I realized how many people I was already following that played Rocket League, it was like Top Gun first, I think. I've been following Top Gun for forever. I know she's not doing much. Or I had followed her forever. I don't know if I still follow her. But yeah, I didn't even realize. Just one day I popped into her stream after I had already gotten involved enough that I was like helping Jack and Tech with his events. I popped into her stream and I just did the follow age thing because I was like, I'm just curious. And then it was like 2 years. It's like, oh, okay, I forgot about that. But yeah, I very rarely went into Ravena's stream. I liked her for a while, but after she posted that thing, it was kind of during the middle of last women's season, following the off season here, where she posted the thing about the one player having their brother play on their account or something like that. Like, people that do that, I've realized what they're trying to get at. They're trying to, I don't know, inform the scene of somebody, so that it's like a ban by mass opinion rather than necessarily a technical ban from any tournaments that you're in. But I don't agree with that. I think if it can be resolved privately, it should be resolved privately, and there are very few situations where it should become public, you know? That's funny. Yeah, I didn't realize. I vaguely remember the first time that I opened up Top Gun's stream again, because Jag and Tech invited her to an event. So like usually I would check the content creators out like on a base level before they competed in the creator clashes, and I logged into her stream, and her voice, you know, her voice is so unique. I heard it and I was like, why does she sound so familiar? Like, I'm already following her and I feel like I've watched it. What a shot! Alright, let me shut up for a second. That was a great shot from Ahmad. Wow. Oh my goodness, that's peak. But yeah, I remember watching your stream on my phone. It's like, that's been a while. Yeah, there's just some personalities. I mean, I got that same sort of thing with the the RLCS scene. There are just a couple players where it's like I would follow them, but they just, I don't know, they're not my type of person. Like I respect them as competitors. I think they can put up some great performances, but like personally I don't like how they behave, or I don't like how they speak, or something like that. So I don't follow them on Twitter because I'm not you guys maybe have already picked this up, but I'm not the type of person where I'm gonna follow somebody just because it's quote unquote the right thing to do, like because I'm a creator and they're a creator and we should support each other. Like if I'm gonna follow you on a platform, it's because I actually like your content, or want to know what you're doing. I want to see the post updates. Otherwise, why am I following you? Like, why would I clog my feed with that and hide and bury the people that I do want to follow and I do want to hear what they're doing? Like Spaceman is one of those people where it's like he posts about a lot of different stuff that's not all entirely Rocket League related, but his kind of work ethic, you can hear it in what he posts and how he acts and all that stuff. He's one of the casters for the Luminosity stream. But yeah, like even if he's not all Rocket League related, I like his vibe, so I want to follow him. But anyways, wow, okay, I expected that to be a little bit closer than it was. Goodness gracious, that was a stomping by Falcons. W for Mina for trying to put on a show. The semifinals made it look like this is going to be a lot closer than that, but unfortunately it just didn't deliver. So that does it for Mina. Falcons reasserting their absolute dominance in the region. GG to them, well done. But we'll go over really quick. We'll review general scene news, and then we'll get into the NA watch party for today. Yeah, honestly, when she did that, almost everyone was not on her side. They thought she was scared of new competition and her taking her place in teams. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't like to rag on individual people. There's just people, instead of saying bad things about them, it's just like, yeah, I just don't want to interact with you if I can, Like if we run across each other professionally, I will be professional, but I'm not going to personally follow you because I want to see all the drama that you bring. Like, I try to avoid those kinds of people, and I've always been that way within school and everything else. Like every workplace that I've been in, people are standing in the corner gossiping, and it's like, yeah, maybe I'll listen to it, but I'm not going to take part because there's a difference between listening in it and not participating, and then listening in it just to be aware of the situations that are happening around you so you aren't blindsided by something. And basically, I just try to not get blindsided by things that could possibly affect me. Otherwise, I don't want to associate with it. But yeah, that's Mina done for this weekend. Until the major, Team Falcons, they look really, really strong. I hope Rule 1 get running before the major. But yeah, I'm excited to watch both of them compete. Even though that was a 4-0, it kind of was like Falcons dominating. Rule 1 were falling apart a little bit, but they still look kind of solid. Also, they looked more solid in their semifinals versus Twisted Minds. So we'll see both of those teams again come the end of the month. But general announcements, I've gone over this multiple times, but if you don't know, decals are the season rewards for this season. And it ends, as it says here, March 6th, 7 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. So if you want to get specific reward level, you can be grinding that out the last few days. That is Wednesday morning, I think. Yeah, Wednesday morning if you're a US player. But yeah, I'm still grinding for my juicy rewards. I haven't got them yet. I've got 4 out of 10 wins, so I could I could possibly get it. But the other thing is that we have a season announcement for next season. It looks like it's going to be a variation on Aquadome in a more barren wasteland. We kind of looked at this a little bit yesterday, where I think this car, somebody said that it was like Jaeger and Takumi had a baby. I definitely agree with that. It looks like a decent car. I might rock it. But yeah, that stadium looks normal. It's just another reskin of a map. But I don't know. We'll see. We'll see when they get on it. I'm pretty sure that's the only announcement that they've done so far. And yeah, I mean, it looks all right. The big news in the scene is for sub-Saharan Africa. So what went down yesterday was a whole lot of drama. Basically, at the beginning of the season, when RLCS announced that anybody could play in any region, multiple teams from major regions moved over to minor regions to try to get that free money, you know, because it's supposed to be easier competition. And so you saw a lot of EU teams competing in SSA on high ping and North American teams competing in APAC. But the big drama yesterday was that in SSA, the dominant team is Limitless, and they had won both of the previous events, but they hadn't secured their spot to the major yet, because there was one team who continued to go to the grand finals with them, but they still lost. And it was Young Money Clan, which is a team of young EU guys who were playing on high ping from EU to SSA to compete in the region and possibly secure that major spot for themselves, which, I mean, I have issues with that as a baseline, but we're not going to get into it. And basically the only way for Young Money Clan to qualify in this last event was for them to meet Limitless in the quarterfinals, specifically, like guarantee that they could not get past the quarterfinals and then to win the event themselves. So it was suggested that possibly Young Money Clan, which this is one of their players, was intentionally throwing in the Swiss yesterday. And based off the gameplay, I would kind of have to agree. There's one specific play more than the other ones where it's like, okay, these are supposed to be some really tip-top SSLs in Europe, and they're playing like this. Come on. That's not just you on a new setup or having a bad day. That looks pretty darn intentional. Like committing right here, you cannot convince me that any sort of experienced SSL would commit for that. They would rotate wider. They would get a better angle on the ball. Both of their teammates are already here. They're not going to jump in for this. Not a 2.2k MMR SSL who regularly plays in EU, which is considered the best region in the entire Rocket League, collection of regions. This play, it kind of looks like intentionally throwing, and then they did another clip here where there's him not challenging the ball. Yeah, maybe you're having a bad day. Maybe you're hesitating. That's still fishy to me. And then there's another one coming up here. Like that miss, that's pretty bad. Like an SSL is usually going to hit that. But, yeah, just like flipping like this, it's a little suspect. Almost bumping your teammate. Yeah, there was another one though, I think at the end here. Trying to see it. Where they go off for a side boost. Like this, going back, bumping your teammate. Sure, yeah, that's just you having a bad day. Committing in the corner, bumping your teammates. Yeah, that's a bad day. Anyways, these are supposed to be SSLs, and, wall dashing, not even having ball cam on, and landing in your net, unintentionally. So, yeah, there was a lot of talk about that yesterday, and it did come through that they have been banned. It was ruled by Epic as intentionally throwing so that they could match up against Limitless in the quarterfinals, because basically they were winning through Swiss, and then as soon as Limitless confirmed that they made it through as the second seed, they started losing, and they started losing in that sort of fashion. until they got the perfect record for them to be the 7th seed to match up against the 2nd seed. Which, yeah, I don't know about that, because in the previous events, they went 3-0 in the Swiss. They didn't lose to anybody but Limitless. In the entire event, the entire first 2 events on high ping, on 140 ping, they didn't lose to a single team except the best team in the region, Limitless. And all of a sudden, they fly to Reunion, which is an island that's within SSA. It's technically France, but it's called Reunion Island. And they're on 40 ping, and they're playing that much worse. I don't know. They didn't react well to it. They said banned for having a bad day, kind of just like still denying it. 1-year ban for losing to the 3rd best SSA team, new setups and nuggets on the laptop. Like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I believe that, but, you know, whether we believe it or not, Rocket League has issued a response to it, and that's the end of it. That's the end of it. They get banned. They lose all their prize money for this 3rd event. They still keep the prize money for events 1 and 2 in SSA. And then they can't play in any RLCS events for a year. So until March 1st, 2025. So that is the drama that happened in the scene. Going to NA RLCS, because we're about to tune into that here soon. We are going to be looking at the quarterfinals, but what happened yesterday? Well, Squishy Muffins, a long-term pro in the scene, has officially retired now. He got eliminated from the tournament yesterday in the 4th round of Swiss. So he is officially now just a content creator for Rule 1. G2 also lost their first series. They hadn't lost to anybody. They went 3-0 in Swiss and made it all the way and won the grand finals in the single elim bracket. They hadn't lost once this entire season so far, and then they lost to Gen.G. Gen.G finally pulled it together and got a win against G2, qualifying as the 2nd seed through Swiss. TSM took number 1 seed, which is kind of crazy. And then, yeah, Stumpy just talking about the SSA drama that we just reviewed. But yeah, that is what happened yesterday. We had this crazy shot that I want to show you guys. We'll rewatch this. I thought this was one of the best shots yesterday. LJ just getting like a little tiny pop on it, putting it down and slower so that they couldn't get it. I thought that was clean. Also, hi Luca, how you doing? And then for today, what needs to happen? There are 7 teams that are competing for 2 spots, because in NA we have G2 and Gen.G who have already qualified for Copenhagen. They're going to the major no matter what happens today. But all the other teams competing for the 2 spots, there are 7 of them. And what is needed for a 6-way tie, because I think it's TSM that are sitting outside of the window. So this excludes them, but basically like a whole lot of craziness. Luminosity have to beat OG, which is the first quarterfinal that we'll be watching. Gen.G have to beat SSG, which is pretty reasonable. Gen.G's beat SSG every time they've matched up in the single elimination bracket. Omelette beating G2, that's wild. G2 is the best team in the region, and Omelette is like 8th to 10th, somewhere around there. But then they lose to TSM, and TSM have to beat M80, which they have traditionally been really good in Swiss and bad in the single elim bracket, so maybe that's not too wild. But then they also need to beat Omelette, who has beaten G2. So kind of crazy. Not very likely in my opinion, but you know, dreamers are dreamers for a reason. So what are we going to be watching? Well, coming up here soon, we've got OG versus Luminosity. Who am I going to pick for this one? I'll probably stick with the Luminosity boys, but if OG win, I wouldn't be too sad, except for the fact that Luminosity, to control their own fate in terms of calling for the major, they have to make top 4. Gen.G versus Space Station is following that. I will probably pick Gen.G. Space Station have looked all right, but I like Gen.G better. G2 over Omelette, pretty easy. I think G2 clear. And then I don't know, let's go wild. Let's say TSM over M80. I'd vote for the #1 seed here, TSM. But those are my picks for today. Let's tune in to the main broadcast because they're introducing the players right now. And look, guys, OG are boot camping. Look at NA getting their stuff together. Great for us. Great for us.
So I think Luminosity is
but yeah, I want Luminosity to win here because I want them to get to the major. Of course, if I had it perfectly, I'm not gonna lie, I would pick Luminosity and OG. If somehow, in some world, Luminosity and OG can make it, that'd be my perfect scenario. I like those teams the best. I like G2, Gen G, Luminosity, and OG. Those are my favorites. So maybe for OG to be able to make it, I should root for them to win because Luminosity have more points. We can look at the rankings really quick to get a good idea of why that is the case.
And then one time before.
But basically here, Luminosity has a decent lead on Dignitas, and all the 18 teams below them. They're going against one of them, and then the other one is probably going to get eliminated by Gen G, but they could upset them. And then M80 haven't looked very good this event. So it's entirely possible for Luminosity to be able to retain their spot if they lose to OG here, and OG would leapfrog up next to them, bumping out Dignitas. So it's possible. It's possible, but if both OG and Luminosity can't make it, I would prefer Luminosity to make it. I really like that team. I'm a big fan of them. And I don't know. What are you guys thinking? Who do you want in this matchup? LG or OG?
It's gonna be a close one, chat.
I'm gonna vote in the chat for LG. Because, like I said, I am a priority fan of them, but OG is a close second, like a close second. I've really started to like OG's playstyle. Like, if we're just talking about watching teams play, OG is great when they're on. When they're clicking with each other. I think OG is really entertaining.
So happy, it's so cool. I do feel like I'm on the Luminosity side on this one. I mean, you got
Luminosity also the favorite in chat.
Cheese is going to be bringing the heat, but we'll see. Luminosity, they're the favorites on the desk. They are the favorites in chat as well. Are they the favorites on the field? OG hopes to prove otherwise, folks. Let's get into it. It's time to start the playoffs. The road to Copenhagen has gotten short, but still steep as ever.
Go.
Luminosity versus OG to kick off the playoffs.
Lots of stakes on this match. Lumi.
3 words. It's very simple.
Oh, it's Stacks.
And in.
Is it Stacks and Daz?
Luminosity faces here. They've confirmed at least a tiebreaker. They can take care of business right now, getting into Sunday's top 4, but standing in their way, a resurging OG Esports. Let's get it on.
OG also looking for that.
Oh, yep, it is Daz. I knew it. I knew it. It looks like they're doing the grass clippings boost again. Let's go, OG. You got OG, Luca? That's fair. Literally, if it was these teams against any other teams, I would be cheering for them individually. Oh my gosh, wait, JNaps has the grass clipping on too. Does everybody have the grass clipping on? Hold on. Wait, is this a full lobby of grass clipper boosts? That's fantastic. I love it. I really think they were trolling doing this yesterday, but I wonder, do they? Because they gotta have alpha boosts on with Bacchus mod. Calm is into it. He is moving with his car. Oh, sheesh! What a save!
Great save there for Reynolds to stop things off. So far, the pressure from OG has been noted. You see JNaps.
Oh my gosh! But this is really confusing with JNaps having the OG decal on. He looks blue, but he's orange.
And he gets them right here. Just overwhelming Luminosity.
Dang, pretty clean. Opening goal. What's up with Nolly's cam? Apparently we're only gonna see his hat. I'm here for my boo Reddles. It's good that you're here to support because they're down early. Like I said, for anybody new that filters in, I'm a little bit sick today, so it's hitting me more than it has in the past. I didn't want to take another day off though, so yeah, if my voice is a little bit froggy, that's why. You guys can probably hear it. And I'm lower energy. My king. Uh-oh. Oh, that's Reynolds. I'm gonna get confused so many times by JNaps being in a different in a blue decal. Do you guys like the OG decal? Or the Luminosity one for that matter? Let's talk about both decals. I don't know. I wish there's gotta be, there's a way that both OG and Luminosity make it, right? But it has to be OG winning here, I believe. And then Luminosity either winning a tiebreaker or keeping a point lead like SSG and M80 both losing. I think it's possible. Whoa! What happened to the defense there, chat?
Great goal here from Magic. Reynolds, like you said, running that interference.
Yes. Our king Reynolds getting in the back line, causing havoc.
Here on the field is that this is very strange and characteristic, but everybody's using grass boots. Everybody, not just one player.
Dad's just calling out all the players using the grass clippings. Hey, I like it. They're probably trying to start a trend. I wonder if the pros are doing an experiment. They're doing an experiment and saying, okay, if we all use grass clippings, will the general like Rocket League population start to use that boost? I wonder if I queue ranked later today, if I would see players with them on. Because I'm pretty sure this boost was a Rocket Pass thing. It wasn't something you had to, well, I mean, you buy the Rocket Pass, so that's not an entirely true statement. What a delay. I can't get over Nolly's player cam. We just see the brim of his hat and nothing else.
You've got OG players right in front of their net, given a lot of time and space.
Oh,
this is back out
close.
JNaps is there, but Cheese will get it away. I wonder if you can maybe speed up the counter.
Nice. Oh, Reynolds trying to get saucy with it, with the breezy flick.
Calm can't get it over to him. Now Cheese.
Nice. Has everybody gotten the rewards that they want for this season? The reward level? Are we still grinding it out after RLCS? Oh, did you play Rocket League last night, by the way, Sanchez? Did you get the wife approval to play Rocket League? Oh, he's chasing him. That could be in. Wow. Cheese is so enthusiastic. It's great. He wasn't even a part of that play, and he's like popping off on the player cam.
Magic Bear in the initial challenge went straight for Calm. Calm was in a really tough spot. Honestly, great effort there defensively, but it was not enough to stop MB. He's got the goal here. Luminosity up by 1:30 seconds to go.
Maybe they're making a comment on the new map because a few people have guessed that based off of the new season announcement that possibly Rocket League is just gonna make Aquadome pitch. Hi, mister. How you doing? Sorry, no, I did not, but I'm on now. What you grinding? What a save. Oh, that could be in. That's still up? No way. All right. How we doing today, mister?
You can see they kind of started off slow initially, but once they got in their flow, that's when they really started cooking. Definitely a very strong defensive performance from them. 10 saves out of their 6 shots.
Magic Sphere, they have their
especially early on in
they have their jerseys on. Usually they don't have their jerseys on.
Was phenomenal. We take a look at the Mobile 1 high performance replay, and Reynolds was a high performance there. You saw a great save from him defensively.
I think maybe it's a little bit materialistic of me, but whenever I've joined a team so far as a player, the most important thing to me is not like salary or, you know, any of that stuff, promotion from the team's Twitter. All I care about is getting a jersey with my gamer tag on the back. Like, I think that'd be so cool, and I haven't gotten one yet. I haven't succeeded in that quest. I was so close on my last Org X13, but then they imploded and I never got a jersey. I think that would be so sick. I know I could get one myself, but it's not the point. I had an insane aerial to tie up the game on comp 2v2, and my teammate missed an open net with the ball 2 meters away on overtime, and we lost. That's unfortunate, mister. That's unfortunate. Where were you when he missed the open net?
With Luminosity one step closer to clinching their ticket to Denmark.
Yeah, again, for anybody who's just tuning in, Luminosity, all they have to do is win this series. If they win this series, they have controlled their own fate and they will make it to Copenhagen. If they lose this series, OG, and I think OG are, yeah, they confirmed don't make it. OG, if they lose this series, they confirmed don't make it. If OG win, Luminosity have guaranteed at least that they will do a tiebreaker at some point, if necessary, if certain other teams get more points, win their series too. So yeah, it's really all on OG. If you're looking for maximum chaos in NA, then you want OG to win this series. You're a big fan of them. If you're a Lumi fan and you want them to make the major no matter what and just secure it, then you want them to win. I also rigged up to gold 2 on 2v2 yesterday. Ah, what's good? Hi, champion. It's been a while since you were here, right? But I remember the group of smiley faces. The group of smiley faces in your profile picture. Welcome back. Welcome back. Are you ready to watch some NA RLCS today? Because this is where all of it goes down. I think there's a little bit that can be determined by tomorrow, but we'll eliminate quite a few teams from major contention here today with the quarterfinals. So, yee. Towards the post, Magic Bear out to Reynolds, and back the other way. I mean, gosh, I really want Lumi to make it, but like if OG could win here, that might be peak content. I don't know. I guess it depends if Luminosity look good. Of course, they're over everything else. Luminosity are gonna win. Who are you voting for? I want OG right now. Okay, here's the thing. If both Luminosity and OG can make it to the major, if they can get those last 2 spots, and that's guaranteed, then I guess I'll go OG, because that's the only way that OG can make it. But if Luminosity are in danger of not making it, if OG win here, then I want Luminosity. Because like if I can't have both Luminosity and OG, I just want Luminosity. I really like them as a team. I think OG are fun to watch, and I'm excited for them next split. But yeah, I prefer Luminosity. I think their team stream is great. I like their players. I like their enthusiasm. Cheese pops off and he looks sick. Reynolds running ahead is always entertaining. So yeah. Oh, what a demo. What a demo. They really chased that down. What are you hoping for, champion? If you had to pick 2 teams right now out of the 7 that are in contention for the final 2 spots, who would you want? Because I would prefer Luminosity and OG. But if it can't be Luminosity and OG, I'd probably say Luminosity and SSG, maybe? I think SSG have looked good. I was ranking up on Rocket League. I only play on weekends, not during the week, and that's like 2 to 3 hours. So what? How is that still out? So I'm trying to get my champ rewards, but I'll pause it for my Sun and Moon Slater. Will you? Yeah, you need to know what's gonna happen.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. Defensively, he's had a lot of good
OG
stops.
and
Not
probably
only
wait,
his
is
game,
Rule
but
1
as the series
in?
goes
This
on.
is
We're
not
in
my
game
main
2.
game. Who's in it?
Luminosity being kept
Rule
in
1
it
is
by
already
Rebels
making it to the
with
major.
double
They're
save,
in
basically.
Mina.
And now,
This is
you got
NA
minute 50
competing
to go.
right now,
They're trying to push the ball
and
back into OG's end.
Rule 1 are a Mina team. So your options, let me maybe pull this to the other side. I'll pull this to the other side and I'll tell you your team options.
That was tough. He had
So
0 here.
currently,
Able to
it
get
can
that. Now
be
again, 0. They're still on the
Luminosity,
ball, just, again, slowing down
Dignitas,
OG's
but they're
press.
eliminated, so they don't
Trying to set
control
the
their
lane.
own
Cheese
fate.
also doesn't have boost here. Magic Bear
M80,
does, and Rebels just picked
OG,
up that
Space
side piece. Now we have
Station,
what's in control.
and
As he's midfield,
TSM,
towards the net. Cheese tried to get there in time, but the defense from
and
OG was there.
Omelet technically, but Omelet have to have the sun and moon occur for them for them to qualify. So those are your team options. I'll review them again really quick. Luminosity, Dignitas, M80, OG, Space Station, TSM, and Omelet.
Again, all over the play. We knew he was going to have a big impact, and you can
I've never
see
heard of
that
any of
with
them.
performance there.
Well, if you
Good
keep
on
watching
Cheese
today,
being
you'll
able to
see a
set it
few
up. That
more
was
of the
just a speed
teams
test.
because
Rebels
we've
were so much
got
faster on the play. A minute 7
we've
to go.
got
OG has 2-goal
following
lead.
this
Now,
match,
though,
we
the
have
red sweat.
Gen
It's
G
anybody's
versus
ballgame.
SSG, and Gen G and G2 are the only North American teams that have qualified so far, so everybody else is competing for the last 2 spots. So yeah, following this match, we have SSG and Gen G, and then G2 versus Omelet, and finally TSM M80 are the last quarterfinal for today.
Magic Bear waiting for the rebound. Cheese now going to be left.
Oh,
For this quick shot that he's able to react to.
only OG.
And Magic
Okay, so
Bear
I'd say
can't get to this
maybe
ball.
cheer for Luminosity and OG, so you want OG to win.
Got the clear and the demo on comm somehow.
Would Garrett,
Now
Squishy, and
Cheese
Justin have
to
finished top 4 this season? Serious question? Is that a serious question, Caesar? No. No, I don't think they would have. I think that team. What? That team is a formation of the past, and you know, if they were going to win more, they would have in the season where everybody called for them to split apart, but they stayed together. Yes, I think they would have if they took a 6-month break. Yeah, but is anybody actually going to take a break like that? You know? I think they still could have been top 16. I don't think they would have finished top 4, especially if you're talking like, are you asking if they would have had one top 4 finish, or they would have been one of the 4 teams from North America going to the major? Because those are 2 vastly different questions as well. And I don't think either would have been the case. Maybe when all the other teams were looking like doo-doo in event number 1, they might have pulled out. Oh my gosh, that was pure brutality to get it through. Look at that. Holy. But yeah, I think they still could have been top 16.
Up the series. They keep that game 2 off.
Who you want to win, Luminosity or OG? I want Luminosity to make it to the major, but I also want OG to get there. And the only way for OG to get there is to beat Luminosity right now. Man, Torment is really growing his hair out. Look how long that is. Look how long Torment's hair is.
Which was almost non-existent for a lot of teams yesterday, but
I don't know. I think they would be top 4, or maybe I'd wish it. I mean, it would be peak content. Wow, I did not see that tight angle. What saves from Reddles? Nuts. Yeah, I don't know. I think. Isn't Justin also a player who he used to have lower hours than maybe he should have? Or am I crazy? We were having that discussion earlier.
A little more has to be done. You start to see a little bit of defensive mistakes there from
I thought he was that kind of player. Because Garrett's always put a lot of time in. That's for sure.
and it's been a big factor in why they've been able to maintain possession up on that blue
I don't know.
half.
It's kind of like at some point you should just let something live in the past and leave it there, you know? Like Garrett, Squishy, and Justin were great at the time, but it's almost it's kinder to let that continue to live in the past rather than mess with it by possibly seeing what a disaster it would be in the present, you know? Like, it could be great, but I think most people agree that it would probably not be. Although we wish they would come back and they'd have a resurgence. There's very few players that do have that ability. What a shot! Hold on. Now, I don't like to see a change in roster so fast as NRG has been doing, where they've just had like a carousel of Frosty, Toasty, and Drees. Like that's a little bit too much, but who's winning the series? They're tied 1-1 right now.
And Cheese will still try to get involved in
That's why I guess I feel like everyone, like it's everyone's neutral ground. Garrett should have kicked missed. Maybe. Maybe we'll see. There are factors to every single team outside of what we just see on the pitch. So I like to reserve my judgment until I see.
And the follow-up shots have been really strong from the side of OG. So far, defensively, Luminosity has held on, but definitely a worrying trend.
Sorry, I just got sent a picture of my cat being an absolute doofus downstairs. Yeah, I don't know. There's so much more that goes into a team rather outside of what we just see on the pitch. Like personalities have to vibe, work ethic has to vibe, schedules, general goals, and like motivation. And I think you do need to be friends at a certain point. I think it's hard to be on a 3-person team and not be friends with your teammates. It's too tight-knit of a group, where that sort of like friend synergy does help you a lot at some point. But as long as all the other things work too. Like being friends will do nothing for you if you're not like, you know, constantly working on your mechanics and trying to push your boundaries in terms of what you're capable of in game. Like you need a good mix of things, and 90% of it we don't get to see on these game days. You know, all we see of these players for the most part, unless they create content outside of RLCS, are their tournament performances, and that's such a small part of the work that goes into it. It's like looking at an iceberg and thinking the part that's outside of the water is all it's composed of, you know? Like there's so much more underneath the surface that we will never get to see because we're not on the team. That was a great finish by Calm. I don't know. That's why I thought OG wouldn't work, because I feel like it's 3 strong characters. Granted, I don't know them at all. Oh. Yeah, I thought they could work. It's clear that they don't have the mechanical prowess of some other players in the scene, like Cheese specifically. Like to me, OG, they have moments, but they're kind of like a team of 3 Reddles. You know, like composing a team of all Reddles, which would be great. You just need to play in a very specific play style to be able to compete at that level of like Luminosity with Cheese, or Gen G with the First Killer, or G2 with the Daniel, although that one's hard because they're basically all strong. Like to pick one player over the others on G2 is a little bit ridiculous. But you know what I mean, right? That's what OG is to me. So like, yes, they can compete. It just has to be in a very specific way. I thought Calm was very mechy, but died down being behind beast mode. I gotcha. Yeah, Calm is mechy. That's the thing. That's why I said it's like a Reddles, because Reddles is mechy. He can be mechy, but his default playstyle is more safe, is more rotational based, is more like cover the pitch and disrupt rather than like constantly outplay with a flip reset into a double tap, like that sort of thing. Like each JNaps, Calm, and Noli all individually have had pop-off plays. It's just not what they default to, like when you watch Daniel or who's a better comparison there, because I think even Daniel or like Zen, for example. Zen can be really mechy, but he does play around his teammates more than one would expect him to. I don't know. I think I made my point decently. If there's anything that I didn't explain properly, just let me know, Caesar. But that's my opinion. All to say, this is my opinion. It is not facts. It is just what I see, and what I have decided to, you know, surmise from watching all the gameplay. Yay! They don't concede another one. Alright, this is a close series. OG are playing well. They're following up on each other very, very good.
Luminosity with the ball on the orange side so much, but it was just the fact that they couldn't transition it into too much of anything.
You did? Okay, okay, perfect. Yeah, I don't want to like explain something to death, but I do want to get my point across, because like if you have a good argument against me, I'd love to hear it. You know, I'm all about learning different perspectives. That's why I try to consume other people's opinions, like across the scene. Why I watch Johnny Boy's VODs back whenever I can, why I follow all the different casters on Twitter. Like, it's important to get different perspectives, because if you're never challenged in your opinion, you can't be sure that your opinion is that you confirm it, that you have like that you're not completely affirmed that that's what is true, versus like, I don't know, that's the best way for me to figure out things. So like one of the things that happened, this is gonna seem like it's not connected, but I swear it is. In high school, when you went through like a unit or something like that, validation. Yeah. Hi, old gamer. In high school, I had a unit and a certain class where basically it was all about deciding what career you wanted to have when you graduated school, like if you were going to pursue college or technical school, learn a trade, that sort of thing, like what career you wanted to pursue. And I could never come up with anything. I would always default to what one of my siblings wanted to do, because for the life of me, I couldn't make a decision. I was like, I don't know. I haven't tried few things. Like, yeah, sure, engineering sounds great, but also photography sounds great, but also like, you know, veterinary school sounds great. Like, I didn't know what I wanted to do, and it was always because they were asking me the wrong question. It wasn't, if sometimes in specific situations, if you can't make a decision, you just need to flip it on its head, and it's not what do you want to do, but rather what don't you want to do. And that's where you can start to narrow it down. So maybe you still don't have an answer, but you have a few less options to pick through. And that's sort of what you do when you're trying to validate your opinion, or what I do by following people with varying opinions in terms of Rocket League, is like, if I'm not sure what I entirely think of a team, I'll listen or I'll read other people's opinions, and that will confirm what I do or don't believe. So like, if people say, no, OG is very, very mechy, and you know, I think their strength is when they solo, and I'm like, wait, no, that doesn't sound right, so I don't agree with that. I do think they work best off of team plays. Like, you know, just using that in multiple situations. And I've used that trick a couple times. Like, for example, when I decided for the second time that I was like, I started streaming and I was like, do I really want to try to pursue content? It wasn't a question of like, I couldn't make the decision that way. I was like, well, yes, but maybe not, because like, you know, it's not the most stable financial path. But because I couldn't come up with an answer, I switched it and I said, will I regret not trying it one more time and putting full effort in? And the answer to that was yes. Yes, I would regret it if I didn't give it another honest go. So here I am. What do you want to do? Well, I think this is pretty good so far. The common thread between all the things that I have pursued is that I create something. And some of them will seem more obvious than others. Like, in college, I enrolled and started my first semester as undecided. I wasn't sure what I wanted to do, and I kind of just took like all the core classes to delay me having to make a decision. And by the end of the first semester, the class I enjoyed the most was a photography, an intro to black and white photography. So I decided by the end of that semester, I was like, yep, nothing else is really hitting that mark for me. I think photography is great. I love learning about it. So that's what I majored in. And that is, you know, a process when you create things. The summer job that I had was farming, where we do hay fields. So you're always making hay bales and stuff like that and selling the product to customers, throughout the place I live, but also many states. And even though it seems largely different from a creative pursuit such as photography, it's still the same thing. You're creating a product. You are making a bale. And I don't know, I just like creating things from start to finish. So I was like, why not content creation? I can incorporate a lot of different creative pursuits into making Rocket League content. I can learn video editing, I can make music around it, I can, you know, do all these different things. So yeah, that's what I settled on for now. But an average person's life is filled with a lot of different careers. I think in the United States, the average retiree has had 5 different careers by the time they get to, you know, that age of like 55, 65 sort of. And when I say careers, I don't just mean like, oh yeah, you cashiered here and then you were a shelf stocker at this job. No, I mean like actual, they were pharmacists, and then they were, you know, they were a business owner, and then they ran, you know, whatever. I'm not coming up with good things anymore. I've been talking too much, but do I play Fortnite? I played Fortnite at one point. I haven't played it in years though. Champion. I'm assuming you play Fortnite regularly? If you know the season, I stopped playing Fortnite. Oh, they got it! Equalizer? No way! Yeah, I quit Fortnite when they added the rocks that made you jump around. Like the little purple rocks in Dusty Divot that could make you jump really high or whatever. That's when I quit Fortnite, and I haven't played it since. I mean, I think I launched it once, but yeah. You're top 1200 in the world for duos. Wow. My primary trade is video editor. Also, welcome, Raptor. How you doing today? No way. I'm not focusing on this series near enough. Like, I feel like we're having good conversation. No way! No way! What? Kickoff Riddles was up for that so fast. Do you think they planned that? My primary trade is video editor. I left my stable, high-paying job in Seattle, blindly moved to LA for 4 years to get into the industry. It was a great journey. Now I create music and music software. See, like, those are sort of adjacent to each other, but they're still different. Like, I would call video editing a different career path than creating music, which is a different career path than music software, because like creating music and music software, you still need you still need the same knowledge of an industry, but the skills required to do each is different.
Take a look at the highlights one more time.
So like I would call that 1, 2, 3 different career paths personally. But that's super cool. I like hearing about people's journey, and it, you know, like sometimes something that you wouldn't have thought was even possible to experience is,
and this is the way this series has been going.
you know, like our minds, even with the internet and the exposure to so much of the world, so many different cultures, so many different life paths, I still feel like our brains are locked into certain assumptions. And well, during this time I'm gonna pivot and I'm gonna explain to you what I mean, because there's a really something that affected my life in a big way when I was working one of my past jobs. But let me catch up on your comments here. I understand, and hopefully content creation hits. I enjoy being here with you all. I enjoy your guys' company. I think it's great. I mean, I also get to watch Rocket League, which is fantastic. It's still work, and it's work to constantly, like, you know, respond to you guys and explain my opinions and be work outside of stream, you know, consuming other people's streams or watch parties, and, you know, rolling through Twitter and watching YouTube videos to make sure that I'm an informed commentator on this game and on teams and stuff like that. Com had 64 points, did he? That's crazy. But yeah, I still enjoy it. I think it's great, and there's a lot that I want to create, and a lot more than just like a watch party, for example. But eventually I'll get there. It just takes time. Hold on.
I talked to Greg yesterday. We spent about like 30 minutes chatting after the matches.
Anyways, the story that I was going to tell you. So I worked a government job a couple years back. And the job itself was basically helping farmers and ranchers in my area sign up for government programs to get financial assistance. So it could be like during COVID, it was part of the COVID programs. When the market was all screwy, they would get compensated for certain amounts of like product and stuff like that. So basically, like, I dealt with farmers and ranchers all day, but it was an office job. And one of those parts of the job was that the Social Security Administration would give us notices of when people passed away. So when their socials were confirmed that they were no longer being used, that the person had been deceased, that I was supposed to do my best to try to confirm that and then try to find the new owner of the property, because you can't sign up a property without having the owner on record, like signed up in the system. So it was kind of an essential part of the job. And one day I came across somebody, her name was Bernice End, and Endee, I think is how it was spelled. And in trying to find her obituary to confirm that she had passed away, because sometimes they do false flags, the Social Security Administration, like 1 out of every 50 times, they'll tag somebody as deceased and they're not actually deceased. So it's important for us to check those. And in trying to look up her obituary, I found her website. And apparently, she had spent most of her life at owning a dance studio. And she was, that redirect, I know, it was insane. I want to focus on the games, but I feel like this story is important, and hopefully, I mean, you guys think so too. Otherwise, I'm, you know, just blowing hot air. But anyways, in looking her up, I found that she had a website where she wrote about her journeys, and her journeys was that for 40 to 50 years of her life, she had owned and run a dance studio. But she had decided to quit that and spend all of her money and the rest of her time in her life traveling across the country on horseback, doing nothing else but that. And I was like, okay, we watch these Wild West movies and we read these stories about how that's how it used to be in the 17 and the 1800s. But like, I don't know about you guys, I can't imagine somebody only doing that, only riding across the country on horseback. What a demo. what a demo, just aside. And so my interest was peaked. I was like, okay, what do you mean you actually did this? And she did that for the final years of her life for, I can't remember if it was like 5 or 10 years, something like that. But basically she would just decide where she wanted to go, whether it was like to visit her sister from Montana down to Arizona, and she would ride like on back roads or through people's fields, like stuff like that, on the side of the highway, and she would just do that for her life. She would pack up and she would live her nights outside and, you know, pick up her horse and sleep on the ground, and she had a little dog that was with her. So like, she wrote a book about it, and I ended up buying that book and reading it, and it was just like, it was crazy, something that I didn't even think was a part of our modern experience. People do. There's actually a guild for it. There are long rider guilds where that's how people spend their life. Like, instead of going into retirement and spending a weekend on the beach or moving to Florida and, you know, going to football games or, you know, any of those more regular things that you can think of, like, these people just ride their horses across the country, which is crazy. Which is crazy. But it's like moments like that where it's like I had a whole set of assumptions, and they were just shattered by one person's story. And if I hadn't worked that job, I never would have discovered her name. I never would have known who she was. I never would have read that book, which is so unfortunate because, you know, she lived in Montana, so I possibly could have met her, but the only reason that I discovered her was because she was marked as deceased by the Social Security Administration. So, like, you know, I discovered her story after the fact, but it really would have been cool to meet her in person. I don't know. It's funny how things work out. I'm good on riding horses in general. I rode horses as a kid, but I haven't rode a horse in quite a while. I probably could if I had to, but yeah, I'm not a trained rider at all. I took lessons, but yeah, they were very long ago. I was a kid, and they were on relatively well-trained horses, so if anybody knows, it's a lot easier to ride a horse that is well-trained than it is one that is not. It's kind of like the difference between driving an automatic car versus driving a Ferrari. Like, sure, yeah, if you know the basics of driving manuals, you could drive a Ferrari, but it's a totally different experience. Anyways, I've been yapping this whole time about everything that is not related to the games currently happening. So let me tune into the series and get locked into some Rocket League, huh? I always think about the guys that I've worked with that have retired. I wouldn't know what to do. Yep, I think retirement can have many... They almost got another one of those goals. That would have been crazy. I think retirement is less about never working again in your life and more about being in a financial situation in your life that you can choose what to work on regardless of the monetary gain. Have you, Caesar, have you heard of FIRE, the financially independent retire early movement?
I would imagine maybe a third of a second.
Game 5? It was game 3 2 seconds ago. Wouldn't call it yapping. Sorry, I just, like, when I'm talking like that, even though it looks like I'm watching the screen, I'm not seeing any gameplay. So, like, I couldn't tell you if Luminosity looked bad or OG looked good, and that's why OG's winning right now, or, you know, anything like that. Fire? Yeah, if you just... Here, let me Google it and see what comes up.
That was actually kind of close. Hit the corner. They did hit the corner.
Yeah, so if you just look up FIRE movement, it's basically a whole thing about people who it stands for financial independence, retire early, and it's like a lifestyle movement where people have the goal of becoming financially financially satisfied early on in life, like instead of traditional retirement age of like 65, that sort of age, it's people in their 20s and 30s and 40s investing or like working in such a way that they are secure. They have created a financial runway for themselves so that they don't have to work a job. They have their housing, they have their food, like all that sort of stuff covered, and they can pursue whatever they want. And like the whole point of that movement is not to retire in the traditional sense. It's more like become so financially independent and secure that you can pursue whatever you want. So say you're working as a UPS driver, and that job is all right, but it's not like your dream job. If you could spend your day however you wanted, you wouldn't choose to go drive a UPS truck and deliver packages for 12 hours. So like the whole goal of those people is to retire out of the job that is necessary based on their financial moves and instead retire into a dream job. So like if your true passion is gardening, and maybe that leads to you starting a gardening business where you raise your crops and then, you know, at the end of the season you go to the farmer's market and you sell them, working early on in your life so that you can reach those financial benchmarks and eventually choose what you want to do rather than not working, just like putting yourself in a position to work what you want. After the series is done, want to play Rocket League? I don't play with Viewers Champion unless it's a private match or like a 1v1 tourney after we finish our gameplay days. I don't queue with viewers. Yeah, if that sounds interesting at all to you, I'd recommend looking it up. There's tons of podcasts, blogs, and all that sort of stuff where you can learn about it. But that's one of the things that I ran into when I was working that government job too. Funnily enough, I had a lot of free time by myself. I was working the office solo. So basically, when I was filing paperwork and all that stuff, working on the computer, I would just cue podcasts and I would listen to them all day. Unfortunate that UPS allows us to get a pension after 25 years and also discounted stocks and 401k, so I can retire at 50 if I want, but I think I won't retire. I will look it up because I have no idea. Yeah, it's the most important thing about it is that you change your perception of what retire means. It doesn't mean never working. It means being financially secure enough that you can work what you want. And if that does happen to be a UPS job, I mean, that's cool.
Calm now waiting, sees Magic Bear on the ball. Magic Bear trying to get that through, and Calm.
Nice.
Set up defensive wise, but this is good space here for Luminosity if they can hold on to it. You see JNAP's hovering. See, she's going to put a testing ball forward. Reynolds remains patient, gets the clearance. Now he's jumping off the ceiling, does get the follow-up touch, but straight to Calm, who keeps things controlled.
Okay, somebody who's been paying attention to the gameplay, are Luminosity not playing as clean as usual, or are OG just popping? For sure, I'll check it out. Don't want to keep you from the game either. No, it's alright. It's alright. At the end of the day, like, I can watch these games whenever, but like the whole point of live streaming is to be able to interact with you guys and have these conversations. So, you know, I'll always pick them over paying attention to the games. I am the type of person where if I'm having a very involved conversation with somebody, I do prefer to pause what I'm watching. No way! Does that go in? Oh my gosh, that's unfortunate. That is unfortunate for sure. Wow. Wow. That was so awkward. You could tell Luminosity are nervous. Rogreg, Luminosity's coach, posted on Twitter after the Swiss games yesterday that they were really nervous. Because Luminosity went to round 5. That's why they're in this tough matchup against OG versus somebody easier like Omelet. I say that in quotations because who knows if it's necessarily an easier matchup.
Not a whole lot of boost collectively. Magic Bear just kind of slow playing his way downfield. Got that
nice.
boost out of the corner. This just comes cleanly to Reynolds, and he can't get the flip.
Do you listen to podcasts, Caesar?
Early upfield, he just picked up that mid boost. So Magic Bear, yeah, you gotta go when he has to watch that.
Could be worse than OG. They could be.
Looking at the totals here. This is how OG
It could be. I don't know. Like TSM were obviously popping off yesterday if they get first seed. I don't care if they had an easier matchup or an easier run through Swiss. Like I still think it takes work to qualify 3-0 through Swiss, no matter what. So. Did Daz just say come down to the mic?
Reynolds overshot that ball and slowed everything.
I do, but what kind of podcast? Well, there's if you don't want to read about it, there's podcasts that explain fire probably better than I could. And I could go back and find like one that would be a good explanation of it if you would prefer to listen. But that's only if you want that. Because usually the financially based podcasts are longer. They're like, you know, the 45 minutes to an hour and a half sort of thing. So if that's not your vibe, I totally get it.
As Reynolds a little late to the party with 15 seconds. Overtime looming, it would be our third
there we go.
Series. Each team has won one, but now we get down to 10 seconds. Magic, I think
I don't know what is the grass clippings boost thing? Oh, what a save! No way. Is this gonna go to game 7? Do we get maximum content, guys?
Then once they realized they had an opportunity, you saw Chiefs get the flick over Calm. JNAPs just got back in time. Otherwise, we'd be headed champions.
Wow, they won! Oh, Luminosity are not. Cheese is already out of there. He's got that nervous, like, pulling on his hair. Man, that celebration though from OG.
And just drop to their knees and just look up at the sky, wondering what might have been. We could still have some tiebreakers, but it's become a little less likely now as OG can breathe a big sigh of relief.
Wow. I carried OGs first, not gonna lie, you did, mister. Those are my kind of podcasts, minimum 3 hours. I drive 10 hours, so I have all day to listen. Gotcha. Okay, well, I'll try to look up a good podcast that explains fire and suggest it to you. It might not be today. I don't know if I could do it on stream while we're watching all of the major implications go down. But yeah, wow. That was quite a series.
Yeah, they could not clinch today. They still need a lot of
I can't believe they got that.
Probably need to get to the finals tomorrow, but for now, they can rest easy. And if
hey, they got a chance.
Fan, just cup your ears for
no worries. Whenever I'll be on here every now and then. Sounds good, Caesar. Sounds good. I mean, if you're gonna watch the grand finals, the semis and the grand finals with us tomorrow, I could try to have it ready by then. Because it's been a second since I listened to them, like a couple of years, so I'd probably have to refresh myself with a couple of the options, but yeah. I know, LG went down. Look at that celebration, though. They're still alive. It's possible. It's possible. Oh man, poor Lumi though. I feel really bad about that because they had a prime chance to control their own fate. And now they might possibly be pushed out depending on certain performances, but also like they should, I think they guaranteed a tiebreaker, right? Is what everybody was saying. Anyways, let's look at the bracket really quick. Here we go, scroll up. Okay, so that is OG in the finals, or in the semifinals. Luminosity out early, not exactly what I wanted to see, but if somehow we do get the dream option of OG and Luminosity both making it, I will be ecstatic. Now I think for that to happen, Gen G has to beat Space Station here. because if we look at the rankings, so each team should gain 3 points by winning their quarterfinals today. I think they go from 6 to 9, and then if you're second or first, you get second place gets 12 and first place gets 16 points. So Luminosity still have a decent chance, but they're stuck at 24, and that brings OG plus 3 points, brings them to 21. So they just knocked out Dignitas. Dignitas are confirmed not making the major. They are out of contention now because they needed every single team underneath them to not make it, just to play a tiebreaker. So now that's confirmed that OG sits above them now. Dignitas are out. So the only teams that are in contention now are M80, OG, Luminosity, Space Station, TSM, and Omelette. They can all still make runs. Omelette is the least likely because they're really far behind. So basically they need to win the major and then like have all the other teams do poorly, and then they just get a tiebreaker. Hi Wooded, how you doing? Luminosity took the L, unfortunately. But yeah, they still have a chance here because they have a good point lead from getting second. If they hadn't gotten second last events, this would be even worse for them. Which is crazy. They matched up against OG again to get that. To lose this time. So big W by OG to be able to turn around the history between those two teams in their favor this time. But this is getting spicy. I don't think anybody but Dignitas is confirmed out of the race though. So with that series, we just confirmed that Dignitas is for sure not in contention anymore, which is kind of nuts. But what do we have next? Looking forward to the rest of the day. Did it end the series? Yes. Yes, OG took the win versus Luminosity in 4-2. Pretty dominant victory too. The games were all close, but it did look like OG had the run on Luminosity there. So yeah. Next match we got Gen G versus Space Station. What do you guys thinking for that one? Who do you want? Because like if you're like me and you're cheering for both Luminosity and OG to make it, which I'm not even sure that's possible. I have my fingers crossed. I'm like, okay, maybe this could happen. I would love it. I want Gen G. I want Gen G because more teams that are not OG and Luminosity that can be eliminated by teams that are already confirmed, like G2 and Gen G, the better it is. The better the chances. So I want Gen G to go out. But if you are a fan of tiebreakers, I think you want Space Station to win here because they're on the same points, right? Yeah, they're on the same points as OG. So if they both make it to the same stages, although that would confirm that one is above the other. I don't know. How would that work? I'm not sure. You want Gen G and 7? We want game 7s for maximum entertainment. Don't we? That's what we want. Yeah, I'll go Gen G here. Space Station have looked all right. I'll actually give it to Gen G 4-2 because Gen G were popping off. They finally beat G2 yesterday. Of all the times that they matched up against them, they have lost to G2. So Gen G finally getting past that mental block. And historically, I think they beat Space Station every single time in the quarterfinals, right? Let me go to the other events really quick. Yeah, Gen G Space Station 4-2. This was the last event. And then the first event, I think, didn't Space Station hit? Yeah, they hit Gen G as well and lost 4-1. So maybe based on that, first event they went 4-1, second event they went 4-2, and this is the last event. So maybe it will be a game 7. If it's keeping on par with the rest of the results, Space Station keeps gaining one game every time. So this next time, today they will go 4-3 down against Gen G. But then they'll win the series next time if they match up against them again. Light work? Possibly. That's entirely possible. Yeah. I don't know, lots of great Rocket League today. It just makes it so much more interesting when there's all these stakes. Like the first two events, yeah, they're great. You're like, oh, I'm looking for good Rocket League and who's going to be the best teams out of everybody. But like at the end of the day, there's nothing like having the major on the line at the very last opportunity for these teams to qualify. So I'm enjoying it so far. But let's tune back into the mainstream here. Listen to what they've got going on. Ah, wait! Hold on. Hold on, I got this. I got this. Ah, my sub ran out. I'm supposed to be able to subscribe with my Prime, but it's not working yet. Ah! What is this again, Paper? You told us you were getting a real job? Not yet. Also, who are you, Rory? Have I seen you before? Okay.
About the resilience of the team.
Well, I mean, the lowest possible would have been not making the regional, right? So we still
here we go. Here we go.
We knew that we had to
I'll be right back. I've got to go to the bathroom.
Some things out internally in terms of how we wanted to play and what was best for us, and then from then on, it's just been up.
I like that. I like that. Talk to me about the matchup here specifically. You guys went up against LG. I mean, thought process going into it, and did things kind of go as expected when the match got started?
Yeah, I think LG is a team that we sort of replay review a bit more often than others, just because they have a very specific play style to them, and I don't know that they do that towards us. But yeah, it definitely didn't go how we wanted to. You know, we would have wanted a 4-0, but nerves get in the way, and also LG are a great team. You know, they're playing insanely well right now. They've got the confidence from the finals, last regional. Camera's fallen, but yeah, they're a really good team, so it was just a respectable game.
Yeah, exactly. And you know, for me, it's like seeing how you guys adjusted. You guys played really well, both on ball and off ball. It was super solid to see. Com was all over the field at one point. So was JNAPS in a way. I mean, kind of talk to me about, like, you know, how your team's approach to that series.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to go too. My camera keeps falling. I don't know what's going on. I'm trying to. Maybe I can get a teammate to hold it. But yeah, I think you know, we replayed a bit more. We specified the game plan to make sure that we were all good. You know, not taking ourselves out of the game too long, because you know, LG, they will demo your last guy, and they will make it hard for you to be comfortable. So we sort of just had to, you know, fight fire with fire.
Yeah, and it worked out really well for you guys. One thing that I noticed that everybody on the field had was grass boosts.
Yep.
I have to ask you about this because it was so weird to me. What's up with the grass boost, man?
I mean, when we were replay reviewing LG yesterday and this morning, we noticed that they had grass boost on. And at first, it didn't really get pointed out. Like, we just thought they were, you know, doing whatever. And then Naps brought up that, you know, if you're a certain distance away, you can't see the boost. Because if you're driving normally, some grass pops out of the car anyway. So yeah, it gives it a little bit of a competitive advantage. And we thought, you know, if they're going to use it, why don't we?
I mean, that's valid. That's very fair. Interesting. We'll see if we see some more grass boosts in the future.
We definitely will. Yeah, that's going to come up.
That's wow. All right, cool. Chat, talk to me a little bit about, you know, the team environment. Obviously, you guys are boot camping right now. What's that been like?
Yeah, I mean, as soon as I came to OG and brought this team, like, one of my main things was, you know, we're all ready to boot camp. We don't have any people who have to go to school. We're all wanting to win and do the most that we can. You know, this is a really hard working group. And boot camps, you know, they enhance that. You know, there was EU talks about NA teams not boot camping and whatever. But we sort of increased the teams boot camping. I think some might not be used to it yet. But because we're all, you know, sort of veteran players and we've been around for a while.
First time watching?
New to us, and it's only going to accelerate.
Sorry. Had to go to the bathroom really quick. Also, I could still hear the interview, and I did not expect that answer about the grass boost.
My family, my teammates, and honestly, shout out the University of Delaware for letting us use their place. It's a cool area, and they've been so accommodating. So, yeah.
Big shout out to that. Noli, congratulations on the win. Thank you for your time, and we wish you luck in the future matches.
Thank you so much.
A boot camping team. We love to see it. Delaware. Big W to the University of Delaware hosting them. Yeah, in terms of me getting a real job, that might happen if this channel does not get monetized by April 16th is my deadline. So if this is indeed your first time watching, that is the requirement. It is something that might happen, just not yet. And it makes sense. I don't know why I didn't think about that. I considered it during the games. I was like, oh, I can't tell if they're boosting or not, but then it would change perspective to the person that was on the ball, and I could see that they were boosting, because that's kind of what it looked like when I couldn't tell if they were... I couldn't tell if they still had the grass boost on at the beginning of the series, and I was like, does everybody have the grass boost on? Wait a second. Look at this. Look at the top of the screen. Yo, that's such a good graphic. I love it. Oh, so those are the current teams. Okay, so the ones that are in like a faded color are the current teams. Like if the standings ended right now, those are the teams that would qualify. So right now it's Luminosity and OG.
And they force a tiebreaker is if OG goes to the finals and plays either M80 or Space Station, which I don't remember how the bracket is. I think it's only M80.
M80, yeah.
And then the loser of that grand finals would play a tiebreaker versus Luminosity for the last spot. So Luminosity is still in a very good spot. Okay. But they would have liked to do it on their own, but instead they have to watch now.
All right, so if OG, M80...
Yes, worst case for LG is tiebreaker.
Gotcha here.
Space Station.
What a series it was too, though. We've had,
all those teams that basically they lose before the grand final, then Luminosity get a tiebreaker, but otherwise they're in.
Or at least attempts from teams. Many times, most of the goals not going
Gibbs
in.
wearing a fitted shirt. Noise.
There was a chance that the goal was going in as the clock hit 0.
Yeah, there were a couple opportunities that you felt like,
okay, this is getting spicy. Okay, so LG basically confirmed, but they're still keeping warm just in case there's a tiebreaker. Just in case, which what he just explained, what Gibbs explained is that, let me see if you can see my mouse here. Okay, so basically OG have to go all the way to the finals, and then on the other side of the bracket here, M80, specifically M80, not TSM, not Omelet, they're not close enough in points, specifically M80 have to make it to the grand finals and then lose. Oh wait, no, it doesn't matter. It's whoever loses, OG or M80 in the grand finals, then Luminosity would play the tiebreaker against them. So we're continuing on the path. OG are confirmed. Yeah. OG are confirmed for the major if Space Station, Omelet, and M80 lose, I think. I don't think TSM can catch up. Can TSM catch up? Where are they? 15? They're at 15, so they would have to win to tiebreak, I think. They would have to win the event, which is kind of like not in the realm of possibility. Well, it is possible, but it's not reasonable. Pirates on a Boat, they got eliminated yesterday. They got eliminated in Swiss final stage by M80. They looked decent against G2, and then they fell down against M80. It was the same series score, but I think they look better against G2. So yeah, unfortunately, Pirates on the Boat are out. Dignitas are confirmed out too, because OG just leapfrogged them in the standings, and Dignitas are no longer in the tournament, so they can't fight for themselves.
I want to see if that continues here. Maybe that was a fluky day.
No, yeah, I know. They were a pretty good team. They would have been exciting.
That they are trying to
Alpha Camp owes me $100.
You want him to shine, and shine he did yesterday. Will that continue? We'll have to see. But for Space Station, they need this win.
Oh, here's Oxer.
They are done.
It's Honey's favorite player.
Pay the man his money.
If Honeybox is here.
Oh my goodness, Dex.
Yeah, listen, I don't know how you kind of reconcile this if you're a Space Station fan, right? 3 times you get into the quarterfinals. You're like, okay, we got a shot. Who we got? Oh, we got First Killer. We got Genji. We got the other guy that's averaging a goal a game in AppJack. throughout the entire
All right, so
split.
I already put forward my guess. I want Gen G to win here. Looks like Voided also voted Gen G. Champion wanted Gen G. Who else we got? Raptor? Raptor, who you wanting? Are you wanting SSG or Gen G?
It's a crazy thing to consider.
I'm gonna
here,
vote.
They do
I'm gonna vote for Gen G Mobile 1 Racing.
The former Kings of the North here. Hashtag GGM1, hashtag SSG. Let us know how you feel. And let's talk about the playoff implications.
I do want this to be a Game 7 series, though.
So
Based on the trajectory from the previous events, Gen G and Space Station have matched up against each other in the quarterfinals every single event so far. First event, Gen G won 4-1. Second event, Gen G won 4-2. So now, if we're keeping with the trend, Gen G should win 4-3.
Okay.
It's got to go according to plan.
I mean, Gibbs, all right, so I assume you're picking SSG then, huh?
I'm gonna have to figure that out.
Because like it's Gen G, it's happened 3 times.
Wait, they're picking Space Station? Am I crazy?
Space Station to win, but they've already tried twice and they failed. So So I'm going Gen G.
Okay, we're with Gibbs here. Gibbs is the reasonable one. Wavepunk and Stax want the tiebreakers.
A very good team 3 times, and I do think SSG is far better than their points will show. They have to be able to pull it off.
Stacy.
They got to be able to pull off here if they really want to have a chance anywhere in this season, folks. It's going to be a big one. A Gen G Mobile 1.
Hey, I think Space Station can win. I think they can, but Gen G looked pretty good yesterday.
For the first time this season, trying to create more tiebreaker shenanigans.
It's crazy though that no matter how these teams moved around in the Swiss stage, they've matched up against each other every single time. It's Lemon! Lemon Kiwi!
Space Station, but now
Yay!
they keep them from Copenhagen too. Space Station need to rewrite the script.
I mean, it's been Gen G as the bouncers throwing Space Station out of the club every single
let's see.
time.
Who else has grass boost on? First killer, he's got red sparkles. Chronic has alpha boost. LJ, classic sparkles. What's this the Jack got? Oh, he's got standard boost. Okay, so no. Wait, does LJ have it on? LJ might have the grass boost on. If LG peaks right now, SSG wins this. Hi Modern, how's it going? Illuminati lost. They lost against OG in quarterfinals #1. No, LJ has sparkles. Okay. Nobody has grass boost. Thoughts on the aquatic theme season design? I think it could be good. I don't know. I kind of reserve my opinions until they fully announce the season because the teasers don't really say anything. Nice shot. But yeah, I think the car looks like it could be cool. I mean, it depends on the hitbox whether or not I'll use it Voided. But yeah, the only thing is that generally people in the past didn't like Aquadome because it would cause performance issues, like your gameplay would lag because of all the assets on the outside of the map moving around and everything. But other than that, I mean, yeah, it's a good switch up. I wouldn't mind another water map, depending on how it looks. What do you think of it, Voided?
I know, get the caster curses going in the chat. I already know, I was hyping up SSG just for a second, then they get Gen G go and score.
Alright, I am getting a little bit hungry, so I'm gonna turn off my cam for a bit so I can munch on my snack, but I will still be here. I'll comment occasionally. Don't panic, chat. Do not panic, chat. I am still existing. I just want to munch, and I don't need to do that on cam.
Now LJ steps up. One member from each team taken out. First killer with a good clear as Hawkser comes back from the grave, and it's a 2-0 now for Gen G.
That was a decent trade there for Gen G because you saw LJ do a good job winning that ball back to the middle, but when you get that demo, a lot of times you're preventing that oncoming shot. So good trade there for Gen G. They've been able to break out, looking pretty comfortable so far. Now a chance potentially for Chronic to do something. He actually decided to take more time.
I think it's cool. I think the goal explosions are going to be super unique since it's aquatic. That's a fair point. We'll see. I usually, whenever it's a new season pass or like a new season in general, the main thing that I focus on is if there's going to be cool wheels or cool decals. I don't really change my goal explosions that much. Those are the two things I pay attention to. Nice shot, by the way. Interesting pass. LJ probably should have had a touch on that.
And when that ball's out in the middle, that is the danger zone. You do not want to give anyone a ball out in the middle. You could even see the fake there that opened up the space for First Killer. Everyone thinking that first streaking player was going to take the hit. But now we see a response, and SSG needed that. They
you got the physical play on the other end.
Yeah, the danger zone was being down 3-0 against a team as good as
Man, Chicago got the perfect glancing 50 on that.
Signs of life, and LJ
Got me an ice cream sandwich. W Raptor. I can't remember the last time I've had an ice cream sandwich. Goal explosions are so good and important for my montages since I don't have Bacchus mod. That is a fair point. Okay. Valid. Very valid, Voided.
So SSG have a lot of room to grow, but their journey to Copenhagen can end here, and they have to peak. They have to be informed today. Hawks are races, can't get there in time, and First Killer does it again.
Huh?
First Killer senses weakness.
What just happened?
That miss from Chicago, completely faking out LJ.
A perfect placement power shot from First Killer. Got it.
Missing on that sidewall, and that's really going to haunt you. Hawks are even thinking he would have more time to be able to get back. So even
to answer your question, I'm all right. That's good to hear, Mon. Yikes. Okay, are we just like bleeding goals? What's the agreement? Are we trying to get to double digits here between the teams? They shake hands before the match started and they're like, all right, just the most goals that we could possibly score. That's what we're going for.
Keep this within 2. Hat trick for First Killer. LJ trying to keep up. But for the 6 shots that Gen.G have to convert 4 of those, you gotta worry about SSG's defense and how they can keep the walls up. Now with LJ removed, see Gen.G's defense hoping to stabilize as it's dangerously flying across that backboard. Now First Killer tries to sail across the field. He'll have the help of Jack, but Chicago's up first. Chronic sees how he's dribbling this, wanting to cross in front of the net. Hawkser gets away with it.
A nice demo from Chronic as well. That's going to let Gen.G spend even more time on attack. Space Station surging late, but now you can even see the double commit on the back line. A bit of panic here from Space Station. Chronic has the flip, going for another, getting the 50. Rebound out in a dangerous spot, but nicely controlled by LJ. However, you can see LJ on 0 boost whatsoever. More panic coming out from Space Station's defense.
At least more saves are coming out of SSG, but yeah, these are getting awfully close to that goal line. And Gen.G are free to take shots like that. SSG have to worry. At least they go to the blue half with an attempted redirect from Hawkser, and LJ's first ready on the right, but with the pinch, it goes to Hawkser, to LJ, wanting maybe to pet past the Chicago.
They trying to break the world record of most goals in an RLCS game? What is the record? I'd assume it's in a minor region, right? Because the level's supposed to be lower for those, so they would concede more. Like the difference between CRL and RLCS.
And you can see Hawkser again trying to find a teammate on the
Haven't spent that much time on the computer lately, so that's good, I guess. Starting to read a book. I like it so far. Ooh, what's the book? What's the book and what is the genre?
And I was wondering, were we going to see the Gen.G that peaked against G2 yesterday? First Killer
peak, by the way.
He just murdered G2 yesterday, and he's putting on a similar performance here today with 4 goals.
And that was so, you could even see the way he used his flip there was so interesting. He actually used it not to flip at the ball, but to get lower quicker so that he could get the light tap. It didn't need a lot of power. You see a lot of people try to flip into the ball with that extra flip to get the power, but he used it to actually get lower quick enough to have a light tap in. That was such a mechanical play, and that is the First Killer that we expect.
Guess we're on First Killer cam for quite a bit.
This is truly Gen.G looking their best.
I do think this is intentional because First Killer has scored so many goals this series.
Defensively, SSG have had very little opportunities. It's been painful to even transition.
I don't know, gotta search it up. Yeah, that's just what I'm guessing. If we're talking about RLCS record, then it's gotta be in like a minor region. There's no way it's not.
That was a great
I like the female
start for
caster. She
Gen G.
casts well.
First killer,
I do
4
too.
goals.
Lemon Kiwi
Breakout
is
performance there.
she's quickly becoming one of my favorite
First killer,
casters. I like her
that triple
cadence.
tap
I
was
like
just
her
something else. That was a highlight play. I'm
vocabulary.
sure
I
if
like
Gibbs
the
is
way
watching
that
the
she
back,
builds
hopefully
up
he's
and
not
dispels energy.
getting
I
a
just
snack,
her
because
vibe.
that
I
one
vibe with
deserves to
it.
be on the top plays tomorrow.
Yeah, Gen G, I was just saying on the defense, they handle pressure really well. Space Station just had issues commanding that midfield, or at least crossing it comfortably without getting shoved around. And even when SSG tried to be physical, go for demos, there was always a responding demo from Gen G to leave it in a 2v2 situation. And Space Station just had issues.
Yeah, I'm munching on a snack. I have apple slices right now.
Getting the ball across the line, and it's been quite a gap in the score, but it is only the first game.
It is the first game, but this is the third time we've seen this matchup. Space Station having their hands full again with Gen G. Gen G, you know, in the past, Gen G's been, you know, making it to finals, falling to G2. They fell in the semifinals last time. It seems like, you know, North America.
Her lashes are
Gen G and G2
thick.
being those two teams. And Gen G maybe getting the monkey off their
I don't know if it's because she was blinking so much, but like that's all I could see. It's called 1793, Swedish author. I guess it's crime themed. Story is based in 1793 Stockholm. Huh. Crime like true crime or fiction mystery sort of thing.
Wow. Almost a great carry away there by Chronic.
You said crime theme story based in, so I'm assuming, yeah, that it's like a fiction crime murder thing. It made me hungry. I'm about to make myself homemade chicken nuggets. Ew, that sounds good. We made some chicken last night. I had leftover spaghetti, but the chicken sounds really good for dinner tonight. Maybe like in a casserole, or I don't know. The only thing I can think about is casseroles right now, but also chicken enchiladas. They'll sound good again. I don't know. Hi son, how you doing? I'm just eating a snack, so don't be worried that my cam isn't on. I'll turn it back on when I'm done munching.
Every single time it seemed like Gen G was cutting off that lane. They've been so fast and locking Space Station down. Space Station is going to have to mix it up to try to get out of their half, and they've done so here. LJ going to go up. Also, Chronic and First Killer both jump. And another double commit. Space Station starting to make some progress, but there's a big clear out.
When Jack maybe setting up Chronic, who's up high first. And
I know almost nothing about it, to be honest. My dad lended it to me since I wanted to pick up some books to read. Ah.
We've been talking about, and LJ finds money.
Oh, and it's Hoxer kick-starting it as well. You can see him immediately going for the pass. This was one of those moments where Space Station says, you know what, we're just going to try to outpace him. Pass it to LJ. It's obvious I'm going to him. It's obvious LJ's going to shoot it, but
sorry we died for a second. I think when I'm watching or when I'm streaming around like just past noon, that my internet provider does like a reboot of their systems. They do a quick reboot and then like a test of their speeds, because it's so consistent around the same time. Like it's 12:15 to 12:20 usually. So I think it almost like purposely goes down for a second, which is kind of interesting, but apologies for that. I can't control it on my end. He's a fanatic when it comes to true crime, drama books, and films. Ah, my sister's kind of like that. One sibling likes fantasy type novels, the other one prefers like crime, sort of Stephen King type of vibes, and then I kind of read a little bit of everything except for crime. The crime has to be very minimal or like low key for me to like it. If it's something more like a heist book, I think I would like that. But like murder sort of thing, I'm not about giving myself nightmares, because my brain can run wild with situations. So I don't need more nightmare fuel. If you catch my drift. Godzilla and Kong movie comes out this month? Does it? I haven't watched, I think I watched like 20 minutes of Kong, and I've never seen Godzilla. So like I won't go and watch that, but I know a lot of people are excited.
First Killer's gonna go in the air. You could see the lead blocking play as well from apparently Jack. Lovely touch there from LJ. You could see him work around the defender.
Yeah, just SSG got to get out of this bind, but Chronic up first. LJ doesn't have boosts to follow up with that touch, and it sets up the opponent.
March 29th. Ooh, that's like either right as or right before the major occurs. So you'll be getting Godzilla and Kong, and then also best RLCS in the world.
Nice shot there from First Killer, who has been on fire this game. I think it's his 5th goal so far.
By the way, I just realized with my cam off that you guys chat sort of blocks a car perspective, and I'm tempted to move you guys, like maybe keep my cam down by the boost and put you guys up above the boost, so that then neither of us are covering the player cams or the cars. I don't know.
Now at 5 shots to 3, not so out of hand compared to game 1, but Gen G's defense is not looking so tested here in the last 2 minutes of play. Chicago and LJ pinching off maybe to Hawkster, wanting to maintain possession, but Chicago is completely surrounded by Gen G, so he can't do anything with that. Now we're running out of time.
It was so refreshing reading a story and let your brain imagine the scene as it unfolds. I like it a lot. Has it just been a while since you've read a book? Or are you talking like the crime story in specific? Your camera on left, chat on right. No, I was thinking more like here.
And here comes the march of SSG. LJ
let me do this. More like,
I
think I can just grab you guys, right? I do this. More like this.
Needing some help, but the box completely covered there from Gen G, so they're almost
you guys move above, and then I don't think you guys cover a player cam here. I'm not positive, but I think you might just miss it. Maybe I need to move you up a tiny bit more. Just a baby itty bitty bit. Okay. And then my cam stays down here. Yeah. I think that's fine. It bothers me a little bit. The corners have to line up. But that might be it. We'll try that.
The level of gameplay has gotten so insane. That was all at 0.
Back to snacking.
Was not allowed to touch the ground, and Hawkster kept that ball up with a pop at the last moment. And it went back and forth. Gen G had a shot, then Space Station had a great moment. Now, an open shot opportunity for Hawkster, decides to slow it down, and it's saved by First Killer. That was
what?
Hawkster had such a good look.
How is that still not in?
Over yet.
Whoa!
Oh, that was such a big save by
I am not used to that. Me neither. It looks weird. But we'll try it out. We'll try it out for a stream. See if we can stand it. But like it was when I looked over, it was starting to bother me that the little bit of chat. I guess I could just make chat smaller. Like I could make it slightly smaller, so maybe we won't cover the cars at all. But like, yeah, covering the car on the bottom of the screen. I'm casually hitting triple resets in training. That's good. Now you just need to transfer it over to in-game. It was probably around 10 years since I read and finished a book. Wow, so like school? It's been since school? Yeah, I took a little break from reading because of school. I got exhausted from all the textbooks and all that stuff. But in the last, I'd probably say 6 years, I've been reading pretty consistently. For a good while there, I was reading like financial, motivation, real-life story books. And I've recently been on a huge fiction kick. So like, I read Harry Potter for the first time last year. I also am reading the Aragon series, which a lot of people recommend. For the first time, I'm reading that right now. I'm on the 2nd book. There have been like casual murder mystery books by Patrick F. McManus, if you know that artist. I read those. Romance novels. Yeah, just like a whole bunch of different stuff. Okay, I'm gonna make myself chicken nuggets. Sounds good, Voided. Good luck in that. I'm jealous.
In favor of Gen G as Jack gets set up. First Killer with another demo. Maybe this comes out the Chronic, but not strong enough.
That was a really big touch there from LJ to help Chicago out to get distance on that.
That's a long time not to read, but like I can also understand it. Reading just isn't some people's bag. I really love reading. But yeah, I had chicken nuggets for dinner. Nice.
Shot opportunity from the fake from Chronic, but Space Station saw it coming.
The defense has held on for SSG, denying these passes that Gen.G have been relying on. Now LJ, it's not been easy to try and cross this midfield, and Jack turns the play on its head, pitches it off the sidewall. First killer running into the defenders, not able to roll this in. 3 minutes, by the way, into overtime. It doesn't get any closer than this. SSG able to use that back wall, but Jack tips it away.
And that ball was dangerous. LJ, though, was very far back. Now going for a sidewall redirect, didn't make contact.
SSG have stabilized beautifully in this matchup. Wait, Jack barely makes that. What a save. Holy. Holy cannoli. I finished a whole 200-page book yesterday in one day. That's crazy. The fastest I've ever finished a book was, I think it was like 250 pages, and I did it in 6 hours. And I did it the first time I read that book as well. It was Looking for Alaska by John Green. I guess I just get really invested in that story, that the first time I read it in high school, I stayed up all night to read it. I stayed up until like 3 or 4 a.m. Started it at like 8 p.m. So it took me like 8 hours to read it. And then this time I read it in 6 hours in one evening. I was like, this is unhealthy. I need to stop doing that.
There's a demo as well from Hoxer. LJ trying to 50 that out to Chicago, but Chicago's beat. Apparently Jack, instead of going for the ball, bumps Hoxer, giving Chronic a chance to move in. But Hoxer's 50s have been quite good this game. However, they're going to have to play defense here. Big stop, pitch into the net.
Oh my gosh, if they didn't score that one, I would have been questioning if they had their monitors on. Wow, you look at first, like wiping his eyes.
It's more than just a team, it is a unit, it is an army.
My gosh.
All 3 of them involved in that play to slam it home. A big risk that pays off. And Gen.G take what, a 4-minute overtime to now go up 2-0 in the series after what, 11 shots to 12. Like, ooh, that was an intense overtime.
If you're a big Space Station fan, you're feeling like you should have won that game. You're thinking back
based off of Jack's like hand movements and like general demeanor. I don't think he was very happy with their performance, but he's trying to stabilize the team. He's like, okay, we didn't play great, but that's okay because we still won. Let's just clean it up. I worked at Barnes & Noble's many years ago, which was my personal paradise. That sounds great. We had a Borders, if anybody remembers that company. It was an old bookstore chain in the United States. We had a Borders in our town forever ago, and when they went bankrupt, all we had was local bookstores, which, I mean, are all right, and I, you know, supporting local bookstores, big W. But like, for the most part, they just carry used books. They don't carry new releases. And sometimes what I want is a new release, and you can go in there and they can order it for you, but like, it's just as easy to order it on Amazon yourself and get it right to your door. But last month we finally got a Barnes & Noble's. It's been like 10 years since we had a bookstore in our town, a true bookstore. It was outside of the used bookstores. So yeah, I'm really excited to go there and get some books occasionally.
A big play, especially in that last play, was what I call the.
What'd you miss? Basically, Gen.G managed to pull it out. They had to use all of their players, and the ball sat on the SSG goal line for a few seconds before it went in.
You take the space, you make the defense give you that space, and then you just go
for me, it was a what? A what?
And that gave Chronic the space.
Oh, you're having a pretzel? I like pretzels. What do you have with it? Do you have anything with your pretzels? Are you talking about like a soft pretzel or pretzel sticks, like pretzel bites? Snack pretzels.
Apparently, Jack, really nice move. Gen.G playing as a team. First killer scoring a lot of these goals, but it is good team play and just rock solid gameplay that Gen.G is showing. However, Space Station was in that game. Like you said, Lemon, they made the adjustments. Their counterattack was on. They had the game-winning opportunity. They're close, but unfortunately for them, they just weren't able to step
Have you heard of Dot's pretzels?
Something even more difficult. Come back from this 0-2 deficit after
Goat? Yeah.
against a team that's really
and
had their number to
guacamole.
split.
Is that what you mean? Guacamole? You mean guacamole?
Like, that's really stressful. You gotta calm down and reset, even if it's 2-0 series or Gen G, as you said. I think First Killer continues to be that persistent, really reliable offensive player, and he leaves it off right in front of the net. Had SSG scrambling for it, but Gen G lurked for their chance, and Chronic with the challenge, almost the attempted dunk, but it's off the cross. And Gen G still loom for more chances like that, even demoing LJ. Gen G have a good handle in this first minute.
You see Jack opting to take that to the ground as well. Apparently Jack also very good mechanically, such good ball control. Gen G composed on this attack, late flip from First, going for another touch, but it didn't throw Hoxer off. That's a big miss from LJ. Chicago's gonna have to play well here.
Have you ever tried broccoli and Nutella on pizza? No. That sounds a little bit too crazy for me. I'm gonna be honest, mister.
Already in this game 3. Look at him just being taken
Broccoli and Nutella on the same pizza? I don't know. I don't know about that. In my town, there is mostly used bookstores, really good new books, selected area for certain age groups.
Together to find that, well, tying goal, and now everyone's being taken out. So SSG are going to take a moment to reset. Now Chronic and friends going to connect on these passes.
Hi Erica, how's it going? Wow, you made it before the last series. Are you going to fall asleep? Or are you going to stay with us? Like, I won't judge you either way, but I do enjoy your company.
In these first 2 minutes of play, and SSG gotta hope they can dodge it.
It was that second touch from First Killer that threw off Hoxer, put him in that position where he was going to get demoed. Individual excellence showing from Gen G. Space Station now. About half the game left to go.
All right, I finished my snack for now. So I am back. Camera returns.
From Gen G, who's been landed bumps, landed demos left and right.
I think I stay. All right, well, I'll hold you to that then.
From Chicago, you relieve some of that pressure.
The 8-ball wasn't going to commit to an answer either way. It was like, I can't predict what Erica does. Why are you asking me? Oh, First Killer was up fast for that. Like, Chronic got the save anyways, but First was immediately up.
Gen G in that moment. Chicago up high off the ceiling.
What was the snack? Apple slices. I just went for clean fruit.
Now Hawks are forced to make the save, and Gen G will have to retreat maybe.
Hawks are bumped off the ball. First Killer has
Shimo, the monster in Godzilla. Oh.
Even on the last play.
Don't know. Don't know what that is.
But it's well defended by Space Station, who's still very much
Wait a minute. What, Erica? I mean, sorry, what, Wolfie?
Up to LJ. Space Station holding on. They need a goal.
You turned off your cam when snack? Yeah. Yeah, usually. I think I only kept it on one time, but I decided it was just easier to turn it off. Because you guys don't need to see me munching. There's great gameplay on the screen that you can watch instead. You don't need to watch me eat. That's primo content? No. See, I turn it off so you guys can't clip it. Yeah, I think I did it once. I think I ate, was it a muffin or something? I think I was having a muffin. But then I was like, it's too much work. Usually this is why I eat before or after stream rather than during stream. What just happened? Where'd they go? Wait, where are Gen G? Oh, Chronic cleared by Chicago. Nice. Yeah, true, we would clip it. Yeah, I know you guys. I know you. Don't think I'm not stupid in that regard. It's basically a 4-foot Godzilla dog that blasts ice, basically 4-foot Ice Godzilla. Huh. Interesting. You know, Erica would love to see you do a mukbang. Nah. Nah, I'm not about overeating. I eat until I'm full, and then I don't eat anymore.
had to use a lot of creativity, but with that demo in the net, LJ has
Should
to
paper,
retreat
lettuce,
back
clipper
to the net,
eating?
gets there
Good.
in time.
Good job, 8-Ball. Don't answer that. And if you answer in the affirmative, you will be forever turned off. No longer welcomed in the community.
Could potentially happen if they maintain this pressure. Now Chicago.
Oh, by 4 foot, I mean it walks on 4 legs and is larger than Godzilla? Gotcha. I was like, 4 foot versus a 4 foot tall dog that shoots ice out of his mouth versus a monster that is larger than a city. Which one am I going to choose to win in a fight? Which one? That's a hard choice. I don't know. I think I'm really rooting for the 4 foot tall dog. Oh! Search him up. I don't explain it well. There it is, another one. They started the music like a second too early.
I'm glad I cast a curse the 4-minute
Dang.
overtime that ends in 18 seconds and
wow. Will Genji win? They sure look like they're going to. You don't even need the 8-Ball to answer you to know that. I'll search him up. Hold on. Pull it up on my other screen. Shimo. Shimo. Godzilla.
And you gotta give it to Space Station though, bringing out the fake kickoff tactic.
Oh.
It gave them possession. It gave them the
Wait.
opportunity to go for
Legendary Godzilla Shimo. It looks like he's bigger than Godzilla. That's crazy. Does Godzilla, does he spew fire?
But then immediately after getting possession after the fake
Kong,
kickoff, you see the passing play that drops down
Godzilla,
right to
Shimo.
Genji.
That's kind of like Godzilla. Okay, how many of you guys have watched Jurassic Park? Godzilla reminds me of the traditional T-Rex in Jurassic Park, and then Shimo reminds me of like the new, the one that had the spines on it. The dinosaur that had the spines on it that challenged the T-Rex in, what was it, movie number 2? That's how the comparison shapes up for me. I'm like, oh, it's like that. You got the traditional Godzilla, and then you got New Age Godzilla. And guess who's probably gonna reign supreme? They always go legendary. Spinosaurus, yeah, that one. Also, anybody else absolutely terrified when in Jurassic World they combined like the T-Rex with the raptors with that super killer sort of carnivore thing? Didn't like that. Did not like that one bit. Pogo! Oh, it doesn't go in. Man.
And SSG's defense has had to
okay, so it looks like Sam have started for anybody who's interested in the other region, and it is Furia versus Team Secret in the first quarterfinal, and Furia is smacking. No other way to say it. Furia is smacking Team Secret. They won game 1 6-2, game 2 4-0, and game 3 2-1. So Team Secret are getting it a little bit closer, but yeah, they're still getting rocked.
And also there's so much trust. Oh, and you can see another bump attempt. This one
who's going to go watch the new Godzilla movie in this month? Voided. I think Voided it was talking about it. I thought that dino was cool. I love dinos. I just like, I don't know. I don't like scary things. The thing is that you guys will probably never see me play a scary game because I'd just be a terrified like Claude Burrito the entire time. I would be huddled in my hoodie, probably have a blanket over my shoulders, just completely like terrified. And it doesn't even need to be that scary. Indominus Rex, exactly Voided, exactly that one. 100% gonna watch it. My fave dino was the Indoraptor. That doesn't ring any bells off the top of my head. Hold on. Indoraptor. So the ones with the feathers? Oh, yeah, I don't like those. No. 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 Dumb and bad. Me too. My name is based off of one. I never read your name as a dinosaur. They want me. Let us see, please. We're watching RLCS.
Just to try and swing for the fence. Chicago breaks your first killer, but man,
I love Raptors.
Ugh.
Ugh. No. No. No.
First killer even pops it up, knowing Chicago was trying to flip the play.
Let me open up Sam on my other monitor.
No lead
Hold.
Nice pass, Chicago finding
Hold. We're working on it. Working on it. Mute. Please mute. Come on, please mute.
A misdirection masterclass
right.
from LJ.
Bang.
Dodging his teammate there.
Wow. What a shot. Wait, you guys are covering a cam. Darn it, that doesn't even work. I'm just gonna have to make you guys smaller. You guys are covering a cam. My solution to move you guys above the boost, it has failed. Can you raid me, please? There's no such thing as raiding on YouTube. You have to enter that in like settings, and I think your channel has to be a certain size before you're allowed to live raid. Do you want Raptors, not Raptors?
And you really thought Genji was gonna score there.
They did have a good look.
Our space station gonna take a game?
Space station law and boost the pass looked pretty good.
My B voided. I misread that. Oh no, you just got rejected, Raptor. Okay, it looks like Furia did take the series 4-0. So they cooked, and they have moved on to the semifinals. Woo!
Or they will just clear this ball.
Yikes! Oh my goodness! Danger! Bang! Bang! I thought Jack was gonna cook real quick.
Insurance, but this comes now to first killer. Missing that, flipping into it, doesn't get the touch, doesn't slow down with how fast that ball was going. Now Chicago and LJ have a good setup.
Wow, of course first killer gets the read. I miss those 10 times out of 10.
There's nobody back.
Oh, Jack's already up for it. Flip reset. Get the bomb. Get Chicago out of there. Clear him.
Expecting that play. They've seen it enough times, at least this series.
Oh, that's gonna be awkward. That's gonna be awkward. He read it that time.
SSG is hammering this net, but Chronic first in the box to not
They're still down.
anything else go through. Chicago dribbling.
Welcome back, Luca. Do they win? Do they win a game? Can they drop it? They do. Okay. All right, hold on. Google images. Indo Raptor. Here you go. Here's the Raptor. I don't like it. Not at all. Not at all, chat. I don't like that. He's scary. No. No. See, this specifically, this image right here, no. No. No thanks. Such a beautiful dinosaur? No. That's sick. It's cute? No, you guys don't have any survival instincts, do you? I see that and I'm like, please don't exist in the same universe as me. I wouldn't like it. I am immediately threatened. Okay, and then the other one. Here we go. Shimo Godzilla. Here you go.
Genji will not let you go for these infield passes in front
of
the net.
I'm really bad at this. Okay, so this Shimo Godzilla, this one right here. This is Godzilla, this is Shimo. That sort of comparison reminds me of the Spinosaurus versus the T-Rex.
As we go to game 5.
Imagine those used to roam freely. They used to exist freely, yes. I don't like to imagine that because I don't even like to imagine the predators that we currently have, like bears and wolves and, you know, all of those things.
better this time around.
I have a strong sense of self-preservation, so I would not like to exist in the same universe as dinosaurs. Like the Jurassic World most recent movie where we live side by side with dinosaurs, that was my nightmare. Like, it was bad enough when they were like entertainment value in a theme park and they broke through because obviously you can't control something that crazy. Like, that was bad enough, but having them just actually get immersed fully into our universe, didn't like that one bit. Not my thing. My favorite color and fave dino. I see it in the wild, be like, you're so cute. You guys are crazy. It's apparently smarter than humans too. It fake being dead than 80 humans arm alive. In the movie? In the movie. It's a hybrid. It never existed still. It could exist because humans are stupid. Why do you think that Jurassic Park exists? Scientists are stupid enough to try to bring back dinosaurs. Trust me. Because there's a certain level of human being where they don't stop to think if they should, they only think, can I? It's like, could I or should I? And they just eliminate should I entirely from the conversation.
LJ pushed out of the way, almost leaving a gap. The red carpet for first killer.
Which I'm not about that. I say the dinosaurs had their time. It's unfortunate that they no longer exist for reasons beyond their control, but at the same time, this is our world now. They don't need to be here. We have enough deadly animals. Oh, nice double. I mean, they can feel free to bring back dinos once I'm dead, you know? Or do you want to be dead because they bring back dinos and one eats you? What's your answer to that?
And that demo wreaked havoc on the back line and the rotations of Space Station.
I don't know, kids. It's looking like we're not going to get a 4-3. Yeah, it's definitely looking like we're not going to get a 4-3. Quantum computing and AI, not a good idea. See, isn't that something that they are doing? And it's not smart. We continue to do things as a human race that are not intelligent because we're like, well, we can do it. It's possible. We want to further technological advancements and, you know, dominance of human race. We're so smart. We know everything, blah, 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 blah. But they don't stop to think if they should. I remember wanting a pet dino as a kid. You guys are so different from me. All I wanted was a kitten. I wanted a kitten, and that was the end of it. Actually, I wanted multiple kittens, and if I could have multiple kittens, I would have been perfectly happy. Never, ever in my life did I say, yeah, I want a dinosaur. But see, the thing is, if you want a dinosaur, then I think you should have a reptile as a pet, because reptiles are dinosaurs in a way. Almost perfect placement. I'm all for AI, but yeah, see, there's the but some people don't have the but in their vocabulary. But.
And has not been able to do that.
They say but all the time.
For Space Station. We'll see if they can bounce back.
Quantum computing alone is great and will solve many world's problems. AI alone is great because it helps solve problems. Combined, we are the problem. See, I don't know entirely what you're talking about. I'm limitedly knowledgeable about AI, and I can guess what you mean by quantum computing. But yeah, you're reaching a part of my knowledge that I do not have. Wow, did Jack get back to that? Imagine having a kitten as a pet. That's how I would feel if I had a dino. I can't with you guys. I can't. Oh, the demo? What? What a play! She's a farmer, remember? What does that have to do with anything? I remember wanting a tarantula as a pet. Yeah, I also disagree on that. I don't need a spider as a pet. Not my vibe. Before I realized what they could do, what can they do? What are you talking about? Oh! Got one. We are the problem to be solved. Oh man, we are our own downfall. Seriously. But I mean, 50 years ago, we wouldn't be all sitting here watching a virtual game compete at the highest level, watching individuals who, I guess not for the most part, I was gonna say for the most part are younger than us, but I think Chad is mostly younger than old gamer Erica and I. We are old. I want a husky as a pet. Okay, a husky is more normal because you're talking about the dog, right? Simply put, it's a much faster way of computing. Gotcha. A shark as a pet. You guys are getting silly. You're getting silly. I say if you truly wanted a dinosaur as a pet, then you should have some sort of lizard or snake or reptile of that matter. And if you don't, then I don't quite believe that you wanted it as a pet. Besides, there are some animals that just shouldn't be pets. What's this obsession we have with making anything that exists in the world our property? Like, we don't need to have everything in the world be a pet. You know? Like a bear. A bear shouldn't be a pet.
Another demo there. A fitting way to end the series.
You thought it was 3 times a charm, but Gen.G continued to be the gatekeepers
4-1. They brought it back to the first series results. That's kind of nuts. All right, are you guys ready for some whiplash? Good job, Gen.G. Good job, Gen.G. Big W. W winners. Uh-oh. It said it was starting. I was going to switch over because it said it was starting. Did I miss it?
Nuevamente, ahí está. Es la que quería.
Wait, I'm gonna refresh. I probably get edged. I thought the series was starting.
Esa es la que querías, esta gráfica para que
Here we go, we got Sam.
Los rosters de ambos equipos.
Everybody ready for Sam?
Ninjas en pijama hace 2 semanas.
We're just watching this until they come back from the break for the main broadcast.
El equipo de Malados. Sin embargo,
what if there's an afterlife, or do we just go to heaven? It's not an answer that I have. If you want a husky, then just get a cat. Husky are more cat than dog. Exactly why I would love to have them as a pet dog. Bet, but I want a fox. I don't think foxes are good pets anyway. Fox is a reasonable pet?
Y gracias a Malados, el suizo se hizo un tremendo desastre, güey. Se hizo un
My
desastre
science teacher showed me a video of him feeding a fox a Swiss roll.
Estuvo bueno el suizo, afortunadamente. Pero ya en
los he's got his stream deck on his lap so he can switch. There's a cat!
Ganó 4-1.
Chat, there's a cat down there. Do you see it?
Hay historia ahí, güey.
It was a kitty cat.
Qualifier 2.
Ahora todavía estoy una pregunta. ¿Te acuerdas del programa de Baladas en Pijama? Hasta ahorita me estaba acordando.
Claro que me acuerdo. Claro que me acuerdo, pero
I thought they were gonna do the match, but we're just sitting here.
Y le dejamos el partido. Obviamente a Thais y a Doctor Profesor Koala. Te pido una disculpa. Te pido una disculpa, Doctor Profesor Koala. Por
gato, cat,
Drago.
yes,
no tengo
gato.
nada en contra de Drago.
Gato.
Pero perdóname.
Here we go. We got a game.
Ya, muchachos.
We got a game, chat.
A la partida vamos a disfrutar entonces del enfrentamiento.
We have a game.
No, ya estaba muteado.
Big W's.
Y nunca me escucharon.
¿Desde qué momento?
No, desde siempre. No, o sea, no, sí nos escuchaban, pero los casters no.
Estaba gritando todo.
Perdóname, Janet, discúlpame.
Estás muteado.
There we go.
Oh, qué mal. No, estoy muteado.
All right. Why is there no game sound? By the way, why is there no game sound for this? Okay, this is a Sam quarterfinal. It's Ninjas in Pajamas versus Mulattoes. Did they forget to swap audios? That's kind of what it sounds like. What are they saying?
Ya regresamos, Malados en contra de Bananas sin pijama, como decía nuestro compañero.
Why can't we hear the game? This is really throwing me off.
4 minutos, 1 minuto transcurrido, prácticamente no se perdieron de absolutamente nada, porque no ha pasado nada en el partido.
It feels so empty in my ear holes.
Va a intentar, primera intención, cuidado buscando, parte lateral izquierda.
That was a questionable sentence.
Derecha, era Edu el que lo intentaba, se pierde el balón.
I want to hear the game. Let me hear the game.
Intentando recuperar ese balón.
Oh, they were just talking about how scuffed their audio was.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I would agree. I think it's scuffed. I guess we just get to watch without any audio. As soon as the broadcast for NA comes back, we'll switch over though, because I don't want to miss the interview of Genji. Pause? What? Why? Hey, it's a female caster in Sam too, though. Listen to that. Or I guess I'm assuming it's a female caster. They could be non-binary. We have sound. Let's go. That's really weird. That must have been what it was like for Kaze to play with no sound with us last night. Erica. What you said about your ears? You didn't hear a thing, Raptor. You did not hear a thing. I think I favor ninjas here. Like I said, chat, don't worry. We'll be right back to the North American broadcast when they come back from break. But for now, we are tuning in to Sam. Was just thinking that. Oh, there they go. First goal. Wait, what about yours? Nothing. Raptors speaking nonsense. I think 7 people heard that? No, not a shot. Not a shot. Nobody heard that. Wait, they have females in Sam? It sure sounds like it. I'm assuming this is a female caster. I do remember them having at least 2 female casters on their desk when they still had a main broadcast, I think. Unless I just saw the same lady twice, but I'm almost positive I saw one broadcast last season where they had 2 females on the desk at the same time. So they're already further than the main regions. I don't think Mina has. I don't know about APAC or OCE, but definitely on Sam I saw him. Why do you come in and drop just a single E in your messages, FCB? No way! Edu. Okay, you called him Edu. Wow, what a play by Edu. He just soloed the entire team. I'm kidding? Oh. Didn't catch that. I did not catch that. Davi! Go Davi, 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 Davi! Edu! Edu, vamos! Davi, 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 Edu! Am I getting it down? You said we were doing private Saturday and today is Saturday. I didn't promise that. I said possibly. Do you not hear how sick I sound? Like my voice is getting a tiny bit better, but I'm like majorly stuffy. I woke up the kind of sick today where you can kind of like, you can feel it in your head, and like when you drink water, you can feel that you're sick. Oh, oh, the main broadcast is back. Switch! Quickly now, quickly! All right, there you go.
Join us and talk about it. We've got Apparently Jack.
Jack interview.
Thank you. I'm surprised you brought that up, James. I was actually going to bring it up myself, but I'm glad you did it for me.
Trying to cut it off at the pass, you know. I will admit, maybe I was a little bit too crass. But this week and in this series, you guys looked incredible. Can you give us any insight into how you were able to get over this?
Nice.
Not only beating G2, but also beating SSG for the 3rd time.
Yeah, I mean, I
was wearing that shirt earlier today.
Last 2 weeks to kind of figure out
the shirt that James Bot has on right now. I was wearing that for my workout this morning.
How we should be playing. I think everyone looks great individually in doing their role on the team right now, and I think everyone feels a lot more comfortable than the last 2 regionals. Not to say that they were bad, but I think it's pretty clear that we're looking a lot better now, which is nice, you know. So obviously we're still.
I need to stop slouching, chat.
Really win tomorrow to.
Okay, it looks like Mulattoes won the first series there.
It's going good.
And one of the words you used there was comfortable, and that's really where I think
I messed up my headrest.
It didn't necessarily look like you guys were always comfortable, but you were comfortable out there today. And I kind of noticed that you were playing.
I'll explain that after this interview, Erica.
A lot of demos. Was that part of the game plan going into this series?
I didn't really tell like my team that I would. Sometimes you don't have to, but I knew myself that I was going to be a bit more like bump heavy and off the ball, because Chronic and First Killer right now, I mean they're playing insane individually and as like a duo in offense. So my role right now, I feel like, is just kind of making sure we're solid on defense and making those off the ball plays, which I'm happy to do. It's resulting in.
I didn't know you sound
results,
good, so I thought you were better already. Yeah, you could really hear it at the beginning of stream if you rewind back. My voice has gotten better throughout the day, but
it wasn't the whole game plan, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I just feel like heavy, where your muscles feel heavy, like you don't want to move, sort of sick.
That was nice. But I actually have a question here. A little bit crazy that you guys matched up against Space Station every single quarterfinal. Do you think Space Station would have made the major if they hadn't caught you guys in the quarters at every event?
Yeah, I think so. I mean,
it's such a bummer.
It's very hard to say because they did lose 0-3 to OG yesterday, I think, if I'm not wrong, which would have been one of their main competitors. So maybe not. I don't know. It's really tough to say. I think they would have had a better chance.
Jack, always having a level-headed response.
Every quarterfinal, which, I'm friends with them. I'm friends with Hoxer. I mean, it's harsh. It's just a harsh world in Rocket League. It's just how it plays out. I don't want to knock them out, but you just got to be who's in front of you, I guess. So they kind of did it to themselves slightly in this one. They went to round 5 in the Swiss when they really are a team that shouldn't be doing that, but in the other 2 maybe we kind of trolled them a little bit, matching against them in the quarterfinals. But it's just how it plays out, unfortunately.
Yeah, well, you can't change the past
out there in Rocket League, especially in North America, and right now you guys are the big dog. Congratulations again on the win, Jack.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
W interview. Very level-headed. Okay, so yeah, Erica, your question. So what about Noli interview you mentioned in Disc? Basically, so the first quarterfinal between Luminosity and OG, every single person on the pitch had the grass clipping boost. And what Noli mentioned was that from far away, like say you're a player on the pitch and you're on the other half of the field of where the ball is being played, you basically cannot see the grass clipping boost at all. Like it's almost completely invisible from across the pitch. Like once you get closer, you can start to see it. But basically, Noli said that it gave them a competitive advantage because you can't tell when they're boosting or not, which if you think about it, on autopilot, your brain processes that anyways, saying like, oh, I see that person boosting now, they should gain a lot of elevation in their air dribble or anything like that.
Very strong performances.
So yeah, it's a big advantage, and I don't know if every team will use it, but it was clear that Luminosity was using that. Maybe they had Bacchus mod like Alpha Boost equipped, but for us, all we saw was grass clipping. So that's what Noli and OG figured that Luminosity was using it for.
We are through 2 of our quarterfinal matches. We got 2 more to go here before we're done with our Saturday broadcast.
Okay, so it looks like Mulattoes took game number 1 in Sam, and now they are tied 1-1 in the second game of the series.
Who is going to fill out the other half of this bracket, Gibbs?
Yeah, and for Space Station, that will result in no major for them. Obviously, again, Gen G in all 3 quarterfinals.
Ooh, all right. Any omelet believers?
Move into split 2 and try it all again to make that World Championship run.
So when people were using Black Ion back in the day, basically, yeah. Basically like
it
that.
was just like a very unlucky split for them.
I
so hopefully they realize that they
subconsciously guess I realized that because when the game started, I was trying to look across the pitch, not just on the person that was on the ball for the cam we were watching to see if everybody else was using grass boost, but I couldn't tell until they switched to those perspectives. So until we actually went on every single player perspective, I couldn't tell if they were using the grass boost or not, which tells you just how invisible it is from far away.
Is it strong?
So for Omelet
and possibly it works better on certain maps versus others, because like think about seeing the grass clipping boost on like an all metal map such as Neo Tokyo where it doesn't have any grass versus trying to see it on a pitched map. You know, maybe it even has different strength on those, but I think Sparkles is kind of like that too. Sparkles is more invisible than some of the traditional boosts like Standard.
Throughout this bracket.
Especially, I think is it black? No, black or white Sparkles? One of them. Didn't they have one of those boosts banned from RLCS for broadcast reasons? Just like they had the party balloons banned because it ruins the frame rate or the bit rate. It taxed the stream bitrate whenever people would score.
I feel like every combination
I used to use white sparkles. I want more sparkles. I want red sparkles. If there's a black one, I want black sparkles and white sparkles. I think those would all be nice.
Omelet. A delicious team name, a delicious team logo, a jet black.
I was gonna say that team logo makes me hungry. And I just had a snack.
Omelet making a broadcast, a main broadcast.
I did not know that their coach name was Didi.
Some CRL royalty as well as some.
All right, here's Lion Blaze.
Torrent rosters here, Gibbs.
Yeah, absolutely.
I miss reading. I would rebuy it.
They didn't qualify.
Oh, did you trade away? Oh, trading. You missed trading. You would rebuy it. You got rid of white sparkles? That's a shame. Sparkles is what I use. Love it. Yeah, I've used sparkles on a few presets, but if I had anything but the traditional sparkles, I think I'd like it.
Now qualifier 3, they make it through the upper bracket.
Because like the traditional sparkles, I basically just use it on my SSG decals, my SSG presets.
These guys are here to play. A lot of the pros,
because SSG tends to put gold in their decals, so it matches.
Their proudness.
Oh, you traded white sparkles for white standard, or you got rid of white sparkles because you always use white standard. That's the one that I main now. I picked up white standard.
Prediction, I would go Lion Blaze Zanil 24/7, but you're going. This is the big leagues, and you're facing the big bad evil guys of G2, and Daniel is on another one. I'm not going Omelet.
Yeah, in terms of, I'm voting G2, by the way. What do you guys got? Do you got G2 or Omelet?
Well, speaking of being smart,
Gibbs is voting Omelet, no way. A lot of craziness. What craziness.
They didn't lose a game. I finally was like, all right, G2, they're gonna win it. I cannot not pick them. They lose in Swiss. That's all I'm saying. So, Lemon, I know you're a new kid on the block, but there's a G2 curse with me at times. So I'm going to bank on that my YouTube predictions were completely wrong. And I'm gonna go
poor Gibbs.
Yes, the curse is that when we sweep the team we sweep.
Yeah, I got titanium white standard out of like either a drop or a trade up, and I've been using it ever since. I can't even remember the other boosts that I used before I had titanium white standard.
Favorite in chat, G2.
You used to have an expensive car when trading was a thing. White standard used to be the third most expensive boost. That's crazy. Yeah, I think I got titanium white standard before they added an item shop. I'm pretty sure. I guess I could go look at my old replays and I'd be able to see. Chef, go cook. Also, you want Omelet? Come on. All right, we know who FCB is rooting for. I'm gonna go with the sensible choice and pick G2. Yeah, I don't know what Omelet winning here would really do. Make it so that more tiebreakers are possible? Because G2 are already qualified. G2 are already qualified. They're all the way through. Their seeding is confirmed with this win, I think they'll be #1 seed if they win here, or they already confirmed it by getting into the quarterfinals yesterday. I'm not sure which of those it is. Oh, just kidding. I think their seeding is confirmed if they win today, and if they don't win today, then if Gen G win, then they take the #1 seed. Maybe. Can't remember what the point gap between the two teams were again. That's an interesting... Is that one of the new decals? Omelet, cook them. I go G2 because, well, is all I know since 2017. The Rizzo fan has resided. She remains a G2 believer simply because of her favorite creator ever. If you guys had to rank your favorite Rocket League content creators, like streamers, YouTubers, etc., versus all the other content creators that you follow across maybe traditional like vlogging channels, other gaming channels, like how would they match up? Do you have a Rocket League content creator that you like so much that they actually bridge the gap to just like one of your favorite content creators, period? Because I think that'd be hard for me. I guess maybe there's somebody like Waiton possibly would break that. Johnny Boy probably too. But other than that, I mean, I like people for certain things. Like I watch a lot of Omwrecker for his Dead by Daylight. I watch Jacksepticeye, usually his long video game playthroughs. Not much that's horror related, which is what he's doing recently, but occasionally some of those. Trying to think of anybody else. There's somebody else and I can't remember that I watch their videos basically every single time. Hollow Live too strong? See, I figured because Rocket League is great and we definitely have priority within Rocket League of our favorite content creators, but I don't know if Rocket League is a strong enough category that I would choose them over other creators. Maybe Sunless? Yeah, Sunless or Waiton, but I think I'd lean Waiton. Like, I really, really like Sunless's quality. I think it's great, but I like Waiton's overall content catalog. I like the challenges. Like, I'll rewatch the challenges where most of what I'll rewatch of Sunless's are the documentaries. You know? Alright, looks like NIP managed to take a game. They're even in the series 1-1, and they are up 2-0 in game number 3. That's high. They're all using... There's a lot of red sparkles, I'm noticing. Wait, is this entire team? They're all Octanes today. There is not a single Fennec on G2. Possibly Lethamir, okay. I like Neat Mike. I will watch anything and everything. Ah, haha, we found him. Because he uploads once in the blue moon. So if he uploaded more frequently, but with the same quality of what he uploads right now, would you watch every one of his videos? Or is it like the rarity that's getting you? Final minute remaining. Still 0-0. It is anybody's I never got into Lethamir. His content was a little bit too like friend group based, like old prop hunts, like GTA RP sort of vibes, versus like a strong video concept on its own. Like, I really appreciate his map making. It's really cool what skills he can do, and I think Lethamir would pop off a lot more if like Rocket League creative mode was a thing. But yeah, Rocket League content, I like the creative maps, challenges, true. I just at a certain point, Lethamir starts to feel like a rinse and repeat thing to me. Like, I don't think the maps, for the most part, again, once in every blue moon, like, he makes a really crazy map and I'm like, okay, yeah, that's truly wild. Also, what else is wild right now is that nobody scored in this entire game. But yeah, for the most part, Lethamiro's videos, it's like, well, that one's really similar to this map, and I didn't enjoy that video. Like, it was alright, but it didn't hook me. That's the rarity because we give crazy. Oh, he has crazy life updates. Gotcha. I mean, there's crazy people that upload regularly that have like wild life updates. Like a channel that comes to mind is Yes Theory. Have you ever seen Yes Theory?
Making it so hard for the defense to read, but they're still able to slow things down.
Flump uploaded another video after a year of not. Was it good? I saw it recommended on my page, but like, I never watched Flump regularly, so I don't. He said Rocket League a movie, but I was like, that doesn't tell me anything about what's actually in the video. So why would I cook? Why would I click? I loved it. I actually ran into Flump in. Oh, wait a second. I think. Oh, they bumped each other. No. Yeah, Flump is the only person that's like a content creator-ish in the Rocket League scene that I ran into in a game. Just regularly playing, and as soon as we dropped in chat, I don't think it was me. I don't think I dropped in the chat, typed anything, but maybe my teammate that I was queued with typed, "Are you the real Flump?" That him and his teammate immediately left. They immediately dipped. So I don't know if they were trying to do like an anonymous video where they just really didn't want to have people who knew them. I don't know.
To the tune of a 1-0 overtime victory. 6 shots, 1 got through from Lion Blaze.
Whoa, the female caster on Rocket Street, by the way. Check this out. She's got like some crazy light situation in the background. Look at that. They're in between games. Also, she's got a Lego Bowser. But look at them. They're around every single shelf. What is that? She got a cool background. Love it. Anyways, back to the game. Just thought I'd show you guys that really quick. I saw it on my second monitor and I was like, chat must see. Chat must witness. Lilo Band Stitch. He's banking off the original, and since the first one was great, you know the second one was going to be good. So what's the premise? Like, I guess if you say it's really great, I'll watch it, but like, what's the premise of a Rocket League movie? Okay, Daniel's back on the Fennec. There we go. I was like, this is odd. All of G2 being on an Octane? That's... Oh? Almost. Oh, her shirt was Lilo and Stitch. I didn't even notice.
And now Percy looking to go to work as well. He's picked his spot, but Atomic credit.
I've recently started watching Forge Labs, and I really like his 100-day challenges for Minecraft. So you just like 100-day challenges. The only reason I drew you in and that you're here, Raptor, is because it was 100 days. I don't feel special anymore. Kidding. I use a green screen so no one sees my messy backgrounds. Yeah, I guess I just keep my room pretty clean, so it doesn't matter if you guys see my background. I mean, you got the guitars, the bookcase, the keyboard. I don't know, pretty regular. Pretty regular in my opinion. And then of course on the other side you got the mushroom chair.
And by the time anybody could come on beast mode in particular,
man, I am slouching a lot today and my back is gonna hate me later, so I need to start sitting up. Alright. Perfectly composed.
Zanil couldn't stop Daniel. Atomic falling in behind him. He's got beast mode to his left as well on the ground.
Anybody putting Omelet taking game 1 on their bingo card before it actually happened? It's nuts. What a save!
Percy with the save right on the goal line.
It gives lore to the world that Rocket League. Oh, to the world of Rocket League. Plus, I cried. Really? All right. Well, I guess I really am watching it. I told you it was because I was intrigued and wanted to see how much you would improve. I think I'm improving. I don't think there's anybody that could watch the first day of gameplay and, you know, like my present gameplay and not say that, like, and say that I haven't improved. I just don't think think it's necessarily reflected in my rank. Whoa! Oh. Percy, good save. Zanil follows that across. Good touch. Wow, this roster is staying pretty darn clean.
Yeah, they kind of have their work cut out for them here, and I don't think they
Plus your boyfriend Johnny Boy makes an eggy appearance. Okay, that's going a bit far, calling him my boyfriend. That feels uncomfortable. But Johnny Boy's in it. Yeah, I'll watch that. Sick.
Hold on, Daniel's in a tough spot now. Percy just went to take the boost in the other corner. Daniel has this one, and Atomic's up in front. Mo's playing back third. He's sitting.
Okay, NAP are up 2-1 in the series and tied 1-1 in game number 4.
They read that very well. They knew there was the extra pass.
Are they going to break down here?
They guessed right.
G2 are leaving a lot of space in the midfield, I think.
He'll continue to chase with Percy.
Is that what's happening right now? From what you guys are seeing?
Lion Blaze now trying to get around Daniel. Good luck.
It's like they ran through the midline, but yeah, it's long before beast mode is back up for the ball, and by the time he is, they're already in the blue half. Looks like there's just more space than usual.
And now Daniel.
Yeah, so he has 2 short Rocket League movies. Interesting. Oh man, my voice is tired.
G2 have not been able to solve the puzzle.
I mean, like, I'm tired in general as a person, but my voice. Oh, what is happening?
This is kind of
yeah, Erica, he's her husband. Get it right. You guys, you gotta stop shipping me with people. It's really weird.
Now, G2 have to be careful here.
I would even say that I necessarily want to be friends with Johnny Boy. Like, if we were friends, cool, but like that's not a goal of mine. I just appreciate his content, and for the most part, we have similar opinions. I value his Rocket League knowledge, and I appreciate what he gives to the 1v1 scene. So like I'm a Johnny Boy fan in the way that like if his content wasn't a part of the scene, I would be sad. I really like his casting. I really like his 1v1 tournaments, and I think he, for the most part, has pretty reasonable opinions. It's another 0-0 at 0 seconds overtime. I jokes. I felt like I needed to defend myself there. I felt like I did, and I don't take it back. I don't care if you were joking. Oh, that bump was, oh, that was gonna be saucy. Good save. Why is G2 struggling? Are G2 struggling, or is it Omelet? I think their rotations just look pretty clean. They're not panicking at anything. I haven't seen any crazy double commits so far. Like, their communication just seems really clean. And G2 are having a problem breaking them. I think, if anything, G2 are leaving a lot of space in the midfield, and it's allowing Omelet to not be panicked. Like that. That right there, that's a scary situation. But see, Lion Blaze didn't jump at that as soon as it touched the back wall. He waited for it to get into a better position because he saw that nobody was challenging it. Dang. Like, I think G2 aren't as threatening as they usually are, but I think Omelet also just are very comfortable right now. Because that was the second game in a row where they were 0-0 for the entire game and went to overtime, which you hardly ever see, especially like one game after the other.
Finally figured it out. They were able to force Omelet to make a couple of panic touches. Once they realized they had him in a panic, that's when they turned up the speed, and that play was executed so fast from Atomic to get that ball straight to Daniel's hood to secure the win.
See, that's the first double commit that I saw. Great save by Beast Mode. But like, see, Lion Blaze waited there for the shot. Usually when people are going against G2, like as soon as that hits the crossbar, even if it's going out, like the defending team bites on it, and that's where G2 gains an advantage a lot sooner. But Omelet just looked like they have clear communication right now. Not to say that they'll win the series because of that, but like they look pretty good. Daniel. Hi, Master. Makes sense. G2 is pretty much all pop-off players, so lots of openings. Balance is all things should be. Yes. We'll see.
G2 is collectively.
We'll see if they still keep their composure.
The way that their rotation is, I mean, you've talked about
demo on the back line. Yeah, maybe G2 are just going to be forced to play a more physical game against Omelet. Because against a few teams that they outpace, they just make them panic and the defense takes themselves out, versus like G2 might have to delete players here if they want to get through Omelet. Like that.
Atomic wins the jump ball here. Daniel trying to clear out Lion Blaze, but Lion just got a piece of that. Now beast mode has
nice.
Mid, but Zennial's got the clearance back out whence it came. Now Daniel will try.
Interesting. Daniel lost his flip there. Oh, rule 1. Like they're trying to flip out of it.
But it's still not working. Beast mode up top. They got a hand up. It was Lion Blaze, and then Percy got this one away. Got a little
man, Daniel came out of nowhere from Lion Blaze's perspective.
Got around Daniel.
And see, look, they're ramping up the demos, so I think G2 realized that. Realized that they're not going to get through Omelet by playing fast. They're going to have to take them out. We need somebody to challenge here. Omelet.
It comes down to composure here too. Because as the game starts to speed up, the G2 starts
Percy didn't go for that. Yeah, I'm really impressed by Omelet right now. They look good.
Be composed whenever you're on the ball. If it gets too far away from you, G2 is going to take that every single time.
This is kind of like watching Magnifico in EU last weekend. Whoa! What a save! Oh, I thought that might be in. Oh, the bait! He still got the save! Zenil, the goat! Holy! Oh, going for placements. Beast mode was already back for that. What I was saying though, this is like watching Magnifico versus, oh, who was it? Who was it in EU? The semifinals, not the quarterfinals versus, that was a mess. But this is like watching Omelet are reminding me of Magnifico, where like they're just they cleaned up their game, they look solid. I'm gonna have to look it up actually. That's gonna drive me crazy not to know. Hold chat. Wait a second, if you go shift click, it opens up a new browser? I just learned something, chat. I always do control click. Alright, Europe. Europe. Open qualifier 2. How do you do? How do you do it? Oh. See, now G2 panicked there. Okay, hold.
And then hit it right back into Percy's
okay, so Magnifico versus KC. In that series, they lost 4-1 in the semifinals last event, but like Magnifico looks solid, and that's what Omelet is reminding me of right now. Where they're just like, they're playing decent Rocket League. Maybe G2 is the better team, but Omelet are panicking just because they're up against like the best team in the region, you know? We're gonna say the best team because G2 has won twice. It's kind of confirmed here, but you guys know what I mean.
And a good thing for Omelet as he's back in position, calls off Lion Blaze.
Middle mouse button, aka scroll wheel, on the link I want to open a new tab. Yeah, I've never tried that before, but the shift click opened up a new tab, which was crazy. Sorry, you guys heard that for a second. The example that I used on my other screen was opening up Johnny Boy's watch party. So.
This is really interesting to see out of G2 for them to be able to put on. So many
is Rizzo Moist is done for today, right? So Rizzo should, yeah, he's watching NA. We got Chief Beef.
We'll see what happens. We're approaching the final
These are such low-scoring games.
7 shots from G2, none have gone in. Omelet have scored.
Oh,
only 4. They may score another.
What a bounce!
Tried to force Beast Mode into a tough spot. Beast Mode with a light touch gives it to Zenil. It was a 3v1 play basically on the
also,
side of
middle mouse on the tab will close it? Really?
It's not network. Beast mode. Wait, no, he misses an Atomic.
Okay, Atomic turns in. We're good there. Mulattoes just equalized the series, so NIP and Mulattoes are now 2-2 in their best of 7. Which are both still teams that by eliminating each other, they will give themselves, I think, a really good chance of qualifying for the major, although complexity is still to contend with. Furia is not confirmed as far as I know, but they're basically confirmed now. And it's kind of like ninjas in pajamas and complexity that are following up who could represent Sam at the major. Wow. Okay. What is this?
I'm confused. Well, yeah.
Daz.
Not been able to get things on the press.
Daz.
Some of the touches have been looking very off from
Just
them.
I'm confused.
You have to give credit to Omelet's defense. Yes, the defense has been very good. They've been able to manage G2 on the press.
Omelet are solid right now.
And get a lot of strong chances on their end.
Omelet be out here? Exactly.
This is quite interesting here. We take a look at the Mobile 1 High Performance replay, and you've seen that save for beast mode, but it's not the only one that happened over the course of this game. Lots of closed-in opportunities or closed-in saves, desperate challenges being made, and some touches just flat out not happening here from G2. And all of a sudden, Alma with a 2-1 lead. Now, it was a long series.
Try not to yawn on stream.
Top 4 here. And I think a lot of people expected this to be
man, is my body tired.
Somebody get Colin the Shogun on the horn here. We got 1-0, 1-0, 1-0. A couple of overtimes, and then one in regulation.
That's nuts. Oh, they try to kick off switch up. Now that got him to panic. Neil's back for it though. What a defensive game he's playing right now. It's nice. Good flick. Percy running through.
Tough angle from there, and now what will he do? He'll back off.
Hey, they're making fans out of me. They're making a fan out of me, Omelet are. Man, Atomic is so quick on his defensive touches. Like, he's up already for that. What?
Great touch there from
Atomic is a beast. He's got the flow. He just understands the flow of Rocket League, that's for sure.
Increase from Omelet. They are not slowing down. They're actually speeding up. It's like the confidence is starting to build now that they've taken
nice.
They win this, they put the game
good 50
on match point here.
We're seriously watching something crazy right now.
We go. Lion Blaze with the ball.
Because like I said, I don't think G2 look bad. Okay, that double commit does look bad. Again, the stream calling me out as soon as I make a confident statement. Then they're just like, oh, we'll prove you wrong. No worries. I got that. It's on the conveyor belt, ready to serve.
G2 just not accustomed to being taken to task like this, especially by a team in the hierarchy where Omelet is located.
Stacks, he just subtly dissed Omelet like that. I mean, he's not wrong. Past performance dictates that Omelet is not supposed to be competition for G2. But still, Stacks is telling it like it is. Ooh. Good try. What is that trail that Percy has? Looks like a really pretty purple.
Playing on any other day.
Oh,
Out is left for Atomic to pop away, and I almost wondered as if any of this is intentional, like they're maybe trying to bait.
Nice.
So they can go over
good
top,
pinch out.
Not giving them any.
Well, some of this is just like a couple of fakes out, just because they know that they're going to be respected if they go up. So no one's just
Atomic popping off
and play a miss when there's all 3 players of G2 in the net. That makes sense. But some of this, yeah, I think, you know, for Omelet...
Yeah, just like Omelet aren't biting on what they don't need to bite on, you know?
Play an aggressive game against us, and then when they do, we can hit them with a
counterattack. Neil is on fire on defense.
2015 Stacks would be delighted to hear this. Omelet 8 saves a game, winning the series 2-1.
What?
Started the game thinking, oh no, I can just play goalie, everything's fine, right?
Da 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 da.
Omelette trying to bring it back. Here's beast mode. Second touch. He's got the boost to follow this, and Zeniel just delays him a little bit. Lion Blaze out in front.
All right, on the Sam side of everything, we've got an even series 2-2 between Mulattoes and NIP, and they are currently 1-1 in their game number 5. So entirely even up. Nice demo. I can't believe this is scoreless, chat. This is still kind of like blowing my mind that nobody.
Omelet's still in form.
Oh.
They're still looking really solid, even though they're getting outshot.
Yeah, Atomic follows that.
6-3 this time. But they haven't given too
the rotations.
much to G2.
The rotations are tight.
We've seen Lion Blaze specifically. He's won a lot of challenges.
Atomic's already up for that.
Beat players in G2 to the ball to the point where they all have to backtrack. Here's beast mode. Going up to the ceiling.
Yeah, Atomic running through the defensive line. But I mean, yeah, Percy gets to that, huh?
Atomic and wins the 50 against Daniel. And here you go. I'm starting to push.
Oh, wait! No! That was a good opportunity. They can't get overexcited, though.
Going by the wayside here.
I'm hungry. What are you going to eat? Oh, nice. Lion Blaze, 1v1 player. Anybody who doesn't recognize Lion Blaze hasn't been watching ones for very long. Because Lion Blaze is an OG. He never got like tippy top NA. I would say probably Lion Blaze was top 4-ish. Maybe you could argue for top 3 or top 2, like for a small period of time. But yeah, he was just pretty steady in the one scene for quite a while. And he always had the classic red car design.
And now it's time for Omelette to try and steal the game.
Is it going to be?
Atomic set it up for beast mode, not going towards the net. Zeniel doesn't.
I'm holding my breath.
One last touch to bring it down.
It's another 0-0 overtime. What?
Another overtime. Oh, wait, that's not really the best kickoff there for Omelette. Zeniel has to go up here really quickly.
Zeniel had a great touch to keep that in the corner.
A decent amount of boost here. Here's a transition from G2.
For Atomic, he's nuts on the sticks. Demo. Yep, that's what it was going to take. I don't know. I'm still laying in bed. Food is just a short walk away.
Unreal.
That's crazy that that's a tie for G2.
Daniel, the overtime winner.
That Omelette had the advantage in the series.
G2 level the series, so no matter how bad things look for G2 Stride, they managed to find a way back, and they continue to hang level.
Do you wonder what it's like to live in a house with stacks and like hear him casting? I feel like he's so loud when he casts. Like his voice is just booming. You could probably hear him all the way from the other side of his house.
Hit him with a counter punch. Wasn't too effective. G2 were aware. Great saves on the back.
That was a nutty demo from his perspective. It was. Look at that. Dang. And the speed on that. It was perfectly fast and placed in the right part of the net. Game over, exactly, Master.
It's been one goal game after one goal game, and it's really going to come down.
Okay, it looks like Mulattoes take the win in game number 5, so they are on match point.
Under pressure, that ball creased off the sidewall. They tried to clear it out, but it only set up G2 for a good offensive play upfield. Now we got a fresh 5 minutes on the clock. It's
Mulattoes are on match point with ninjas in pajamas
nerves now going on to game
in
5.
South America.
Somebody on match point, and surely a timeout coming out after this game, regardless of who wins. Lion Blaze from the wing, shots off.
Oh.
And no rebound. That's cleared out. Back to the
I wonder,
side.
are Omelette going to try to switch up, or is it kind of like oh, they just outplayed us? Unfortunate on the last game, you know? Or no, because they did have that one shot that they were really stretching to get it, but it was, you know, it was there. They had an opportunity.
Now he doesn't do it too much, but he always does try to get one in off the opener here.
It looks like G2's solution to Omelette is just to throw multiple players at the ball.
Lion Blaze sets the tone.
And say, one of you get a demo. I don't care who. Great pass.
Game in this series. Atomic and Daniel both on the side. Beast mode.
Nice.
Still yet to respawn. And the
but yeah, they're like, I don't care who gets the demo, the bump. Somebody bump a player and somebody play the ball. But two of you go.
That's it. There's your
the pinch attempt.
And now Omelet feeling real aggressive. They're all up in the G2N.
Now we're doing defensive demos from G2.
You're absolutely right.
Now that's two players going from Omelet. All right then.
Increase the pace while they've got G2 on the ropes now, but they have to be careful here as time goes on. As they have to make sure to kind of
the close passing plays.
Give G2 more space in the midfield.
Let's see. Lion Blaze is going to take that. Nice possession.
Controlling the momentum.
Still, that's up mid. See, Atomic, he's just up so fast. He went for the pogo. You love it. You love it. Look at NA getting fancy out here.
Blaze has to duck into his own net to avoid contact from Daniel. Now Atomic with the demo.
Ooh, what a save! No! Yo, he did the most. Percy tried so hard. Wow, what a save. He tried to outplay all three of G2. Just barely wasn't good enough. Crazy. And we finally have more than a 1-goal game.
G2 able to get that equalizer, and you know, for those who you said call Shogun, no, don't call him. Tell him to go back to sleep.
Call him and tell him how miserable he's going to be. Atomic trying to line up a double. G2 trying to open the floodgates here.
What a miss!
Which, I mean, 2 goals
I'm kind of interested to see what Johnny is saying about this series.
Team. We know we're going to get it from somebody. Here goes Lion Blaze. Zanil has to put the brakes on at midfield. Try not to get too
good demo.
Forward. Now Percy just
don't overextend now.
Mode. And now Zanil's got to retreat back.
I got this.
Trying to set up Atomic, and Lion Blaze with a point-blank save. Now Daniel up from the right side. What can he do? Looking to center. Lion Blaze
nice.
And got there ahead of
See, they're just trusting each other. There are very few double commits that I'm seeing on Omelet.
That's not a good first touch from Daniel at all. So beast mode comes through before it goes the other way, but now.
And for the most part, they're keeping possession when they can. Like Lion Blaze clearing that downfield was the first time that I think I've seen Omelet give the ball away. Oh my gosh! Johnny this, Johnny that, I joke. Just because I know he's analyzing this and he probably has an interesting opinion on why Omelet are doing so good.
A goal line save keeps this game tied for now, as Daniel will come out of the zone, but he trades demos with Lion Blaze. So a good reset now for Omelet, and Atomic, an aggressive challenge. He's got beast mode waiting for a pass.
Yikes! Yikes! Somebody get in the way of that.
They woke up the beast. Here we go. Atomic, beautiful setup for the pass. Beast mode gets
I mean, maybe unpopular opinion here, but I don't think that was Beast popping off. I think that was Omelet missing on defense. And Beast mode just not respecting that they might touch it. Just going for his double regardless. Which is its own kind of pop-off.
But instead, they watch Beast mode get destroyed. So Daniel has to take this out of the zone. Flip reset. He's got Atomic waiting to follow the play as well.
Nice. More demos are coming back.
Unfortunately, he got deleted.
Whoa!
Just a little bit off.
Percy getting saucy.
Trying to dash along the wall. Now Lion Blaze, can he get out for this? He can. He has
perfectly measured pass. He didn't boom it like I tried to do. Passing to Kaze.
Circle around. Percy got the midfield boost. He may be needed
W Pro.
Soon. Daniel dances around Lion Blaze. Here he comes again, trying to make himself as big as possible. And
nice.
Percy still got the clearance. And now look out. Daniel's second.
Oh, no! Oh man, I'm kind of rooting for Omelet now. Papa John's pizza for the win. What kind of pizza did you get?
Chance here, but Daniel's not going to be able to wrap around that. He was playing on the right side. Now, Omelet.
Nice.
See the pace of gameplay increasing.
Good try over the top. Here we go.
They know they can maintain play, and they know that Omelet are going to send everything they have, which is exactly what they want in terms of control.
We didn't see that miss, chat.
Right back to their end every
Nothing happens. Also did not see that team bump from G2. Nothing. I saw nothing.
10 seconds left. Omelet
Pepperoni and pineapple. Wait, like you got a pepperoni pizza and then you also got a pineapple pizza, or you got pepperoni with pineapple? You mean just pepperoni? All right. It looks like NIP are on track to win game number 6, so that Sam series could be going to game 7. They're going the distance. Chat.
Very solid out of him. You saw the individual play. Atomic assisted every goal that was scored.
I was gonna look up something. What was I gonna look up?
A timeout. So of course, I mean, you can't take it with you at this point. G2
can't remember.
So many close chances.
Pepperoni and pineapple, and just pepperoni pizza.
All because they let in one extra goal. Right?
I don't know. I don't know about that. I've never tried pepperoni and pineapple. Seems a little weird. I'm used to the Canadian bacon.
With the pair that gets G2 ahead of Omelet. They take their time out here. They get the extra time to talk this over.
Hey, Omelet are looking great. Can we all just agree on that one? Omelet kind of look nuts right now. It looks solid. Not like they're popping off, but they are solid.
Win this event, and then they need M80 and OG to go out in the semis or earlier. We know OG is already there. M80 to play TSM following the conclusion of this series. Timeout just about wrapped up here as we get ready to go to Utopia now for game 6. We have not had a game 7 in North America, which just sounds bizarre considering this is the final event of the first split before we go to the
I didn't know that. We haven't had a game 7 yet in all 3 events.
Well, there's still time. And if this weekend is showing us anything, that's definitely possible. Omelet been playing a good series against G2. The G2 stride, the defense has still been there.
We're getting a lot of the Lion Blaze cam because he's the only one with a cam on his team.
We have seen a little bit of mistakes.
Whoa, NIP 5-0 up against Mulattoes to move them into game 7.
Chances for counters. I know a lot of teams.
They really turned the series around on that one.
Right now are going to be looking at this when it comes to later on in the bracket and maybe even beyond that, just seeing, okay, where are the weaknesses here of G2? You get ready. Utopia is the backdrop. Match point situation. Omelet.
All right.
A game 7. But for G2 to move on to top 4, a win here is all they need.
This is a different perspective that I've never had of this pitch. The cobblestone lines look especially emphasized when you have it over the field like that.
And they do it though. Can they actually upset G2, or will order be restored here? With no upsets.
I wonder what they're going to change their game plan to be.
Percy, he went into his net. He kind of lost where he was. Not fatal just yet. Daniel couldn't take advantage. Percy tried to dance through.
Good save. Yeah, G2 are just really keeping the aggression on. They're chasing.
Beast Mode was coming after him, but they found a way to get this to Percy. But Daniel right there.
Anytime they're anywhere near any of the players, G2 are just on top of Omelet. Look at this. Look at Daniel running through. Pushing out Lion Blaze.
With Beast Mode coming on, no second touch. It's still bearable, and there's plenty of boosts on this Omelet.
That's an overcommit.
Now they do. Percy can't get around Daniel.
Yeah, but that was big though. Lion Blaze got that challenge, and Atomic was trying to lead that for Daniel. He had Daniel right under him to go and take a shot. Lion Blaze privy to it, saw it.
This is a lot closer series than I expected.
G2 are trying to look for each other in some of these passing
lanes, I kind of didn't even give Omelet a second thought.
Letting that happen at all. They are keen to
Which, my bad.
And they know, okay,
my bad. I'll put some respect on your name, Omelet. Jeez.
We can bring it the other way, but right now, just have to be cautious.
I'll respect their skills from now on.
Lion Blaze coming from all the way across and then grabbed that corner boost so Beast Mode couldn't steal it. But now Daniel still got a shot away. Zanil hanging around on the backboard.
Yeah, they're still just not committing for that because Zanil didn't have enough boost. So like, why would he go? He can't reach the ball anyways.
So Omelet having to play very passively, very conservatively. That means G2's going to get their opportunities as they have in the early part of this series and were unable to convert. Atomic will try again. Daniel turns off. And now he'll turn back onto the play.
It's so low scoring is what's crazy.
Denied by Lion Blaze, and it goes across. Atomic couldn't field it cleanly. So now Beast Mode will try. Atomic fails.
All right, Game 7 has commenced in South America. Mulattoes versus Ninjas in Pajamas. Ninjas in Pajamas, one of the teams that is in contention for a major spot. So if they lose here, I think it's pretty much Complexity if they win their series. Complexity and Furia.
And even though he's demo for his efforts, he puts Omelet in such a good spot. Percy wants to keep this in. You can see Beast Mode, sidewall, wanted to get the sidewall double left it for
I think that one of the other big things that Omelet is doing is they're not forcing a play out of each other for the most part. They're kind of just like playing what they feel is comfortable. Like they're not forcing each other to stay upfield. They're not forcing solo plays. It's just like, okay, if it's a pass, it's a pass. If it's a solo play, it is. Like if I need to wait on the defensive touch and G2 isn't challenging, then they're letting their teammate wait on the touch, and that's that. Oh no! Nah, they got that clear. Like now it looks like they're reaching. They're a little bit desperate. They've gained an advantage against G2. They think they've got him low. So now they're really pushing. But I think their advantage so far is they're not making a lot of turns like that one that Zanil just did. That now has Percy in a terrible position in net, you know?
Not giving G2 time to set up camp on their base. This goes back to Daniel, and he'll bring it right in again. G2 looking to get a little creative, perhaps.
Interesting.
Atomic from the corner. Pinched it in front, and Zanil tracks it the whole way.
A little bump there from Zanil. Now he's moving up to try to get some interference. Not the best touch from Lion Blaze. That's kind of throw possession away here. Final minute.
You're just tossing in a little bit of explosiveness here and there.
Zanil, great cutoff from Beast Mode. He thought he had a lot of time. Had to pull off. Now Daniel just trying to test to see, okay, where's everyone going to be? Zanil.
Oh, interesting pass. He does connect.
This gives a good
all right.
here for Omelet. But can they hold on to it? That's really what they've struggled with as well, just being able to hold on to it.
Wow, that's confident for Zanil to turn off of that and just let Percy save it.
Still got control for a moment. Now Percy and Zanil started to turn on this. Percy took charge. Daniel, though, back across midfield. Zanil, off plate.
Quick beat, awkward read. Good job. And Lion Blaze continues to guard that. Wow.
They won one of them, but G2's got a couple of their own. Now Beast Mode through. Atomic can't get it.
They're trying again.
Has to control this. Will he try to score?
Uh-oh, the demo. The demo. That was almost a goal. Holy cow. Clutch.
Here we go.
Freaking clutch.
Here in the back end, so he's actually going to be able to leave this ball for Percy.
Oh, Zanil drops? Zanil keeps causing chaos?
More defense has been really good. They're trying to see if they can disrupt it on the side of G2, but it doesn't go the way that they want.
Nice.
Kept the ball
nice.
Zanil trying to play it around, but Beast Mode is having none of it. Even though with the demo wants to set up a lane. Percy looking for a bump on Daniel. Atomic and Daniel.
Clutch from Atomic. Come diving in from the side. Ooh. Fast speed. Leave it. And what? What a game. A more egotistical player would have tried to readjust and get that tight angle double, but no, Lion Blaze, he just left it.
And you're right.
Dang. You're right, Raptor. Too true. This is a really good series.
Omelet
are playing great. Just like they're not even they're not even necessarily popping off in a lot of moments. They're just like really solid. They're just really solid right now. They're not overextending. They're not double committing a lot on defense. They're taking time when they have time. It's kind of nice to see. What a save from Lion Blaze. Like Zenil, I think, was definitely the hero of the first few games of the series, but Lion Blaze clutch in this game. All of them have had great plays. Like Lion on offense and on defense. You're just I'm almost speechless. Like I don't know what to say other than they're just playing really well.
Now G2 calling a timeout.
Okay, so we got the final few seconds. We'll tune back in. We'll keep listening to the main series in NNA, but this is the last few seconds of Game 7 for Ninjas and Mulattoes.
Start loading things up. Composure is the name of the game. Both teams have been very composed this
Since they're taking a timeout, we can watch this for a second.
That we've seen that some teams have taken advantage of, some teams haven't. This one really is going to end up coming down to we can have this go the same distance.
Ninjas up, they got 2-0. They should close this out now. It's in the final 15.
Listen, G2 has played well enough to against most other teams.
What I miss, I've been clipping coupons. A very great series from Omelette. They're in Game 7. We're listening to them timeout right now. There it is. NIP confirmed they are through into the semifinals, and they are live in the race versus Complexity to qualify for Copenhagen.
And then counterattacking has at least kept G2 on their toes. They haven't been able.
I would even say this is the best series of the whole regional so far. I can't remember all the series that we watched in Swiss, but I could probably tentatively agree to that. There might have been one series in Swiss where it was like watching the end of that Luminosity game, making it through into the single LM bracket. That was probably more hype because of, you know, the team stream, but in terms of like the gameplay itself, yeah, I think this is probably the best series.
Oh my goodness, Daniel with that double, that's quite the opener. G2 already with a lot of
I don't know. I am happy regardless of how this ends.
Too far forward, so has to wrap around. He's going to want to keep this ball close.
Nice. He fakes the flip reset because he doesn't have boost to actually get that. Oh! The placement! Lion Blaze. Freaking precision right there. Whoa. What a goal. That's so underrated, by the way. Most people like wouldn't look twice at that if you include it in a highlight reel, but that was key. 50. They've awoken the monster for sure. G2 are out for blood right now.
And then a big win from Lion Blaze slows down G2 even more.
Yeah, I was also thinking about in gameplay this is the best series. Yeah, agreed then. Easy agree. This has been good Rocket League to watch.
Is there a chance G2 go out here in the top 8? A couple of demos. Lion Blaze top.
Wait, where did everybody go? Who was demoed where? Hold on. What in the what? What just happened? Yo, we kind of need to watch that in slow-mo to pick it apart, huh? Omelet cooking? I'm sorry, FCB. You were right to believe. Hey, you've changed my mind. Omelet are looking clean right now. This is great. I am so happy. What a save. It was close. Good Rocket League. Thumbs up. Double thumbs up. I put both thumbs up. This is great.
Got to be very careful here for G2. Yeah.
Nice.
Cut by Zenil, and he's still waiting on the side if G2 opt to go that way. Instead, he's got to force them to the middle where Lion Blaze was waiting.
See, Zenil's just playing that patiently, like he knew he didn't have to go to the ball, so he wasn't going for the ball. Oh, that's awkward. What a chip. All right, we give that to G2. That was quite a chip from Daniel. He read that too. You can see he boosted into that position to get the extra touch on it. Clutch from Daniel.
And now it's a 1-goal game. Here go G2.
Goodness.
This goes out to the side for beast mode to take charge. Daniel.
Wow. Just like that, we're 2-2.
Beast mode ties it up.
All right, what happened here? Daniel pressuring again. Yeah, coming off the back wall, just forcing Lion Blaze further out than he wanted to. Lion Blaze is such a team player. I love it. He is. He's been working at this for a while now, like trying to get consistently to the top level of RLCS. Like I think he's been top 16 before on his teams, but just not very, like he's been in and out. He's crushed in CRL in the collegiate Rocket League. But I mean, I know not a lot of people from RLCS also follow CRL because I think the viewership is just a lot lower. But CRL hasn't been announced again. The players have been waiting since the semester began in January, and there's still no announcement of whether Rocket League is continuing CRL. Which is where traditionally quite a few of the bubble players in, I don't know as much about EU, but NA have resided, where they've continued to get decent practice is because they've been in CRL. But CRL is no more. That they haven't announced it for this semester. They ran it for the fall, and I think usually they start up in February or like end of January. And the CRL teams have heard nothing, and it's, you know, beginning of March. So it's at least a full month past when they usually start, from what I gather, when they start their spring split, and they've gotten nothing. No communication. My plan was to join a CRL team one day. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not going to speak too much more about it because I'm not very educated on the matter. I just heard that from a CRL player themselves, and I've seen it a tiny bit on Twitter. But yeah, as far as I know, that's the situation.
Even got that one past Lion Blaze. Atomic gets another beat.
Kind of like the women's scene, where like they might be working on something in the background, but there's just been like little to no communication.
Are all over the ball, up and down the field. Final minute, tied up game in Game 7.
Okay. This does look like G2 have a lot more pressure here. Oh. Ooh, Percy didn't have any boost. It would have been better if he could like follow that.
He does. Thought about the midfield boost, and Zanil demolished for his efforts. Look out, could be trouble.
Yikes! Oh my gosh, they need an overtime and a stabilization stat.
Game 7. Daniel circles around, and again Zanil's got the stop. Atomic waiting.
I think Lion Blaze is getting a little bit desperate on his rotations here. He's playing a little bit more unhinged from what I can see of him zipping around the field. Like now he's double committing.
They're trying to get this down to the ground for overtime again, and now Percy.
Oh, Percy's going for it.
One last look. G2's got to be careful.
All right.
Overtime.
Both teams got to be careful here off the kickoff.
This is a little bit more shaky out of Omelet.
Cheat up. There's beast mode. Percy, though, he turned the right way, able to make the stop. But right now, G2 still with that ball. They're going to try to see if they can test the defense and force a mistake. No real time for either side to calm down. We have to keep
See, they didn't need to bite on that. Come on, Zanil. They're both low. Ooh. Hold on. Hold on, I'll read that message, Erica.
And now the pressure remains though for G2. It's Lion Blaze to try and calm it down. That kicks out of the corner. Beast mode, waiting. Now can he center? Not quite. It's stopped by Zanil.
Yeah, Omelet just need to get recomposed again. Their communication needs to clear up. There's obviously a couple double commits that didn't need to happen, that were unforced. What a save by Zanil. Oh my gosh, my heart is in my throat.
The defense has been strong and set from Omelet, and G2 have not been able to disrupt it. finally, I'm gonna get a chance to break out here, but G2 still have to find a way to bring it back in. You see Atomic with that demo
not
Blaze,
good.
A lot of room, and Omelet said, okay, we'll give you the midfield on that sidewall for now. But
oh my gosh, why is Line Blaze out there?
Daniel plays it off the corner. Zanil with a miss. Beast mode for game. Blocked away. Daniel follow-up. Got it.
Oh man. That's unfortunate.
As they push themselves forward to the top 4.
Yeah, that's rough. If I had to guess though, just from what I was seeing across the pitch, I think Lion Blaze lost his composure when G2 got all that pressure on them in the last game. Otherwise, they were really, really solid.
And G2 survives the
no, that's not a good way to go out. I mean, they did play a great series, but I think it is Lion Blaze that folded a tiny bit. He started to look like there was a hint of desperation to his movement. He was zooming all around in front of the net, trying to pick up small pads. He was flying across, and he double committed a time or maybe two with his teammates on defense. So, yeah. But otherwise, they looked really good. I think that's the hardest that G2 has had to work so far. Luminosity didn't look that good. Gen G obviously got the win on G2 yesterday. So other than Gen G yesterday, Omelet has looked the best as any other team has looked against them.
Who will join G2? We've got so much more Rocket League.
I got the feeling he was frustrated at his teammates. I don't know. Might just be me. Yeah, we don't know. There's no way for us to confirm, but like I said, just watching the games, it looked like it was possibly that. That play right there, I think, turned Lion Blaze into desperation mode. Being the person trying to get those 2 saves. It looks like it's his teammates' fault. Yeah. Yeah, just a little bit unfortunate. Hey, that was pretty good overall, though. That was a great series. That was the best series that we've watched so far. Alright. Let us see here. It looks like Rocket Street just got back, but they've still got to introduce their next series, which they are playing. They are playing Hero Base versus Not Exposed, which I think Hero Base might be in contention for the major. I'm not sure. I thought it was just Complexity and Ninjas in Pajamas, but yeah, maybe Hero Base is still in the conversation. But let's look at the North American bracket here now that we've finished it up. We got one more quarterfinal to get through, which is TSM versus M80. So that takes out the long shot at the major. I think Omelet had to have a lot of things go their way for them to make it in, but good performance from them. Let me read your message, Erica. There are still minor leagues in College Rocket League, like the Star League, that they can still plan. And here in Texas, I mean, just like I actually got invited to play at a college LAN happening at Six Flags. Oh, interesting. Yeah, it's just not CRL. There's still other leagues, but not the Psionic sponsored official CRL league. How many SAM teams go to majors? 2, right? Yes, 2. Furia has a pretty solid lead. If they're not clinched, I think they're basically guaranteed. And then as far as I know, Ninjas in Pajamas and Complexity are next up on that. But we could solve that really quick here. You guys get to watch me as I open it up. As I navigate to the information that I'm looking for. Bang. Okay, let's look at Sam. Okay, there we go. There's the information for our beautiful eyes to see. It is Furia have to get second, and then they take the win, or they get to Copenhagen. Complexity have to win, and Ninjas have to win to get a tiebreaker. Okay, yeah, so everybody else is eliminated. Everybody else is in red. Even if they're still alive in the tournament right now, they can't catch up in points. So it is just a 3-horse race. Interesting. Which Furia have already gotten into. If we take a look at their bracket really quick, Furia have already gotten into the semifinals, so all they have to do is win against Ninjas tomorrow, and that's a twofer. So not only will Furia secure Copenhagen, but then they'll eliminate the only other competition from Complexity. So it's kind of unfortunate that Ninjas are on the same side as Furia. Like, they control their own fate, but then also at the same time, like, Furia and Complexity have the same goal, which is not Ninjas. So that's the Sam situation right now, which that was good to look at, because I thought there was still one more team in there in the mix, but yeah, it seems to just be those three. And then in terms of North America, of course, I want to say that this is linked in the description, so you could pull up these spreadsheets yourself if you want. Again, shout out to Direct for giving us this information to look at. But here we go. So G2 and Gen G are confirmed. OG still alive along with Luminosity. They didn't get third or fourth, but if we click over to Luminosity's page, so now they finished 5th to 8th, and they have to get 7 or more. So all the green ones are the ones that have already happened. So that's, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They only need 2 more of these things to happen. They either need TSM to not win, M80 to finish 3rd or 4th, or OG to lose tomorrow as well. So like, there's multiple ways that Luminosity could still clinch a major. They could also still get there and do a tiebreaker, which I don't know. I don't know if Direct has that on here, but yeah, this sheet is really W. Again, huge shout out to Direct. He is the man. I like these little additions on the side. Chaos, table flip. All right. Okay. Look, he's editing it right now. That's him. Derek. Just kidding. That might be somebody else. No, I think that's him. Because everybody else is an anonymous. Anonymous alligator, armadillo. Aurochs? What's that? Badger? Whoa. Okay, anyways. Oh, look, he's updating it right over here. Look at him go. We're following Direct. We can see him. He's cooking. He's changing things. That's kind of cool, not gonna lie. Okay, so OG, if they do well tomorrow, maybe win in their semifinal, then they can overtake Luminosity in terms of seeding. That would also mean that if they win the event, they might also overtake Gen G, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, we're basically just looking at if TSM beat M80, then it's kind of gonna be, I mean, we don't expect TSM to beat G2, right? I mean, Omelette were really close, so maybe. I don't know. Anything can happen at this point, chat. Oh, we're back on stream. It went to a game 7 though, so I don't think they have an interview. Do they? They do. Okay. You get an interview.
I'm feeling very stressed, man. Honestly, they were a tough team. I'm not gonna lie. I was expecting, like, I think everyone was expecting an easier win, but I mean, they played.
He's being honest. I appreciate it.
They played, but I'm feeling good after that series for sure.
I mean, we've seen you guys dominate teams. We've seen
guys, do you see it?
You just get shot after shot after shot. You don't allow
Did you
many
see
shots
that?
On your end. This week it's been a little bit different.
Beast mode must have just gotten somebody talking in his ear, because when he was leaned back, you could see the top of the V1 logo on his shirt.
Necessarily frustration, but definitely like they were definitely annoying.
He's not repping G2.
They're honestly just saving everything.
Beast
and then
mode.
when they would like get us to, like, they would just counter very, very quickly and easily. Because I mean, they were just playing really well, honestly. But yeah, they were just saving everything, man. It was stressful, but
did NRG play already? Hi, Jose. Welcome back. Have you been lurking this entire time?
Give me a chance to calm your fans down, because I'm sure they're freaking out. Like, oh well, they already clinched their spot.
See, you can see it. The tip of the V1.
Is the prep any different here? Is there any less pressure on you guys now that you know where you're slotted in for the major here in Copenhagen?
Honestly, I think a lot of people would think like we don't have any pressure because we have our, you know, we have.
No, they want #1 seed
spot like locked, but I think there's more pressure on us honestly because of the 3P. I think we want to make history as a team, and it's kind of hard not to want that or not have the pressure because this is like once in a blue moon to have this certain chance. So I think there is more pressure on us, and like it's hard not to have the pressure. But overall, I think we're just having the same mindset and everything such as that. So yeah.
Very low scoring series. I mean, you guys had 7 goals as a team.
Sorry, FCB. They put a good effort out.
Daniel, you had a few of those as well.
You clipped 40 coupons. That's a lot of coupons.
I mean, Atomic and Daniel combined for a couple of those OT winners. What about their play during this series while you guys were under duress?
I mean, just having them on the team is just like relieves a lot of stress off me. You know, when I see them having the ball, it was great. But when I see them having the ball at any second, I just like I feel comfortable. I feel like they can score at any moment, any time. So it's just nice to have that, you know, that comfortable.
Now it's time to put clothes on to do groceries. Oh, you got to go shop.
Stressful at least, but yeah, it's just amazing to have on the team, and I'm really thankful that they can do the things that. I don't know what I'm trying to say. I'm thankful that they can do the things that I know they can do at least.
Yeah, that's a nice shirt you got on. How you feeling on your spot here on version 2?
Oh, Stacks calling him out.
I'm feeling great. Yeah, I mean, gotta always. People probably see that right now, but you know, they're kind of the reason why I'm here today. So I gotta support them and support G2 as well. So yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I've been lurking a bit, but mostly doing chores around my house. Oh, nice. Making progress, getting some stuff done. That's nice.
In the semifinals, you have any thoughts on that particular series and maybe who you guys might want to play? Because I mean, everything at this point is kind of a tune-up for what's to come later on in the month.
Honestly, I think TSM are gonna win. I'm not gonna lie. Just like MAD they just keep choking under pressure when they get to the playoffs. I'm not saying they can't. They can't win, but I'm gonna say TSM takes that.
All right.
I would agree with that take though. M80 haven't performed when they needed to.
Thank you very much.
A new Spook Lucas a scammer video just dropped. Oh, what for? Okay. So they're gonna introduce the next series, but while they do that, we are gonna watch the SAM quarterfinal. Don't worry, I have NA on my other monitor. We will switch over as soon as we need to watch the final quarter between TSM and M80. Who do you guys got for that, by the way? I think I am gonna pick TSM. Not because I watched TSM tomorrow or yesterday, but because we watched a little bit of M80 and they did look rough. It's in the description, Jose. I linked both the North American and the SAM bracket in the description, so you can now look there. Whenever we do RLCS watch parties, I'll have D-Rex spreadsheets for who can clinch, what majors and points and all that stuff, and then also the 2 brackets that we're paying attention to. So. There you go. No command because Stream Elements is unreliable. By the way, these teams, neither of them can make it to the major no matter what they do today. They are both eliminated from major contention, but this game is still really important for them to get points for Worlds contention, because the points don't add up in terms of hold on here, the points don't add up in terms of the I can't get the word. Making a difference in terms of them being able to qualify for the second major. They separate the splits, but the points in total will contribute, hold on here, will contribute to them making it to Worlds. So like right now, here we go. Let me pull it up for you guys. So like this is Sam, and we're watching Hero Base right here and Not Exposed go against each other. They're tied. They want their points to add up in general to be able to qualify for Worlds. So this match still matters, just in a different way.
El equipo de Hero Base pensó que el pase podía ser para para el compañero.
Did you watch the Spook Luke is a scammer video, Jose? I want TSM to win and lose in semis and have worse stats than Dig and have a miracle from Dig happen because it'll be funny. What do you mean a miracle for Dig? Dig are already eliminated. They're out of contention because OG won versus Luminosity and booted them out. So now it goes G2, Gen G, Luminosity, OG. OG leapfrogged and pushed Dignitas out. So they can't make it to the major anymore. Like I said, they're still close for like worlds and stuff. At least, okay, I asserted that the points didn't accumulate for split number 2, and I'm almost sure that is the case, but don't hold me to that. Oh wait, what? I didn't know that? Yeah. You watched a little bit of it? Was it valid? Do you think Spook Luke is a scammer?
45 segundos todavía en el temporizador, viene NorXpose y también Drop se equivoca para demostrar que
I think traditionally hero base have done better. Although I guess they're equal on points, so maybe not exposed has done alright too. Dang, then I want M80 to win. That makes stuff more interesting. So you just want the tiebreakers. You don't want it to be cut and dry, you want the tiebreakers. I guess because I want Luminosity and OG to make it to the major, I'm gonna say I want TSM. Because then if M80 are eliminated, TSM have to win just to get a tiebreaker with Luminosity. Or OG, depending on how OG perform tomorrow. Or maybe it's they get a tiebreaker, it's a 3-way tie? I don't know. Basically, TSM have to beat G2 in the semifinals, and then they have to beat the winner of OG and Gen G. Alright, first game concludes. We're gonna click off of Sam here and go to the introduction of TSM M80.
I've been watching as much. Let me check the Wikipedia, right? I'm hearing about this M80 team. They're these Swiss merchants that play really well on Fridays, but don't play well on
OG M80 final would be peak.
Reconcile that narrative with what we saw
it basically talks about how Spook makes lower ranked people think they can rank up fast by paying him 1.5k. Some things he says is to rotate far post side and don't chase and things like that.
That's not how any of this works.
And what is your opinion on that, Jose?
What do you actually do with this M80 roster? How do you actually rate them?
Well, I think for me, the reason I like M80 particularly in this matchup is just because for me, seeing that going into Friday Swiss, everybody was
alright. Raptor is a TSM fanboy. We got Erica wanting M80 because of tiebreakers. Who are you sitting with, Jose?
Talked about it when they play under pressure in the bracket.
The real truth is that it's just overpriced. Yeah, probably. Possibly. I didn't mean probably, I meant possibly. Possibly overpriced. I haven't experienced it myself, so I don't know if it's overpriced.
Okay, the Swiss merchant stuff is over. Now you just have to play.
I knew from watching his videos years ago, his tips were outdated. Likely? Okay, maybe likely is a good enough word.
Quality losses are what
What's overpriced? We're talking about Spook Luke and his Rocket League rank up program.
In terms of a team that has been very nervous on a Saturday.
I don't know, I kind of feel bad for people that do pay him because most of the things you can just look up on YouTube and just by playing the game. Yeah, but it's an ignorance cost, right? Basically, like, yes, there's a lot of knowledge that you could look up online and on YouTube and in general, say, like, everything besides a field that designates you having a degree, like, say, a doctor. You could learn that stuff, most of it, for free or through self-teaching on your own without paying to go to a school or going through a program or anything like that. If it doesn't specifically require a certification or a degree, You can learn a lot on your own, but the price that you're paying for schooling or for going through a course is the convenience and the experience that maybe like a teacher or a coach or a program would give you. So I wouldn't say just that alone would make it like unreasonable for people to pay him. Just because the information is elsewhere doesn't mean that he doesn't still provide value by creating a program. Because you could break down a lot of people's products with that argument. A lot of people's service products. Like for example, I could go and I could get gas cheaper than going to my nearest gas station. I could buy it in bulk from somebody specifically who transports gas and get it at a cheaper price per gallon. Do I do that? No, because I like the convenience of not having to have my own tank on my property, having to figure out a way to store it, having to have all of the equipment to pump it from the tank into my pickup. So I am paying a convenience price to go to a gas station where they house all of that for me, and I just have like a quick 5-minute interaction to fill up my tank. So like you could apply that logic to anything and have it work out that the person who is selling that service is gouging you in a way.
They just did it on the Friday. They couldn't get those results.
1.5K is a lot for to me. Yeah.
TSM is they might be deflated just
I think it's crazy to pay that much to get good at Rocket League, but like if you're paying for a service that eventually leads to you becoming a pro that, you know, gets paid like a 5-figure salary a month, is it that bad of a trade-off? It's all about how far you take that knowledge and how you apply it and use it in the future. Because like you could argue that I'm a big fat dum-dum for having gone to school and gotten a photography degree because I haven't used it. But if I had used it, if I had started my own photography business and, you know, had generated revenue from that education that I got, then like that would be considered a good trade-off.
But I think both teams, again, both are nervous at times throughout this.
It also talks about a guy that he works with that's been convicted of scamming people, and that's where I ended the video and came here. All right.
How we think about these
Imagine paying $1,500 to be a diamond.
These are the big plot point chapters.
Again, it's all about what you hope to get out of it. Like I said, I haven't been through the program myself. I haven't seen what they do in the program, so you know, I am not in a place to give an informed opinion about it.
I don't know if there's something Gibbs was saying here. I will say one thing.
I'd rather be a plat for free. True, having a dream to be pro would be the only way I could see it being reasonable. Well, and also like if you have the disposable cash, like if you choose to spend $1,500 on a training program and all you get is diamonds, like sure, yeah, to some people that's a waste of your money. But there's a lot of things that people spend money on, like somebody who wears a fancy, what is it called? What's Rolex? Who wears a Rolex watch? That doesn't mean anything to me. No matter what position in life I'm in, wearing a Rolex and owning a Rolex watch is a waste of money, in my opinion. But some people value that. They like Rolex watches. It's a symbol of success for them. So like it's not a waste of money for them. Don't you like it? I am a professional, never take a side. I am a professional devil's advocate. I'll take M80. NAS is looking good. NAS is looking good, but the team as a whole is like a little bit disjointed. I think M80 should win on their best day. I think they are better than TSM on their best day. But TSM have proven to be more consistent this event.
Yeah, literally in new territory.
I want to get Ryan a Rolex. Okay, grocery time.
Arcade machine. They're like, wait, I don't know this level.
How much is a Rolex?
Their instincts carry.
I'll have you in my earbuds. Sounds good, Erica. I will try not to yell and surprise you in a grocery store. What'd you miss, Caesar? A really close series between Omelet and G2. If you didn't catch any of that, if you just like watching good Rocket League, that's worth rewinding.
Points matter a lot throughout this. I think one of
whether you watch it on my stream or you go on the official Rocket League channel, like I think that was a really good game. That was one of the closest teams to challenge G2 that we've seen all split, besides Gen G taking the Game 5 win against G2 in Swiss yesterday. Omelet were playing fantastically. It had multiple 0-0 overtimes. And I'll just leave it at that, just in case you want to watch it on your own time. But it was a great series.
They were only 3 points down of that four-way tie, so they
I'll check back. I was playing Rocket League and I had the stream on, but didn't see. Yeah, it was good entertainment.
And we'll be tied with all these teams.
Chat and I were happy. And Daz and Stacks casted it.
They will have to beat
right? It was Daz and Stacks? I'm pretty sure it was Daz and Stacks.
21-point mark, because again, top 4 go to Copenhagen. So TSM, you got to win at least 2, but for M80, they just need to win 1.
I apologize, guys. I thought they were going to start the series way before this, so we could have kept watching a whole nother game of Sam. And we wouldn't have missed anything.
And wins, yes?
And wins, yes.
They have to win that to take that.
They must have a tech delay, because they are stalling their butts off.
But then, if either of them were to win their match in the semifinals, they would get the spot unless they both win, and then it literally is the grand finals for
in general, I would just like to say there has been pretty good Rocket League again today. Like the first North American event was a little bit rough, but following that, NA has cleaned it up. Not overall. We can't say every series has looked better, but as a generalized statement, North America has looked a little bit closer, a little bit more competitive, and competitive for the right reasons.
Man, lots on the line here.
I just subbed. I appreciate it, Master. I'm glad you're enjoying your time here. I will continue to try to provide you good content.
Go to the game as soon as we can, and we're all very excited to get into that match as soon as the players are ready here. But
sounds like it's a player problem.
About, like, offensive numbers, obviously, you know, M80.
Get mad at the players.
Looked fantastic in Swiss.
Okay, so it looks like Hero Base have won their second game, so they're up 2-0 against Not Exposed.
Right now, TSM has played half the games
in Sam.
Exactly the same per game right now.
Pretty sure. You know what's going to be crazy is if this series can just hurry up and get started, we'll be able to catch Complexity versus W7M.
They're only giving up 1 goal per game,
which will be an interesting series, because in Sam, basically, if you haven't been listening, the race in Sam is no teams have been confirmed to Copenhagen yet. Sam has 2 spots, and in the running is Furia, who was in North America last season, Complexity, who was also in North America, and then Ninjas in Pajamas, who we saw representing Sam in a couple international events. And so it's all 3 of them competing for spots. All Furia has to do is win tomorrow, and I think they confirm and they knock out Ninjas, so it'll be Furia and Complexity. But if Ninjas in Pajamas somehow beat Furia, then I think Complexity and Furia might play a tiebreaker. I don't know. It's gonna be crazy. It's gonna be crazy over there. But I hope this series ends in such a manner that we will be able to catch Complexity. Because I want to see how they're playing. Because they looked really good. They dominated Furia in the first event, and then Furia took down Complexity in event number 2, and now they're on opposite sides of the bracket. So if Furia and Complexity meet again, it'll be because Furia takes down Ninjas, and they're both going to Copenhagen anyways.
The distance, 7 games, going all the way to overtime.
That 3-0 over kickoff craziness from TSM.
So this is going to be a big series for them. Their first time
playing
RLCS best of 7.
We've watched a little bit of TSM on this stream, but I feel like I haven't seen them as much. So Creams, Hockey, and Wavy. Wavy is a 1v1 player. If you follow that scene, you would have seen him. Oh, looks like Nas is repping the flag decal.
Now you see M80 have to pull out the punches too. A lot of the broader pro community respects M80 and even rank them in 3rd or maybe
I need to change my controller dead zone to 0.05, but I have an Xbox controller, so if anyone want to help a boy out to get a PS controller, donate to me. Which one would you like to try? If you could get a PlayStation controller, do you want to do PS4 or 5? Because I personally vibe better with 5 since I was an Xbox controller main. I tried 4 and I could get used to it, but like the feel of 5 brings me right back to having an Xbox controller, and it's held up so far. I tried both. My PS4 controller, if my 5 breaks, I could still go back to it. It's perfectly functional. But the other reason I switch is because I have a longer cord for my PS5. Ooh. Wow, that's really green. Wow, what a high pop. In hockey with the speed.
Trying to clear the path, leave it for a teammate.
Wavy is fire, PS4 best. Honestly, I never had a 5. Would you be open to trying a 5? Because there's a few pros that have switched over to 5. I can't remember them off the top of my head. Most of them I think are still on PS4s, and they kind of like bulk bought PS4 controllers. But there's definitely a couple that are on 5 now. Xbox Elite or Bust. That's actually the cord that I'm using for my PS5. Is the Xbox Elite cord. So I'm cross console technically. Yeah, most pros are still sticking on PS4. But like I said, I've seen at least one. I think it was a Carmine player. It was either Rise or a Tau had a PS5, because you could see in their boot camping cam, like the big overview, like over their shoulders, you could see them set their controller down on their desk when they won their series. And I think it might have been Rise that had it. Definitely wasn't Vatira, it was Rise or Ato. Oh, what a save. The prediction from Nas.
As the smoke clears, TSM have their offense weakened.
I've noticed that my Xbox controller is holding me back when it comes to mechanical plays. How do you mean? You have Xbox Series Elite 2 controller. Is that just the Elite? Because I had an Elite. A friend bought it for me, and then it broke a little bit. It lasted a little bit longer than the regular, like, standard Xbox controller. Wow. We just saw Lion Blaze snipe from that corner too. Such an incredible regional. Oh, what a pass from AJ. All right. To the player with the highest shots per game and second in goals per game. Go to controller. Yeah, I think on that one I got my boost button started sticking, so I couldn't boost, which is kind of important. The one thing that I couldn't exchange on that controller broke. Because you can pull out the sticks and the buttons, right? On the Elite. The front buttons, like the A, B, Y, and shoot, I'm forgetting. What's the other? A, B, oh, X. A, B, X, Y.
But let's look at what AJ's doing, almost getting past Creams. Makes a good stop close to the net.
I made my first true clip in game last night. Felt so good. What was it? Share with the class, Master. That's my controller, but then again I use different controls that no one will use. True, yeah. True. You can take the entire thing apart. Yeah. I just ended up switching. It's going to be a little too far for AJ. I think you can argue that there are minimal advantages to use one over the other, but for the most part, a controller is a controller, and it's a tool. It's about what you do with the tool. It's not about whether the tool itself is superior. The advantages are marginal. It's not like they don't exist, but they're marginal. And really what it comes down to is just you being good enough.
pressure there with all the physicality they were using, and TSM bite back. They remove one from
I have to really press my A to jump. If I don't press it fairly hard, the input won't go through. So you got like a sticky button, sort of.
This game 1 may just end in overtime, depending on what Nas can do and how he can pop this out of the corner. But a great challenge from Hockey.
Yeah, he's just gonna let it drop.
Goes downfield, it lands, and we go overtime.
I've done with when I replaced the shell of mine and switched over all the parts. So you completely like Frankenstein the controller.
Response from M80. It has been back and forth. Both teams having some good.
I could probably do that. I've just never done it before, so I continue to pay for the convenience of not doing that and just buying a new controller.
Rid of the ball and tried to make the most out of that opportunity when all eyes were on him. Hockey.
Sounds like faulty buttons.
But TSM still have to fight for possession. Here's Wavy stepping up from that midfield.
I shot a floating shot that I got behind, floated in with it last second. I flicked over the defenders, floating in goal. That's a lot of floating in one shot. Dang, break them down, TSM. Nice. Wow, the dunk. It's just interesting placement too.
Excellent team play from TSM.
But the last flick I did an air roll and popped it up with my tire, which I've never done before. Oh, so like the delayed flick, where you go for a flick, but then a different part of your car rotates around and hits it at the last second. Yeah, those are fun.
In the first game, it was 1-1, back and forth. You gotta say TSM, it's gonna be a tough journey for them. Not only
who is that on the cam that just threw that thing into the trash behind them? Is that Hockey or Creams?
I mean, TSM, they have to do a
yes,
lot of work
nice.
to make it to Copenhagen.
Big W, Master.
Step in M80, I mentioned the allegations at the start.
It's always a confidence builder when you can
struggling in playoffs. M80,
when you can clip like that.
They've not been able to break past this first round successfully, and you know they're desperate to get some results here.
Whew, these matches
okay, interesting goal just scored by Hero Base. They let a musty go in the net. For real, I needed one. Were you having a rough time on Rocket League recently?
That they've made from regional to regional. TSM is a great example of that. M80, who everyone already had at the top of their rankings, we'll see if they can make it past quarterfinals, because you're gonna need that to get to Copenhagen.
Oh, your teammates. That's rough.
On the fact that TSM put in so much work in the offseason.
Nice. Hey, that's a clean decal.
They were competing in all of the
I stand by it. I think TSM looks good on the FedEx.
You know, even
the TSM decal. I wouldn't be too mad if I had to buy that.
You know, these guys have been putting in the work on the
I would use it.
Finally breaking through. They are the shining example.
Also, can we just say, can we just acknowledge how big of a win it is to have TSM in Rocket League again?
Start to game 1. TSM
because like more orgs like that, having them enter the scene is just such a. Hopefully, Rocket League can fix the problems. Blast and Epic can start working with orgs a little bit more in terms of making this scene more sustainable for them. But I love seeing them in here. You like the flannel Fennec? Oh, of AJ's? It's not my personal taste.
It's not been easy for either team to get something done.
Right now you're playing with 0.05 controller dead zone, but it's too low for Xbox controllers, so things don't end up working.
Still looks like they're gonna have to play.
Yeah, don't you kind of, as you play with the controller more and the sticks loosen up, don't you have to adjust that anyways? Like as the controller gets older and you put more hours on it?
Jorius misses the bump though on Hockey and couldn't maintain that possession for M80, and here's the counterattack as Wavy collides with Nas. 50 after 50. Now Cream's just trying to stabilize this ball, slow it down on the right. Double demo from M80 to get this offense off their back.
More demos.
It looked like he was even going for another demo at the
There's everywhere.
Demoed himself. You could see M80 utilizing the demos to try to get some space on defense, trying everything in their playbook to break out.
Ooh, good defense.
Nice pinch down there.
What is this car?
Got a little bit troublesome.
Oh, no way!
To deal with, who's bumping people out of that
TSM is pressuring M80's defense so much right now.
The second touch, hoping to clear this out. Good shutdown from M80.
Whoops. I think Hockey tried to get a wall dash there. He just flopped on his nose.
Now with Creams removed, M80 want to prolong this offense as long as they can. Joreus with almost a full
that wasn't a good go-ahead by AJ. I'm just going to say it.
Out of TSM to just neutralize these offensive plays. How about this one from Nas? Pitches off to Joreus. You're not out of the woods yet.
0.05. That's literally not having a dead zone sensitive AF, very easy to make mistakes. No, I'm thinking size. Wait, what?
That was an excellent attack put together from M80, but that demo defensively.
Yeah, I don't pretend to know anything about the dead zones and everything like that, so I have a vague understanding of what each of them do, but I have no clue what windows are best. So I just referred to Abject's settings video for this year. I was like, okay, yeah, you had a decent enough explanation. That's like having a dead zone you can't reach is your controller drifting. Yeah, because if you have a lower dead zone versus a high dead zone, it's how much you have to move the stick for it to register an input on your flip, right? So like if you have a... Whoa! What a redirect! That wall shot.
What a series Creams is having so far. No one's expecting
good turn.
to just go for a goal.
Wow. Yeah, he's calling M80's bluff there. He's like, are you defending your net? Are you really? I disagree.
Oh my goodness.
I disagree. I don't think you have the net covered. I'm gonna call your bluff.
Puncturing their first goal.
But yeah, like a higher... Bold of him to think that that's not in. Yeah, so like when you get stick drift, when you start to get stick drift, you up your dead zone because then it takes more movement for your controller to register it, and therefore you are starting to eliminate the natural drift of your stick being out of standard placement. I don't know if I explained that very well, but I know what I'm saying is right.
That was a golden opportunity there for M80.
Mine is set to 1.5. Yeah, but isn't yours a little bit different too? Because you drive forward with yours. So like as a default, you have your stick in a certain position that already registers an input on the flip. Oh, what a save! Yeah, I think yours is different, Erica, because you're already pushing forward on your same stick that you move to flip. So, like, on the regular, you already have an input versus, like, us traditional button mappings. The stick sits in a neutral position until we go to flip and then we move it.
Keeps it up. Having 30 boosts though, Hockey's been
controller is more for turning. The lower it is, the faster you turn. And with the dead zone, I always use, which is 0.13. I'm too slow and always mess up when going for shots.
And for M80, they had.
Yeah, meaning I wanted it more sensitive than the base. Yeah, TSM's doing good, FCB. Let's go. But if I got higher, yeah, it messes with my steering. I'm gonna leave you guys to this conversation. It sounds like you've got it well in hand. There's nothing more that I can contribute. Good job, Raptor and Erica.
Sleeping. It just seems like M80's having a bit of a flat start.
Yeah, and I look to players like AJ to be the star, one of the best.
Yeah, Jorius didn't have very much of a bite on that.
Speak for themselves, but yeah, M80 have had some odd ups and downs throughout this regional. How much they've impressed everyone in the community.
Okay, it looks like Hero Base are on their way to sleeping, or sweeping, not sleeping. To sweeping, not exposed. They're up 3-0 in the series. With decently safe, it looks like it's been 2 goal games every time. 3-1 game 1, 4-2 game 2, and 3-1 game 3. So Hero Base
already being called.
Looking to move into the semifinals.
The pressure. TSM winning in overtime the first game. That game, just a single goal from Creams. It has been not the flashiest of performances, but it's just been clean. I mean, they've been able to make some big stops. You even saw that pinch off their own post to get the ball out on that solo effort where Nas
He'll turn without touching the stick.
But TSM doing just
continue on. Godspeed, Raptor and Erica. I'm bowing out of the conversation.
Even in the pre-game, Wavy was feeling it. Smiles all around for TSM.
Wavy's having a good time. We love to see it.
Squishy about the have fun meta. It looks
Wavy's success is success for all. Well, except M80 in this specific circumstance.
They had a lot to prove to me, at least, just kind of being
Wavy's such a genuine dude, though. He's really nice.
The other regionals, having Boulevard, Pirates on a Boat, and Omelette as their Swiss opponents. You know, it's not a G2 and it's not.
Oh, he's singing.
So I was wondering how an opponent like M80 was going to.
He's jamming out.
TSM, and TSM.
He can't be stopped. It's bothering me that his light is on in like his closet or whatever it is, though. As a person who tries to save energy, having a random closet light on, that sticks out.
From Sathu in G2 that they look at M80 as a major capable team, as a major quality team.
Here we go.
But M80 has not been able to get.
Yeah, I think it's unfortunate for TSM because they'd have they're having a great end to the split. It looks like they just needed like a little momentum getting into it. So it's possible that they might be a top 4 contender. Like more so than they are now, because they could still make top 4. It's just it's going to be a hard road ahead of them. But like they've looked pretty darn good. M80 have all these expectations, but they're not delivering, man. Am I pro? No, I'm not, Lucas. Hey, I'm flattered though. We watch the pros though. We watch the pros every single weekend, mainly tuning into North America and EU, but also catching a little bit of Mina and Sam. No, I played in a women's league before, but even then I was kind of like teetering top 8 with my team. So yeah, not pro. I have been paid to play Rocket League before. So if you consider that a pro, then yes, I have been pro. Oh, close. And no, the save. Wait, I love Lemon's casting. Too many cooks in the kitchen. Agreed. Ah, what a save! Okay, now we've had crazy saves on both ends. The teams are even. Who's going to score though?
Almost scored that read off the backboard.
Yeah, Hockey can't commit for that. It's a little congested there. Lots of M80 players flying out of their half.
That play and it's still defended by TSM.
Really solid defense out of TSM when they
I would like to say really quick, Joria's car, not too bad. Okay, we've seen a lot of goals like this weekend. We had, was it Squishy? Squishy scored one like this. Now Nas, and we had another person. Who was it? That scored off of the back wall. Was it Mina? It might have been a Mina. Was it TRK? Taruk? I can't remember. My memory fails me.
Shot out to be perfect.
Oh.
M80 get their first goal now in 2 games. See if the lead will maintain.
What is Cream's boost?
Of game 1.
It's so weird sounding.
Soon coming out of TSM. Now everyone kind of missing the ball. They're not sure what happened.
Yeah, I have noticed that I do turn without even touching the controller, so you got stick drift.
AJ calls him off.
Oh, not only is your jump button sticking, but it sounds like you have stick drift.
And Hockey's scary with these counterattacks and a good stop from Nas.
Yeah, and you're continually seeing Nas read
M80 don't look safe.
Where he's trying to be bumped by the other
I mean, they've got the 1-goal lead.
And all around, I think Nas
but
is the standout player right now.
TSM could kind of like score whenever.
Start the comeback. This already feels like a must-win game here for M80. Nas doing a great job.
No, it stopped. Now it stopped. I see. I can see clearly now that the rain has gone.
Now Wavy is gone.
Nice.
So TSM got to get themselves out of a bind until he gets back. M80
now that
put on the pressure.
it all has gone away.
So difficult to get.
What's AJ cooking? Did he not get the reset? Or did he just not use it?
Hockey clears, but I like Jorius having presence in the midfield. You got to resurrect this offense to give a chance for M80.
Dang, W Cream's reading that. I wouldn't have assumed that Jorius was going all the way to the freaking ceiling with that touch.
Doesn't have much boost here. Could be vulnerable for a counterattack up against Jorius. Nicely timed.
He went for the pogo.
Cream's having a great series so far. You saw the shot from the sidewall last
We've already
game.
said that.
The epic
Aye, the miss.
To get the overtime winner. That was another nice stop. TSM, they'll have less than a minute to tie things up. This might be the beginning of the M80 comeback.
Nice. Wait, this is a full Fennec lobby, isn't it?
Just kill M80's chances to get any insurance, but 36
This is a full Fennec lobby.
TSM need to find magic of their own. They've only registered 4 shots. Hockey with that demo starts things off. Cream's getting chased from behind and in front. M80 rob him of the ball, maybe rob TSM.
I don't know, guys. This is as close as G2 Omelet was, but I'm not.
AJ stops it at the midfield. Now
It's close in terms of the scoreline, but it doesn't feel close in terms of the gameplay.
This one. They got one last chance.
It's not the same kind of like tense. Either team could score at any second sort of thing. Wow. All right, after they got the timeout buff, well, let's see if they can continue it on.
And Nas, I thought, was spectacular this game. Jorius gets the MVP out there on the field, but my MVP was definitely Nas on that. You saw the shot that he was able to put through. And also,
bad news, chat. I don't think this series is going to finish in time for us to be able to tune into the entire Complexity series in Sam.
Offense is showing their potential.
We're getting robbed.
TSM's defense having to put up the number of saves.
Hey, if that's the only goal, that's a good goal for it to be. That was pretty good. Nas popping off.
One goal. So kind of the response shutout after that timeout situation. 2-1. I'm excited for this next one.
M80 showing that they're still in at that timeout.
Alrighty. Now TSM close it out in 2 more.
Both of these games
4-1 M80,
they have been
and we'll probably catch half of Complexity versus W7M.
I think he did have an amazing shot earlier off the passing play. I think it was.
Yeah, see, he's got a closet light on. I can't stand it.
You know that they still have.
Hey, you guys can see my mouse.
In the tank for TSM. They've been playing that consistent, calm game. They've been working with one another. They might get a kickoff goal here.
Ooh. Risky. Why'd AJ do that? Why'd he go? Oh, Wavy, he heard me making a comment about a full Fennec field. Wait, that's what I'm gonna call it now. A full field of Fennecs, a full Fennec field. Which one do you like better? Chat, which one's better? Full Fennec field or a full field of Fennecs? Either way, I'm loving the alliteration. Yeah! What a rebound. Hockey, that was close. He could have stuffed that.
Not quite sure where it's gonna bounce off the post. Nas had to go. Had to do something because the
anyways, to finish my train of thought, Wavy heard me and he was like, nah, bruh. Ooh.
And TSM
wait.
Goal here, despite giving up that last game, they've come out
what an adjustment from Wavy on that kickoff. Dude, RLCS is starting to get really spicy with the kickoff changes.
Leaving it off to AJ, who has to make a quick reaction, getting that away from Hockey. Now Jorius is surrounded and get the bump on the Hockey was intending to. Nas is making space, but no one from M80 has the ball, so they wait to catch in.
Jorius is there. Man, it's a 50-50 though. He can't do much with that.
Bode well for your offense to keep kicking. So you have to go for demos. That's what Nas does. AJ grabs the ball, flicks it past Hockey.
Oh, a little bit of communication issues there. Nas and AJ both went for that ball after the carry.
The ball had so much speed. It's hard for teams to control, but TSM looking real scary.
That was an interesting dive from Jorius. He was being pretty fast to that ball. It looked like he knew it was coming as well. Didn't land up. Now we're seeing the hole that M80's in because of that overcommit. They still have not been able to get out. Hockey trying to get this ball middle.
Yep. Man, that's so wild that RLCS the caliber is so high that like you make one double commit and you're punished. You're on defense for like a minute and a half.
TSM are winning these challenges though and reinvigorating that offense, looking for more insurance. These one-goal games, it is stressful.
I still don't think, even though this series has been close in terms of goals, this is not even close in caliber to G2 Omelet. G2 Omelet looked fire.
Action 3-on-2, 3-on-1. Creams getting that to Nas, puts it off to the side. Jorius can't get there in time.
He left. Hockey's going for the chase.
Hockey couldn't get a touch on it with how strong that bounce was.
Creams recovers differently than everybody else. Instead of air rolling into a wheels down position, he does like a front over end rotation. You guys seen that?
You can see the confusion there. Nas is trying to predict what's going on. The ball just bouncing harmlessly down. TSM has had M80 in a script. M80 have not been able to get much
Wavy getting a little frisky with it.
Intercepting a lot of these passes from TSM. So you're doing a good job of keeping this within one. But how does M80 enable someone like
Wavy pop?
Wavy
pop. Let's go.
It's 2-0 for TSM.
Man, he was back up really fast for that. Speedy.
A solo play, the double tap.
Dang, AJ could have saved that.
Huge moment in this series. TSM.
I feel like one of these times I just deserve a smack in the face for saying that pros could have saved the ball when I definitely would.
Oh no, that's a bit disastrous from Wavy.
Okay, that one's bad.
Sometimes you're the big time players, sometimes you get played off a kickoff.
That one is bad.
He went all in on thinking that
nobody saw anything, especially if you're a TSM fan. All right, TSM have to stay composed here. They can't let that get to them. Gotta laugh it off.
Everyone colliding there from M80 to finish that out, giving a chance for Hockey to dribble this down.
Oh dear.
Wavy, he's 16 years old, by the way. Young player breaking into the big leagues since, you know, the Haybro days. It's awesome to see his time in the spotlight.
Nice.
And what's positive is at least TSM
being
up by 1. See if they can go to
good go from
point.
Hockey.
Depends if they can negate this next offense. AJ with a big win, but Wavy denies
Interesting.
Jorius has. AJ does find him on the counter. AJ didn't have
wow. Okay, you guys can't see this. It's on my other screen. I'll wait for this goal to be scored. Just so I see what M80 is doing. Interesting. Okay, AJ faked it, and Hockey thought he was gonna have it. But yeah, on the other monitor, I have Sam right now, and it's complexity versus W7M. When I tell you that this is one of the most one-sided. Okay, it changed now because people wanted it on the odds, but the first few channel point votes on that channel was like 93% in favor of complexity. That is one of the more dominant predictions that I've seen.
Needs some help, and TSM now it's their turn. Wavy running that second touch.
Oh, Jorius almost did a Wavy.
Pinch it off, doesn't have possession, so TSM keep lobbing shots towards the net. It's not working out yet. 15 seconds left.
I would like to reiterate how much I like Lemon Kiwi's casting.
Wavy demoed. M80 have to step up, but they're heading back for boost, and Jorius misses the touch, and we go to overtime.
And we've got another overtime, and this is
nice.
a big one here for both teams, especially M80. This would be a big swing game. Match point for TSM if they can win it. And they were in the lead most of this game.
It's a big game for both teams. I'm pretty sure all the games are a big game for both teams. The only game that is more important is match point, where you finish the business, whether by losing or by winning.
Couldn't take a swing at it. Now the midfield is all broken up. It's chaotic, and it goes back to the orange half where M80 are forced.
Oh, Hockey just went for the power. Yo.
Booming shot. And that was
great beat by Creams. Man, Hockey just not even messing around. He was like, get this ball in the net. All right, Complexity versus WSM. W7M has begun.
M80 had to put 7 saves up.
Sam's final quarterfinal. Yeah.
This offense went wild.
Oh, he has a cat tree. Whoever this is, they have a cat tree in the background. I see it. I'm eagle-eyes. Whenever somebody has a cat, I notice.
Some resilience there coming back. That was we saw a good counterattack play.
More cat owners
to put that one in, but TSM, they're like
do you think if cats and dogs could talk,
something gets in their path, it doesn't matter. They just
dogs would take issue with being owned by a human the way that cats would? Because you gotta know, like, cats would immediately, if they could speak our language, they would say, no, you don't own me, we coexist in the same space. Like, you may feed me and you clean up my poop and all that stuff, and you house me, but you do not own me. And I feel like maybe dogs would kind of just be like, yeah, you're my owner. Ooh, we're also friends, right? I feel like dogs are kind of just like that attitude versus cats. Cats are defiant.
They are sitting up 3-1.
They still love you, but they are defiant. They are not to be owned. They are cohabitating.
TSM look hyped, and you gotta be excited when you went.
In my opinion, at least. Random talks with paper. You're welcome.
In game 4, TSM can smell victory. M80, those Swiss merchants, the quarterfinal curse.
I'm a very adjustment-heavy player, always adjusting without even thinking about it, but it's hard when my car turns slow, so I need to turn as fast as I can.
But that pressure negated immediately as
oh, over the top, not in.
And it looked like Wavy did everything to beat the defense, just couldn't get that last touch.
That's why I love dogs.
So close.
That's honestly why I love cats.
They see that finish line, and they are sprinting for it.
I was wondering what piece of conversation would bait you guys in. You were silent for so long, I was like, what am I gonna have to throw out there to get a response? That's why I have 5 of them.
Their defense has taken everything.
Because they're fine being owned, but also you're their friends. Got it. Oh, what an outplay! Good turn by Wavy.
Wavy with that demo, well, there's a response, so the number advantage is gone out of TSM.
Good win here by AJ, but he just lobs away possession. M80 not able
to
keep possession.
Took out 2 players just like that.
A little bit disjointed at times. However, they still have life.
Does he have that? Nah, I thought so. There was a small part of me where I was like, Wavy could get that. He's nuts enough. He could totally get that shot. I'm gonna try Wavy's preset and see how it feels. So you're a very placebo-based player.
It's a great play. Still 0-0.
What's he got? Is that just a regular octane or is that a black octane with a TSM? And Black Reapers, I'm thinking? Wait, no, those are White Reapers, regular octane, TSM decal.
A lot of physicality having to be used by these teams to get control. A bit of a fumble there from TSM, but they get rid of it.
Wavy had just a little bit of boost. Thought he had enough to make that play. Ended up not. Fortunately, everyone from M80 respecting it.
Raid, turn on, keep working.
We already saw that double tap play.
Oh yeah, my throat is not liking how much I'm talking today.
A quick turnaround thanks to that 50 win by
is that a 50? Oh, yeah, Wavy challenging across that ball. That would have been better to leave for Creams for sure. But like Creams can't go for that after the double commit. You know?
To receive that win from AJ. We might see another goal here.
No. Creams is back.
Clear that off the line.
We're not worried yet. Another double commit. Okay, Wavy, stop diving. He's making his teammates awkward.
Now they're respecting that space to TSM.
I believe they can recover.
Into the second half, it's only 1-0 by M80.
Yeah, Wavy's biting at a lot of balls alongside his teammates.
So Jorius gets involved in the
it's a little scary. He's leaving a Hockey and Creams in tough recovery positions.
Creams didn't even challenge. He just played the shot and was right. We've already seen Jorius score from that angle before, so maybe that's what Hockey was remembering. Solid defense from TSM. However, that
all right, looks like Complexity are up in the series against W7M. They have a 3-1 goal lead.
Hockey might have to try to go solo on this. Goes for a bump.
I'd say they're expected to win, but we kind of want to watch them. Well, I want to watch them at least to see what form they're in going up tomorrow into the semifinals to possibly meet the winner of Furia and Ninjas.
Now Wavy.
Papel, I made the preset. I just changed the boost to Sparkles Crimson. Are you using Bacchus mod for all of that, I'm assuming? Yeah, because he's just using standard, right? But I mean, I don't know. Whenever I see pros have standard, for the most part, I think that that's a signifier that they are using Alpha Boost. And he got 2 demos. He got 2 demos. Wow. Yeah, Bacchus. Yeah, most of the time when I see pros have the standard boost equipped, I think they use Alpha in their Bacchus mod.
Good read by Hockey. TSM, I mean, the stats that I brought up about their demos.
Nice back pass. That forced 2 players out.
Back in the court of TSM. And they make M80.
Sorry, 2, not 200.
Clear this out. You see TSM's pressure. They're getting desperate.
I'm very unlucky with drops and never get anything good.
They were so hyped after
I haven't messed with my drops in forever.
Back into shutout territory. If M80 cannot choke these,
I knew what you meant, so all good. Oh, equalizer.
Oh, and Creams continues his stellar
oh yeah.
Wavy with the pop out and even flying through, perhaps hypnotizing the defense.
See what I mean though? Like Wavy was there. That didn't even necessarily look like a fake. That looked like Wavy was also going for the ball. He just didn't happen to get it. You know? And Creams got the shot. Maybe I'm too stupid to realize what they're doing, and it's totally a big brain play, and Wavy's not overcommitting, he's faking there. Well, that's just my read of the situation.
And this is our 3rd overtime of the series.
Uh-oh. Another kickoff scare. TSM, get your act together. Okay, we're good. By the way, I'd like to point out, we still don't have any Twitch drops. What are we doing? Is it really that hard to put Twitch drops on the Rocket League stream? Can we not get free items anymore? Never got into trading? Me neither. I think I maybe traded like a handful of items that I truly used. I gave away items that I had duplicates of. That's something that I did.
Yeah, that was a really heavy first
touch
from Jorius. It was a good setup. They weren't able to make the most of it.
Pros can do so much with so little boost. Like AJ there between the wall dashes and 45 boost, he brought that all the way across the net. Because I feel like he used it just getting up for the challenge. Ooh. Ah! Yikes! TSM, where are you? Oh, yikes. Oh, Wavy changes up the pace.
Jorius just gets a touch on it to get it off to the side.
Tried to go high to beat that last defender.
He's just faking him out. Faking him out all the way down the pitch. Why give him a free 50?
Besides that play, this has been a nice start for overtime for M80.
40 boost is a lot. What you mean, little? That's what I'm saying, is it's a lot for somebody like a pro, but it's very little for me because I waste it.
Age is good. Nas is good too. Going up high.
I waste it when I'm going through a corner, like AJ was with that 45 boost.
Hockey still makes the save against the 2 of M80. 2 minutes into overtime.
Like when I'm put in that same situation with AJ, I just try to boom the ball in front of the net and waste 20 boost in the process. Versus like him, he got it in front of the net, but he outplayed like 2 players in the process of getting it there. Oh, yeah.
Now Joreus has a free ball and he's playing it fast.
Keep getting in the way. Yikes. Okay, TSM look a little bit rough right now. I wouldn't be surprised if M80 win this game.
AJ trying to ground pinch it, but a nice 50 from
Not the series. I still have faith.
Tried to sweep the line.
I still have faith in TSM overall, but they do look a little bit janky.
Not too threatened, has space to work with, but
Red Sparkles is the move for the preset Wavy has. I bet it is.
Already break up the attempt. Almost 3 minutes in. Now it's Creams leaving it to Wavy. At least he gets a touch on it, sort of towards the net. Has Joreus jumping. AJ.
I stopped using constant boost in free play, so my boost usage is way better now. Oh, unlimited boost. Yeah.
Counterattacks have been futile by both teams.
Creams, that was
I got you.
Where he really needed composure on the back wall and delivered. TSM in these big moments have been able to step up on defense to shut down those scary plays from M80.
Yeah, TSM just aren't getting prolonged offensive opportunities.
Off screen, TSM want to set up the future. They got to think about the present, how they get
Hockey's up there.
Out.
He could do this. Oh yeah, Joreus intercepts it.
Pass, or maybe just running away from Joreus. Either way. TSM go forward with Hockey having no boost. All of TSM running on tries.
Come on.
It's been tough for them to move around this field. So M80 are going to take full advantage.
Okay.
Power on that bounce to come out to Joreus.
This is a long overtime.
An open shot right into Hockey's lap.
Ooh.
By open, I mean free.
Oh.
Scary. Hockey.
No way. What a save.
Rebound too high.
And Wavy was
what
on
a save!
Boost. Could not make any adjustments there. If Wavy had boost, that series is over.
I'm scared.
AJ do? It's time to shine. Double
good bumps.
Forced out of TSM. Nats first on the ball. TSM is trying to recoup some boost.
Good touch by Creams.
Not hoping to get starved out.
Oh my gosh.
Joreus just going
they had one really good opportunity, and now it's terrifying.
AJ lets the ball go. Now TSM have room to breathe. But it's not going to be a free breakaway. Both teams trying to not take any
They're just booming the ball. Everybody.
And leave themselves wide
Everybody is booming the ball.
We're approaching that 5-minute point of overtime. There's a double bump attempt. It did force players to jump on TSM. Big 50 here. Nas will win it.
Oh, AJ's there. Ha ha. Oh, Wavy missed boost.
TSM's defense is so good at beating M80's offense to the ball. It's taking everything out of M80 to try and force an error out of this defense.
That was close.
It seems so difficult.
They just keep moving it around the pitch. It's like an abbreviated version of Around the World. Instead of going the entire way, one direction around their pitch, they're just going one way and going the other way and going the other way. Like just sliding back and forth.
Oh, wow. Clear it out. They got a demo, but a heavier touch from Creams gets the ball away.
And Hockey might be
Is that it?
This goes for the dunk. Wavy
AJ's already up. Creams committed. Yikes. Oh my gosh. Creams clutch. Creams so freaking clutch right there.
Rotations have to be unlocked. Now Wavy gone. 3-on-2 for M80. More bumps being
come on,
AJ
come on.
Defender, but a good win from Creams. Slows the play down. Nasus 50 keeps the offense alive, but we go to the orange half. TSM will not drown.
Okay.
Hockey with a good play off the ceiling, wanted to run into AJ, clears it out in time. 6
Creams is definitely MVP on TSM side.
Careful to not land this in front of the net.
Hockey is a close second, but Creams has been an absolute defensive savior.
Chance for Hockey to potentially
end
it. It's a weak pass down, almost 50. You can see Hockey racing.
Watch out.
The corner boost does get a touch up.
Watch out. Don't overextend.
Also thinking about going for a bump.
Yeah, Creams, he's left alone in the back yet again. Dang. So you knew it was going to happen on one of them. If they didn't get the shot down the other end, Creams was eventually going to get outplayed.
That is what sets up AJ to have an plus play and keep
I don't get why people say to turn unlimited boost off in free play. It's meant for you to warm up your mechs and let you experiment going for shots. I think it's a preference thing. Yeah, if you abuse your boost management, it will just be horrible, but if you're smart enough to take into account how much boost you're using, it shouldn't be a problem. I think it depends on how you're training in free play, because if you're training mechs, like practicing stuff like that, yeah, unlimited boost for learning them it's better to probably have it on. But like if you're perfecting your mechanics, like you already know no matter what, almost every single time that you go up with the ball, you could get a flip reset. Like turning it off and testing your skills in different like launches around the pitch, and whether you can still carry off the same mechanics is where you find the difference. So this is what grocery shopping is like when you have a big girl job. I don't like it. Too many people. Oh, you mean shopping on the weekend?
For both these teams.
Oh, it certainly has M80 being tested.
It is a lot of people.
We all knew that breaking that curse
I think my siblings go grocery shopping like Wednesday after work, and they like that because it's a little bit less frequented.
They just need to get one more game win, and then they'll actually be tied in points with M80. And everyone will
Alright, W7M have equalized in the series. Now they are 1-1 with complexity. Is Grody? Yeah, too many people in the grocery store is not a fun experience. For example, being in Costco on a Sunday afternoon, not the jam. Not the jam. They should all go home, leave the store to me. Hey, you just go ahead and tell America. I'm sure they will oblige. I am low diamond, high plat. I am not worried about mechs. I focus on shadow defense, dribbling. Yeah, it's situational. Ooh! Okay. Hey, Erica. Look, your team is making a comeback.
Got some help there, but that was an 86-mile-an-hour shot.
Here they go.
Crazy amount of speed. And a really nice setup there from AJ. That was a dime. Great play as a team there for M80.
Yeah, TSM are just like stretching. 2 misses in a row. Home.
AJ going for a lot of plays in the midfield. Now running out of boost.
All right.
This is of M80 to just try and keep the play alive. So it does. These soft shots towards the back wall, read by Creams, who dodges that challenge there.
Did Nas change his preset again? Wasn't he on like the shiny Mina Fennec? Or am I getting that confused with Joria's? Hey, TSM still have the advantage.
It's a big moment here. Creams off the ceiling.
Oh, what a shot! All right, TSM are back in it. Let's go. Good play. Good chase by Hockey too. Because Nas probably would have gotten that save if I had to guess. But he got bumped.
Probably didn't have time to think of how he could even handle that, but 1-1.
And also the bump on the back wall. A critical bump. But all around, that was such good communication from TSM. Shoot immediately. Don't give anyone time back. Put all the pressure on your teammate to land the bump, because if they do, it's going to be a goal. And TSM executed that perfectly.
Man, M80 are just like immediate challengers. We haven't seen them wait very much. Maybe that's what they were doing at the beginning of the series. They were waiting for a play to develop before challenging, but now they're just like, they're up like that. When they have the boost, they are going.
Especially against a team like TSM, who are quick to force 50s. Now TSM, the ball.
It's like AJ's already up for that.
Down low, everyone's diving at it.
And you can see the battle of the 50s. Nas trying to win it through. Good boost steal from AJ as well. Perhaps we'll see M80 capitalize. There's a pass from AJ over to Jorius, but it's too far away.
Oh, yeah.
AJ does get the corner pass. Good bump as well. Jorius on his rotation out, taking Creams out. M80 still having some possession here, trying to break through.
Jeez. It's like a min-maxing series.
Especially when M80 are either looking for demos, bumps, or taking their boost. TSM
It's M80 that are making the very most of every single touch, and TSM who are making the most of every single position until they are forced to make a move. Like Joria's going for the double block there, going for the double tap 50-50. Nas getting a touch onto the sidewall and then getting another touch on it. Like, M80 are maximizing possession, where TSM are maximizing their opportunity to change their challenges until they absolutely have to go. Hey, what an outplay! That touch was tricky. Whoa, look at that. The float from Joyous and another touch. That's actually nuts. Wait.
Coming out of M80 to really slow it down to molasses and make TSM jump forward. TSM have always been
that was gorgeous.
So M80 with the pace switch up caught them off guard. A small lead for M80.
Oh no.
Hoping to tie it up soon. Wavy has a chance too, but all of M80's defense
are TSM gonna throw this to M80 after such a strong start?
TSM were far forward, lurking for something. Now this M80 counterattack can be scary.
Yeah, TSM have a little bit of a desperation to them that, like, Omelette were tamping down. Besides the final game, that's...
just to get up there. And wow, M80 are just running on
I missed again.
Tough saves that they have to make, and Jorius saves them once again. See if they can really make TSM scramble for it and make the most out of this
Yikes. Yikes.
So good from AJ.
What is happening?
Struggled to get that one out. You can see the mistouch from Creams.
And Creams jumped in front of Hockey so he couldn't get the touch.
And AJ with the punish. M80 doing everything right this game. Boost starving TSM.
Jeez.
Capitalizing on the mistakes from TSM as well. And now all the momentum is in the M80 camp.
M80 or Cream seeing the 50, bringing it low.
Wavy's just playing too fast.
Getting an inch, but not able to take the mile. It's been tough. As M80
I don't know, comms seem to be down.
Back to a defense. They just can't afford to give up anything.
I wonder,
more.
have any coaches tried,
left.
like when a team is completely falling apart, have they ever tried no comms for a game to reset their team? Because I wonder what kind of an advantage that might have. To just completely, everybody mute, only focus on playing around each other based on what you see, what you hear around the pitch, and just completely disregarding. Oh, nice, they got another goal. Good for them.
But it's heading to game 7.
Oh, we're going to game 7 again.
Anybody a coach in here?
We finally got it.
Have you tried that with players before? Do you have a coach, Raptor? For your high school team?
The distance will settle this.
You have a coach
on Champions Field, and M80, if you remember.
Well, I guess we're going the distance. This looked like it was going to end pretty fast when we began, but
with
yeah.
some server selection processes going on. M80 finally getting into the game, losing the first two, having to call the timeout, and they have been battling back. I mean, this.
Oh, that's what the delay was for. They were being particular about the server.
Thought they had it in the bag. They were playing so well defensively, but even in the last moments, you saw that little mistake.
Yes, and they won the game.
Not getting the touch he was looking for.
Oh, were you talking about the no-com thing?
To slot it, and AJ finishing the job.
I found a good controller dead zone for the moment. 0.07. I remember it was a few seasons ago in NA. Oh, who was it then? Do you remember who it was? I'm the coach because my coach doesn't know anything about Rocket League. Ah. I can see that.
Must know what they have to do, and it starts with
so it's like a general coach for your esports program, not a Rocket League specific coach.
To the ball in those crucial moments. And just to recap the scores of this,
by the way, on the other broadcast, Sam right now, W7M have taken another win, so I think they're actually up in the series. Yep, they're 2-1 against Complexity. Complexity are struggling.
1-0 win, game 4 TSM 3-2. You just saw Game 5 was a 7-minute OT for M80.
Ah, gotcha.
Continue their streak in Game 6. Game 7 begins to see who goes to the semifinal.
All right, TSM, come on.
This is where nerves can really get you.
Come on, she's just there because you need an adult. Does she at least know about gaming in general? Or is she like completely clueless about esports?
We're starting to get real comfortable in this series.
I don't remember, but it was an upset. Wow.
M80 knows what it takes to break
Yeah, it just seems like if I had to pick one player, I mean, I hate doing this, but I think it does most of the time because there's only 3 players to pick on. It hinges on one player changing their playstyle, and that makes a difference for the team. I'd say Wavy. Maybe he's stabilized now, but he looks like he was biting at a lot of challenges in the, would have been the 5th game. And it was throwing off his teammates' rotations. And now Creams and Hockey are caught up on each other.
You're right.
Ah! I think it mostly has to do with Wavy. But an old school gamer. None of these big games nowadays define old school. Like Mario, like Nintendo 64 sort of thing. Oh, close. What a read. Hey, at least she's a gamer. That's all I'm gonna say. You got one. They may not be your gamer, but they are a gamer. And that matters. To be honest, Rocket League is an old game. Yeah, it's 8 years old now. What's a comparable game that was released 8 years ago that's still relevant?
So TSM slowed down the play, and it's a slow drop off from
I could be your coach if I was your teacher on the age. True. I have plenty of high school
taking this to the middle of the field.
Friends from when I graduated who have been teachers for quite a few years now. Because that's a really fast education to profession sort of career.
Gotta be on your toes.
Ooh.
Maybe with a shot from the right.
Even older games, I think, so like Atari, Pac-Man. I'm reaching. Fortnite is 7 years. Wow. Okay, good shout, old gamer. Good shout. I didn't even think of that.
Still threatening.
I guess Fortnite still seems new to me because Fortnite, when I discovered it, it was new, it was popping off, but Rocket League, when I discovered it, it was already established. So like Rocket League seems older than Fortnite does in my brain. It's all about, ooh, what a pinch. Hey, TSM are testing them. I like it. They're not breaking through yet, but they are testing them. They're forcing the saves out of M80.
Probably got in the way of those plans. Creams up high, not the touch he wanted. Now it's gonna see what
I played day one and I loved it. Fortnite or Rocket League?
The soft shot he wasn't expecting to take, and Jorius can't clean it up. TSM having some awkward moments on the defense. And M80 still haven't found that push, but they
danger.
Got the demo. They've
danger. Are they defending their backboard?
And that was a nice read defensively from TSM. Wavy.
TSM might be leaving their backboard open a lot. Oh, what a play! What a play! Good stop, good stop. Oh, till they added turbo. No, TSM don't lose. It's right on the edge. They had a 3-1 advantage, and now M80 are all the way back in Game 7. I would love for TSM to win because then it is so much more unlikely that OG or Luminosity get booted out of top 4. Like TSM have to go all the way to be able to even tie-break one of those teams. But if M80 make it, they have a good chance of their own merit. It makes me scared. Because haven't M80 also had a good matchup against Luminosity, right?
Take another overtime, maybe 10 minutes this time.
Deep breaths in, deep breaths out, chat. We believe. I believe in TSM. They can do this. Creams has looked peak. Wavy has had looks. He has had moments. Now we just need them to bring it all together.
And with major implications
Come
on the line,
on.
these teams are feeling the pressure.
That's the only thing is what I'd say is I'd say M80 are possibly a more stable team because they got two veterans. Veterans of the high level RLCS.
In a dangerous position. Wavy pushed off.
Oh, I can't take this. Is Reddles watch partying right now? Reddles is probably like on the absolute edge of his seat here.
Jorius now being attacked by two players of TSM, and AJ has his back. The clear is in favor of M80. But the possession is still something you have to fight for.
Come on, come on, come on,
and
come on,
AJ
come on,
awkwardly
come on.
tip this to the corner. But TSM will not falter.
Come on, TSM, please pull. Clutch it. Clutch it for me.
Big win downfield. He's been clutch for TSM in many games in this series. Jorius has to dodge the bar, did so, and still got the hit out. Finally a chance for TSM to go for it, but there's a demo at the midfield. Will it make a difference? Hockey tries to slow things down with the 50.
Interesting slow.
Nass working with some space, goes for 50, it kicks off to the side.
All right. Complexity won a game. I think they're even in the series.
Offense can hit hard if you let it stay for too long.
No. That was clean by Wavy. Continued to get chased all the way down the pitch. Poor guy.
Pops it up. Now Creams adds to the pressure, but they just can't see to carve through the right side of the net.
Don't leave that. Please don't leave that.
The shot knocked off to the side.
Nice 50. Come on, Creams, follow it up.
AJ has Nass in support.
Hockey's chasing so far ahead. This is so high risk.
Hockey trying to take this across. Dire situation here for M80, but Nass breaks out. Has AJ on the other side. Goes for the pass, and now that's 50 away.
TSM has to win the whole thing, right? To make it further than OG? Yeah, they have to win the whole thing just to get a tiebreaker with another team contending for top 4. So like it's highly unlikely that they can do all of that, but even if they do all of that, Luminosity or OG still have a chance to play for themselves. I don't know which one it is. I think it might be Luminosity, depending if OG go to the finals tomorrow. If they win their series against Gen G, which they could.
Creams, not just a lot going. He's just surrounded by Jorius and AJ.
Come on, this is so nerve-wracking. I can't.
Wins against Jorius. It's up to Nass. His 50 goes to Creams. TSM.
Oh, we got one. He got two. Yes! Come on, chat. Let's go.
Creams gives him
a
heavy whipping at the end.
Oh my gosh.
Once more in the quarters. And TSM with a
that took so much out of me, man. I cannot. TSM, you butt faces. How dare you go from a 3-1 to a Game 7 OT? Oh my gosh.
Look at all these poses. I can't.
Wavy.
So chill between the time.
Wavy, you cannot convince me that their hearts were not in their throats. There's no way.
They continue the quarterfinal curve.
Wavy's feeling good.
Oh, my voice, man.
So happy. Oh man,
hey, the hope is alive for them. They could still make it. They could still make it. Every comp game I play, I always try to get better at, but I'm also very bad at the amount of time I put into those games. For example, Rocket League, I have 3.2k hours, and if I actually gave it my 100%, I would be closer to SSL than I am now. Yeah, and then the time that you spend in the game, what you're doing, because grinding 2s over and over and over and over again isn't going to get you as far as like a split between 2s, 1s, and training, you know. Time to get back to work. Happy streaming. Thank you, old gamer. Thank you for tuning in. I hope you have a good rest of your day.
teammates from Omelette.
See, I knew TSM would win. Always did. The boys, let's go! Let's go, bros emoting.
That was so fun.
Oh man, alright. Well, that's something.
My goodness.
That is something. I think we're going to continue to listen just in case they go over major scenarios.
A team neither of us were power ranking is now made top 4 in the US. This is going to be a pretty fun
They did pretty good.
For the power ranking.
Whoa.
Shows. But what a performance.
Wavepunk. Wavepunk's hairline, I was just going to say his forehead is looking a little bit bigger than usual.
It took all into game 7. I thought the nerves were going to play a factor. They were losing. They were up 3-1. Then immediately bounced back. But pass again by Wavy.
Gibbs connection struggling.
50-50s that back into the middle.
Okay, Gibbs is like
by Creams.
He's really good at major scenarios, so we're gonna keep listening here. Complexity just had a series pause, so we're good to keep watching. I think they did at least.
Yeah, I mean,
did
the
they?
patience was
Yeah, they
very
had a
well
series
noted.
pause.
They played so good throughout this series.
So we're not
They were
missing
like,
anything in Sam while we listen.
I was thinking, okay, M80, you're almost
He heard Fortnite
there.
being
You
mentioned
just
and
gotta
started
get this game
emoting.
7, you break the
He's
curse,
getting out all the
everybody stops doing
celebrations.
all
Hey,
the
they still
effort,
they
and
got
you
G2
just
tomorrow.
saw
That's
it
gonna
slip
be
through
a
their
much
fingers,
tougher
too
battle
much
than
pressure,
M80,
they
but
crumbled,
not
and
impossible.
TSM, they finished the job. You got to be happy though for TSM. They are on a run here, doing their best to try to control their major fate.
Yep.
I feel like the mistake M80 made that led to their loss there in overtime happened, I don't know, like 30 seconds prior to the goal going in, and then they're just constantly on their back foot, constantly struggling to find the boost, keep up the pace there at the end, and ultimately a smart, intelligent pass.
What mic
gives them
does
the opportunity
Wavepunk
there.
have?
Congratulations, Cream's gonna put them.
I don't think I've ever seen anybody else have a mic that looks like that.
Before. This is not already Copenhagen for them.
What is that?
They're gonna have to find more.
So M80 is out? Yes.
Yeah, why don't we take a look at the points if we have it, because
Or
it's a close race.
M80
to the major.
rankings. Okay, so we're looking at the rankings.
Look at it. Dignitas is out. They're
TSM.
M80 Space Station all out.
Yes.
Now.
Yep.
M80 went 0-3 in quarterfinals throughout the
confirmed
split.
by
Not gonna
Gibbs.
be enough.
Yeah, I forgot the
So they do
OG
fall
was
a
now
bit
on
short.
21 points. So
TSM,
yeah,
though, they had 15
people have to
points. They just
pass
gained
OG
3. They will play G2 tomorrow
to have a chance.
If they win that, they move into a tie with OG at 21 points. So that will be absolutely crucial. And then OG, they're sitting pretty right now in that spot,
G2 41 points. Holy, yeah, they got a dominant lead.
Grand finals as well, and try and take over the 3rd seed from Luminosity. So things are still interesting, because if TSM wins this entire tournament, and if they beat OG like in that final, Luminosity, they still haven't clinched yet. So that would be a tiebreaker between Luminosity versus OG for the very last spot. So tons to play for on the final day of the split. That's what we all wanted.
We got a whole bunch of different
teams,
scenarios opening up.
Far, they'll have to come back in split 2 and just continue.
Okay, we're gonna tune out of the mainstream, and we're gonna look at the rankings, because I think you like what you hear. So now you're a TSM fan. Am I gathering that? Now you have become a TSM fan. For them to go the whole way and beat OG. Because I think basically what Gibbs was saying is for the biggest tie, no, the tie just changes depending on what people do. So basically, if OG win tomorrow, they are tied on points with Luminosity. And if TSM win tomorrow, then they continue to tie with OG. But then if TSM win, it's OG and Luminosity that have to do a tiebreaker, versus if OG lose to Gen G and then TSM win, then TSM and OG play a tiebreaker. No, or TSM overtake them and OG are out. Hold on. Hold on. We have to look at the points again. Okay, so yeah. No, TSM is on. So they would tie break. 18, 19, 20, 21. Yeah, so they gain and then 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, so it's 3 points. Okay. So, Luminosity are clinched if OG win everything and TSM lose. It's a battle for 4th with 3rd not being safe. Exactly. Yeah. So if OG lose to Gen G and if TSM win against G2 but then lose against Gen G, then OG and TSM will play a tiebreaker. If TSM win and OG win, then it becomes a tiebreaker between possibly Luminosity and OG, depending on if TSM get a W. Yeah. Anyways, that's a lot going on. I'm excited for all of it though. I still want Lumi to go to majors. Me too. Like I said at the beginning of the stream, my opinion remains the same. If I could pick, I would choose Luminosity and OG to be the 3rd and 4th. I think, yeah, G2 are clear. They've confirmed with today their #1 seed. They might have even confirmed it tomorrow, I'm not sure. So G2 will be seed 1 going into the major. And Gen G, I think, have basically confirmed seed 2. So yeah, now that because Luminosity is no longer in the running and OG can't catch 30. So yeah, G2 and Gen G are our #1 and 2 North American seeds. And we're fighting tomorrow for seeding and for who is going to be 3rd and 4th in what seeding. It's going to be interesting. If TSM somehow pull out the upset against G2, because G2 don't have anything to lose here. They've already confirmed their seed. I don't think, yeah, even with the win, Gen G can't catch them. Can they? No, because it's another 3, and then can they? Wait. No, because it's going to be 3 extra points and then 4 extra points. So that's 7. Yeah, they're still below them. So yeah, these are confirmed. And OG can't catch Gen G. Yeah, because it's 7. Yep. So the top 2 are going to stay the same regardless. It's all about 3rd and 4th and who is in there in what seeding. Oh, we got an interview. Let's tune back in.
TSM. Oh, first of all, Creams, congratulations on the
Oh, this is Creams. Okay. He's got a cat. Look, he's got a cat. Is the cat in there? Is that kitty cat?
And all the emotions involved there.
Thanks. That was an amazing series. They're a very strong team.
If TSM win and have better stats, they can squeeze into 3rd.
After worst results, out of the roof, bro. Like, we were going crazy, screaming, so happy.
You had a monstrous
His camera's out of focus.
You had the setup on the overtime winner there.
It's bothering me.
Could you maybe talk us through that play and what you saw going up on the backboard there?
I was just full focused. I saw the net, saw my teammate.
You played with him before? Was when I played with Onboard? Cool.
Get it ready.
You guys have this interesting career path, right? Because you, I mean, not too long ago, you're like a sub on Alpine, you know, and I've mentioned a couple of times, you know, that's not a spot with a lot of upward career mobility. And now here you are, you're signed with TSM, you're in this last qualifier here, all the pressure on you, but you've got a shot at qualifying for the major. Can you just talk about the past couple of years for you and now with the team here, what this roller coaster has been like?
I've had some amazing opportunities in the last couple of years on some great teams. It's been, I love this game. I love playing this game.
What's his accent?
It's been great opportunities, but coming into this
team, is Creams from Wales?
And Hockey, who was my teammate last season, amazing player, amazing person. And
Creams is from Wales, isn't he?
I knew that this was the team that I could start popping off with.
Yeah, he used to play with Unborn Purpose. He's Welsh.
Really hard towards that as a team, players.
Ha. Is that the same thing or is that different?
Next up on your guys' plate now. I mean, you've got the big celebration of, all right, we won Game 7, we're still alive. Oh, it's G2 next. What are your thoughts there?
We beat them before. They've beat us before. They're an amazing team, obviously. They've shown it every single regional, every single series. But
same thing? Okay, that's what I thought. I just didn't want to be a dummy
that's the main,
thinking it was and it wasn't.
Our team is to have some fun and play the game, so it's all that matters to us.
Well, following this journey,
Dragon Flag Country. I got it.
Thanks, Six.
With that win, TSM advanced to face off against G2.
Okay, so I think that's the last we're going to see of the main broadcast. We've went over North America, gotten all of the situations out. So let's tune into the tail end of Complexity W7M because they were threatening Complexity with a couple games, but it looks like Complexity have the advantage now. They've gained their footing back. I'm home. Time to get comfy. Screw clothes. Yeah, but just to refresh, Complexity, Furia, and Ninjas in Pajamas are currently trying to fight for the major, and nobody has confirmed a spot yet. Tomorrow it's going to be Furia versus Ninjas in Pajamas for one of the semifinals, so they will directly eliminate one or the other. And then Complexity is on the other side of the bracket, so as long as they survive through the finals, I think they make it to the major. Yeah, so they just have to survive tomorrow. Well, they just have to survive right now. Wait, actually, they just have to survive right now, and then I think they get it. Because Furia or Ninjas will eliminate each other. We'll have to look at the points. I'm not entirely sure about that. Look, somebody else is using grass boost. They've got it. I think they win.
Complexity, la escuadra de la estrella va a estar en las semifinales, va a ir en contra de Hero que le metió un 4-0 a
I think they win. There we go. They did it. They did it. Oh my gosh. Okay, so I want to check D-Rex spreadsheet, but I'm pretty sure Complexity just confirmed the major.
Les costó, lo sufrieron, pero para cerrarlo muy bien lo que hace Complexity la escuadra.
Bang. Bang. Oh, they're talking about the major spots on the mainstream.
There's just a lot of question marks. Well, a lot of TBDs, I guess you can
Sorry to keep switching back and forth on you guys. I guess I didn't know how much more they were going to do on the mainstream. Usually they just finish it by now, but
might be able to catch that one. Just in the APAC also is going to end up filling out here. So much Rocket League, so many teams playing, a lot on the line here, trying to get to that first major in Copenhagen. And the way the competition is starting to rise, Copenhagen is looking to be a classic.
Yeah, it's going to be amazing. Right now, you definitely have Furia, Ninjas, and Pajamas, and Complexity, kind of a three-horse race in South America. All three teams still alive. Complexity right now playing against W7M Esports there. They do lead in the series. They are on match point. We'll see if they can make it to the semis tomorrow. Their gameplay going to be happening kind of
we just saw it. They did.
You want to hold up here, and if you want
they did make it.
In person,
all right.
Make sure you get
that's the last time I pull up the mainstream. We're gonna make our own strides here, but okay, so with Complexity making it to the semifinals, I think they may have just confirmed that they're gonna go to the major. Am I wrong assuming that? Okay, yeah, they made it through. They confirmed that series. I'm almost sure. It's just not updated on Liquipedia yet. Yeah, okay, so they took the win. That means they have a clear path. So if they end on their current points, that means that Complexity has... Okay, hold on. So they get 9 points. They get an additional 3 points. So they're tied with Furia. So they're tied with Furia right now. If Ninjas in Pajamas beat Furia tomorrow, they jump up. No, they don't. Do they? They have to win the whole event. Ninjas in Pajamas, I think they have to win the event. And then they'll be, yeah, because they'll get an additional 3 points to 12, and then the additional, that would get them to 30. Oh my gosh, so this could literally be a perfect three-way tie. Guys, wait a second. This could be a perfect three-way tie between Ninjas, Complexity, and Furia. If Complexity lose tomorrow to Hero Base in their semifinal, and Ninjas in Pajamas win versus Furia and then beat Hero Base in the finals, then they would all be on 34 points. No way. No way. Yeah, because they confirmed 9. No, wait. No. Furia would still clear. Hold on. Hold on. Wait, no, Ninjas would tie with Complexity and then it becomes a tiebreaker. So if Furia want to confirm their spot, they just need a win. And outside of that, they just need Ninjas. They just need Ninjas to win everything and challenge Complexity. But if Complexity win tomorrow, then they're threatening Furia. Okay, anyways, there's a lot going on. We'll go over it tomorrow. We'll check back in. But what will we be tuning in for the majority? We will be prioritizing North America, and then when we have spaces in the timing between series, we will look at we will be looking at South America to keep track. I think almost all the other regions will be done by the time North America starts, so we will know all of the other regions except for EU, and then I might possibly also start earlier to check out some of the EU Day 3 open qualifiers, because they run at the same time that NA does. They start a little bit earlier in the morning. But yeah, we got a couple semifinals into a grand final, deciding the 3rd and 4th seed for NA. We decide the 2 South American teams that represent at Copenhagen, and then we'll see what teams make it through into top 16 for Europe. Because let's see here. Yep. We got open qualifier, double elimination, 3. Okay, yeah, so let's see. We got everybody normal here. Carmine, Resolve, 100 Belly Goal, Fast Forward, Gentlemates, Top Cougars, Wild, yep. Wow, it's really stacked in the top here. Oxygen still alive, Endpoint, Magnifico, Moist, Caliente. We saw Caliente last event. Vitality, Sub, BDS, Waida, Hosky, Redemption, Team 3. Yeah, so all of the right teams in the top side of the bracket. I explained this last Sunday, but basically, if your seed is correct in a double elimination bracket, 2 top teams should run into each other in this round. So Resolve should win versus 100%, and Carmine should win versus Tea Time, and then they fight for a qualification spot, and the loser drops to the very last round in the lower bracket to try to qualify through the 9th through 16th seed. So as long as the top teams win their matches here, there's no upsets here. Like Vitality take the win versus Brave. If Brave take this win, then that's where everything gets funky, because then Vitality will run into another team in this lower bracket, and we'll see a cannibalization of the top 16 to try to qualify. So yeah, this is the important part of the bracket to look at for the upsets. If upsets don't occur here, then it's much more likely that the top 16 will remain stable. And they'll be the same teams that we've seen before. But let's just check a little bit further down here, see if there's anybody we recognize. Solary. So basically Solary got an upset, and then I think Luna Galaxy was also in the upper bracket spots in the last event, so they fell down early. Pizza and donut time. What's for dinner? I don't know, probably something involving chicken for me. But that's gonna do it for this stream. We will be back tomorrow morning to cover all this action. I'll probably start stream earlier, but I don't know when, so I'm just gonna schedule it for the regular time, but I might go live before the stream is officially set to begin, like I did today, because I started like 20 minutes earlier today to catch the MENA Grand Final. So we'll probably do something similar, but not guaranteed. As per usual, anybody who's still chilling around in chat, we've got a dot to put on the board today. For anybody who might be new, I created this poster at the beginning of my streaming pursuits, and for every single piece of content we do, we add a colored dot. You guys pick the color, and then I draw it on there. So if you want to possibly choose it today, type the word wire in the chat and we will add you to the wheel, because it's really getting down to the wire here for some teams. Like literally the last event is determining who is going to get there, and not only the last event but the last day of the last event, which is just, it's wild. So we got Erica repeats. She might just take the default win if nobody else is still in chat. We'll see. I'll give it a couple more minutes. Like if Caesar, if you're still hanging around, you could drop the word wire and then I'll add you to the wheel and you might possibly get to choose the color of the dot today. If you so care to do that. If not, completely understand. Oh, we got Raptor and Caesar. All right. Raptor, and Caesar. We here? I'm never sure because it takes a while for my viewer count on my end to update versus like when people enter and leave chat. So it could be as much as like 3 minutes behind. So you guys could have all left and I wouldn't know. I'd just be talking to myself. More so than I already am, just talking in an empty room to myself. But broadcast to you guys. But I think that might be everybody. With you three, that might be everybody. So we'll go ahead and spin it. Now, Raptor, Erica, please don't be bullies. Let Caesar win this. Let's go! Nice! Caesar, big W. My guy. Let's go. You prevented Raptor from like his 18th dot. Okay. Caesar, what color would you like? You have a few options, and if there's multiple shades or multiple markers of one option, such as purple or blue or yellow, then I will pick out both of them and let you pick. That last second switch, I know, it was clutch. It was clutch for sure. Green? Okay, there's two greens. Do you want the light green or the dark green? I guess I should have known because your YouTube profile is a green C. This one doesn't look green, but I swear it is. Which would you prefer? Dark? All right. Good switch up. Good switch up. If somebody had said red, orange, or yellow again, I was running out of options on places to put it. Let's put the green right here. Nice green dot. W. Filling in the spaces. We're making progress, chat. You know, the easiest way for me to get a lot of dots would probably be farming daily shorts. Alright. There is your green dot, Caesar. I hope you like it. I did my best to make it a perfect circle. Danke, thanks for the stream. Of course. Like I said, we'll be back at the same time tomorrow, possibly starting a little bit early, but we'll be tuning into multiple regions, mainly North America, because that's the one I'm most invested in, but we'll also try to tune in to SAM and day 3 of the double elimination qualifiers for EU, so determining who is top 16. We'll try to catch a couple of those matches, because that could get spicy. But other than that, I gotta take off for the day. I am sick. I'm gonna try to recover. Maybe my voice will be better tomorrow. We hope. I'll get lots of sleep, try to eat well, rest up, and get back to it, because we got a lot of high stakes to tune into. So gotta be on my A game. Got in the game with Gerard. Nice. He's pretty, he's a SSL most times, isn't he? Or am I mixing him up? Anyways, enough waffling around. I really have to get off because my voice is starting to give in. But have a good rest of your Saturdays. I look forward to tuning into RLCS with you guys tomorrow, and I wish you good tidings. I started that sentence not knowing how I was going to finish it. All right, bye, chat.